Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Craven Something Scary, where it's all horror all the time. Tonight, guys, we are back. As you can see, Eric here from the Bearded Entertainment is back with me from this morning, and we are here to talk to you guys about Scream 6, and more specifically, of course, the Scream 6 trailer. Now, if you were here this morning at 8 a.m. Central, we watched it live multiple times, and we're going to watch it live with you again tonight as well. And also, knocking on the door right now, I want to bring in my good friend. And actually, I'm starting to call him my good luck charm because of what's happened on a couple of streams. But he's a great friend of the channel and super cool guy with a great channel himself, as does Eric. Please welcome, guys, the one and only Maverick Entertainment. What's up, Maverick
What's
Media?
going on?
What's
Hey,
up, man?
buddy.
Hey, how's it going? Hey,
Good to
Oh,
see
man, it's a
you.
good day.
if Bearded and I decide to merge channels, Maverick Entertainment would work.
Maverick Entertainment. I know. You know what? There's something there.
Yeah,
Or you can get like one of the fake beard things and be the bearded maverick.
that's true. Yeah, yeah.
love
I
it.
don't think I could compete with yours, to be honest. I mean, I just a guess, but I've seen what I can do, and it's nothing in comparison.
That's awesome.
Oh, I'm sure it looks wonderful.
Oh, you guys. Well, man, we're going to get into it tonight. We're going to be breaking down the trailer. We're going to talk about some of the scenes and some theories and just have a really great time. It's going to be awesome. And I wanted to say also, real quick, a quick shout out to all of my patrons and channel members. Thank you guys for your support of the channel every month. You help keep the lights on and help me continue to do more things like this more often and in bigger and better ways. So thank you so much for all of your support. And I want to give a real quick moment here on the spotlight for all of you guys. So here you go for my patrons and channel members. All right. Thanks you guys again. Much appreciated. And yeah, Eric, what's up?
I just want to ask going forward. So,
Yeah.
are we discussing the bathtub thing from that one trailer?
So yeah, so I do have an image of that scene with the individual's face blocked out. So when we get there, I will be showing the scene, but we won't be talking about who's in there. Yeah.
Who possibly? Okay, I just wanted to
Right.
clarify so
Yeah.
I don't stumble up and spoil it. But we already talked. I don't think that's who it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more 50-50 now since we talked. So you got me thinking about it. But yeah, no, not for tonight. I think let's wait on that because there may be some folks who don't want to see that trailer because you do have a choice, and I'm going to talk about that also. I'll just talk about it now. I guess while we're on it, so I can do real quick. So, a couple of things. There are two trailers out there that I'm aware of right now. So there is one that is on the Paramount Pictures YouTube channel, and then there's one that's one's on the Scream official Twitter account. Is got it pinned right now, and it's also floating around other places. It's being called the Red Band trailer, is my understanding.
Yeah,
And so
I screen recorded it early
yeah,
this morning, but it doesn't have the traditional like red band,
no,
that intro. But yeah, it is a little bit
yeah,
different for
a little
sure.
bit different. And
Well, also some of
yeah,
the overseas Paramount channels.
I've heard
That's the
that.
one they're showing too. Like
Yes.
so if you do go to a Paramount, go to like just Paramount Pictures, not Paramount like
Mhm.
India or anything like that. Because some
Brazil
of
and all
them,
that. Yeah.
yeah, some of them do have the red band, and it doesn't tell you. Starting off, it starts the exact same, but
Right.
Yeah.
you'll get that spoiler in there if you go to you risk it. So I just wanted to make sure if we were talking about who it was or not.
Right.
So okay,
Right.
just
No,
clarified. So
not tonight. Not tonight. We'll save that for another stream. Uh, but yes, and that's another thing too. Yeah, guys. Let's not put any. If you no spoilers in the chat, and it's really only one scene. Is the bathtub scene. We're not. And I will show you later an image, so you'll see legs and arms, but that's all you're going to see. No
Mhm.
identifying features.
and blood.
And blood.
Yeah.
There'll be some blood, so be ready for that. But I've always promised you guys I'm not going to spoil anything like that. So I'm going to continue to do that. But if you're on your own out there watching trailers, just remember if you're watching it and it's not on the Paramount Pictures U.S. site, you're going to see a scene that you may not want to see. That's all I'm going to mention about it for now.
I think
But
it's like 6 frames.
yeah, it's real short, like super quick. But yeah, it's if you watch it more than once or twice, you're gonna be able to see some things there. So anyway, guys, if you let's keep that out of the chat for now, as far as who we think it might be. We'll talk more about it once the trailer gets out for a few days, and then we'll tear into that. But anyway, guys, I also want to mention real quick, a little blanket hello to all of you in the chat. If you're new here tonight, I know it's already at 74 people and growing. There'll be a lot of visitors stopping in. So if this is your first time here, make yourself at home. And if you love Scream, this is the place to call home. And we do this all the time. I do at least usually 3 streams a week on average, plus videos and breakdowns and theories, all that good stuff. So welcome to the channel and to the stream tonight. And be sure you subscribe not only to my channel here, would love you to subscribe and become a part of the family, but also check out the Bearded Entertainment and Maverick Media. Both of them have great channels and super cool guys. So be sure and do that. And thank you for being here tonight. And we will get to as many questions and theories as possible. But as you guys know, when we're talking Scream on a trailer day and a large crowd and guests, it'll be impossible to get to everyone's comments and questions. But you guys know it's not personal. Just put it in there and we'll see what we can do. However, if you do want to have a comment or question, make assured that we address it, we can do that. Simply send in a super chat and it will give me a notification. I'll see it and I'll make sure, and I promise you guys, you'll move to the front of the line in front of everyone else. And we won't stop the stream until all of the questions are addressed. All right. So just keep that in mind. You do have an express lane if you want to get your question and comment up, and we'll definitely do that. In fact, someone's already on the express lane. Right here, Mrs. Gonza starting us off right at the beginning with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Mrs. Gonza. You are awesome. I really appreciate you. Let's see what we got. Sam's okay. So Sam looking at the Ghostface mask is oddly reminiscent of Sydney looking at the Ghostface mask in the original Scream. Will it play out the same? Ooh. Interesting. Maverick, what do you think, man? Do you think there's some similarities there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really starting to lean towards that being her dad's mask. I mean, or yeah, I'm starting. That's where I'm leaning right now. I don't want to jump too far ahead with that scene if we're going to be kind of going step by step through the trailer, but yeah, I mean, I see, I definitely see some similarities. But like I said, I think that, well, I'll refrain from going any further. I definitely see similarities, and we'll wait till we get to yes, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, man. That's and we're definitely gonna spend some time there in this stream for sure. There were several images, and of course, I didn't bring in all the images from the trailer because you guys need to go see it. But I did bring in just a few of my favorites, a few that I wanted to talk about tonight. And definitely, Mrs. Gonza, this is one of them for sure that we're going to talk about quite a bit. And also, too, think about trailers. And I just put a trailer breakdown video out. It was literally 2 hours ago. And just like these trailers, they're in random order. These scenes, that does not mean that's the order they fall in the movie. And that's kind of what we're going to do tonight. We're going to jump around to some scenes I'm going to pull up. And I'm not going to go in chronological order of the trailer or anything like that. I've thought about doing that. And believe me, depending how the night goes and the crowd goes, if we continue on, I may end up actually putting the trailer on the screen, muted, and we may actually go through and on the screen as well. But I have a lot of images, so we'll see. But Mrs. Gonza, thank you so much. I think you're onto something very similar. And I think clearly, in my mind at least, I think, Radio Silence is definitely wanting Sam to be that she wanted to be that final survival end game girl. I think it's been the plan since the beginning. And after what we saw tonight, or in this trailer rather, my theory is getting even stronger. Unfortunately, that's the case, and um, we're gonna get into it, guys. Trust me. We have another guest that's going to be joining us too, so I'm not going to jump too far ahead, but we are going to do a few things here while we're waiting for Jack to get here. But first, as I like to do with any super chat, guys, you know what we do. It's time to play a clip. So, Mrs. Gonza, let's see what the first clip of the night's going to be. I keep going back to Bell Bear or Cream Bear or Six Fingers or Swing Ding. So, Maverick, have you seen any of these new clips yet?
I think I've seen one of them for sure. I've heard the swing dings because, like I said, I'll put you on when I'm working late.
Okay.
So I haven't seen them, but I can hear. So as soon as I hear it, yeah. So I have not seen swing dings, but I've heard the jingle.
Okay, buckle up, my friend, because this one needs to be seen. This is yeah, and for those that are new here, saying what's going on? This is something that I do here on the channel. Anytime we get a super chat in, I like to play a special clip, a funny clip, just to do something a little different. So that's what this is about. And then we're going to get to some Scream talk again coming up. Here we go. Swing Ding.
It's a fun thing. It's a swing wing.
It's a what?
It's a swing wing. It's a wing wing. A brand new transcript fun thing.
It's a what?
It's a swing wing. A fun thing.
That looks like a good way to lose your eye.
Yeah, man. And it looks so awkward too. It cracks me up.
Right. It was like the hula hoop for your neck.
That's exactly right. Yes. Mrs. Gonza, thank you so much for your generous super chat. And another super chat just came in. So let's get that on the screen, guys. We got Michael coming in with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Michael. Says, do you think Sydney will be invited back to Scream 7? Okay, I have a strong opinion. Maverick, let's go down and we'll come up to Eric, and then I'll tell you what I think. What do you think, man?
Yeah, I think they're going to make a very, very compelling offer to her for I think they're gonna leave this movie open enough to where if she says F it, I'm completely out and don't call me back, that they can continue with the 7. But I think they're gonna make her a very, very compelling offer, an offer that she can't refuse. and I think she exactly. And I think we will see her back in 7 for sure.
Nice. I love the optimism. I'm feeling it.
Mhm.
Eric, what do you think, man? What's your gut feeling right now before the movie comes out? What do you think?
Well, there's been like kind of two camps. There's been a camp saying that if the movie does really well, then it's going to send the message that they don't need Neve Campbell and they'll keep going without her. Here's what I think. I think if the movie doesn't do well, they're going to say, okay, well, obviously it's because we were missing Sydney, so we're going to make Neve Campbell an offer that gets her back in 7. I also think if the movie does really well, they're going to say, hey, now we can afford to pay Neve Campbell what she needs to get to be in 7. So I think Neve is going to be in 7 either way.
Love it, man. Listen, I agree. I know Radio Silence, even in their last interview I saw like 2 or 3 weeks ago, they were like, we want her back. Like they were very upfront. Well, they do want her. They have stories to tell. And so I believe that it's just a matter of letting some time pass. And then as we start getting into, the next 2 or 3 months, after the movie's out, I believe that they're going to come together and negotiate. And I just really want to see it happen. Really do, man.
I think another interesting thing that will really put me one way or the other is who survives this movie, right? Because if some of the bigger name people are not there for the next movie or they die in this movie, we talked about it on your 8K stream. It's like cap space for sports teams. Like you're gonna have some extra money lying around that you can throw her way, and I think that will ultimately be able to put them right over the top to get her back. So,
Love it,
you know,
man. Heck
mhm,
yeah. I love it. And Polar makes a good point in the chat that, we may not need Sydney. Like, so a lot of people say we don't need her to continue. And I'm not discrediting that as like saying that there's a difference between needing and wanting and needing and merging. There's any way you want to, however you want to cinematically say it. But here's the thing, just because technically there may not be a need, that does not mean she shouldn't be there. Just because, it's because look, a lot of us want her back. As Polar said, I'm in that camp. I know that Radio Silence is in that camp. They're the directors. They want her back.
mhm,
And I think we know Guy and James want her back because they wrote a part for her. She was supposed to be in 6.
right.
And
So
didn't she say? Didn't she say she was open to coming back for 7 already?
She did, man. The actual quote she said was, she actually said that I don't feel that Sydney's chapter is closed, and she said that she said if they come back with a different attitude and a different offer, then I am willing to consider it. Is what she said basically. So she is absolutely on record saying I am game to return. It's just pay me what is fair.
Right.
So,
Well, I mean, yeah, realistically, the franchise itself could continue on, and
right.
it doesn't have to be Woodsboro. It could be a copycat in, anywhere USA that just is using the Ghostface costume and the methods, right? The phone calls and doing. Oh, go ahead.
Oh
Go
no,
ahead, Billy.
continue what you're saying. I have a question regarding what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if Sid gets to ride off in the sunset, right, and we can close her story out properly, I don't feel like 5 was the proper,
No.
way to close it out. You could, right? I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen the Scream MTV show, but is that anything related to these movies?
No.
No.
It's a different it's a different thing altogether. And my question was going to be though, if they do that, if you have some random town, some random characters, but still Ghostface mask, is that a Scream movie or is that a Stab movie?
Well, you know what? That's true. That's true.
Depends how you
Because
look at it. Yeah.
That's always been my opinion, and I've said it before. Like with every other slasher, you have a through line, and it's usually always the slasher. It's always Freddy. It's always Michael. It's always Jason.
Yeah.
With Scream, you never have that because Ghostface is a different person in every
Right.
single one. Your
Right.
through line has been Sydney and Gail and Dewey.
Right.
So if Sydney goes and if Gail goes, we already know Dewey's gone. Then whatever through line you had to the beginning is gone. So now it's kind of a different movie, in my opinion. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, and I don't disagree with that. I just think that, I mean, eventually, I'm gonna hate to see it, but Sid's not gonna be making movies forever, and I don't want. I would love to see Ghostface carry on. The legacy of Ghostface. It embodies anybody, right? Anybody who's got an axe to grind with somebody could, don the gown and mask and torture people or torment people through phone calls and chasing them with knives. It's not, I get what you're saying, and I 100% agree with you. It's gonna feel different, but I mean, they made us fall in love with these characters, and it's possible that they can make us fall in love with a new set of characters completely unrelated.
Yeah.
what if they stopped calling them Scream and literally started releasing them as Stab? So like after Scream 7, they release Stab 8 and then Stab 9, and they just keep going from there.
Look, I got a question for you. Will we get time travel? Will we get time travel?
No.
You got to go to space, right? You got to go to space.
Exactly.
Gosh.
Exactly.
Well, you know what? I tell you what, man. When someone heard space, they said, I got to jump in and correct this mess. Ladies and gentlemen, knock at the door. Please welcome Destin from Destination Station.
Hey.
What's up?
What's up, dude?
This is crazy, y'all. I just was able to watch this trailer like 2 hours ago.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I know
Really?
you said you were at work and you couldn't watch it till like 5. I was like, oh man, you're gonna have to avoid all these chats.
I refused. I was like, okay, I could just take a break or something and just watch it, but I was like, no, I refuse. Like I have it has
Good.
to have my. If I do that, I'm not going to be able to think for the rest of the day. But that. So
Awesome, man. Well,
what
I'm
I don't
glad you're
know.
here.
I haven't listened to anybody's stuff, so
Okay,
I'm ready.
dude,
Bro, you're
you're in
about
the
to have
right
your
place.
mind blown
Yes,
Okay.
and
because we've been
it's
talking about this since
7:55 a.m.
yeah, so
Literally.
over 12 hours, over
Yeah.
12 hours of nonstop like dissecting this trailer. We've got a lot so far.
Yeah,
We've
I've
got a
been doing
lot.
it too. I'm still in the process of editing a video as we speak.
Sweet. Well, hey, man, real quick, just want to say to Michael, I love the. Thank you for the super chat. Love the question, and I really hope that we do get Sydney back in 7. That would be fantastic. Also, thank you, Carrie, for putting that in the chat. Yeah, I did have a breakdown video. So when we get done here, there's more. Go check out the breakdown video. There's the link. You can go there right now and make sure you hit the bell icon. Thank you, Carrie. And also, guys, we got a couple more super chats that have come in. Stella coming in with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Stella. It's great to see you, my friend. Says, been out of the loop. Is it true the events in Scream 6 take place all during one night, Halloween Kills? So yes and no. Not the movie. What we've heard is that a large portion of it, like this will be the first time we've ever had an opening kill or opening attack sequence that doesn't just start at the next day. It's usually always day 2. This is going to actually continue from what we've heard for a little while, but not the whole movie. It's not going to be Halloween Kills where it's all that the entire movie is at the same night. Is what we've heard, and so the same source that has said that has been pretty much right on everything they've said about Scream 6 so far. So I think it's pretty. I would say it's pretty safe to be pretty credible. I'll put it that way. Pretty credible. Yes, sir.
And what we do know from the trailer is that there's at least 3 different locations in the trailer that are all in the same approximate time because
Yes.
we see the bodega, we see the theater, the subway, and also the apartment, the apartment area. They're all wearing the exact same clothes. So hypothetically, you could say that all takes place in one night.
In one night, yeah, definitely. We're gonna get an extended time period. Once again, that's new for Scream. That's gonna be interesting, and we'll see how long that they make that scene drag into other scenes. I'm excited to see how that's gonna flow because the trailer is so choppy, but you're right. We can make some deductions based on clothes.
Wait, weren't they also at the police? They're also at the police station in the same clothes.
Maybe I can't remember for sure. That's possible. When they meet Kirby, when they talk to Kirby, right?
No, you're talking about the part with Jack Champion.
Yeah. I'm looking at it. They're in the same clothes.
So yeah, well, there you go. I mean, it's probably going to be a little while. Yeah, that's cool. Stella G, I just want real quick. I want to tell Stella, thank you so much again, and it's so great to see you back. Don't be a stranger. I appreciate seeing you, and thanks for checking in and your support as always. Much appreciated, Stella. All right. Real quick, let's get through a couple more super chats I want to get to, and then we're gonna start talking Scream. And then if you guys do send more in, I will get to everyone's super chat. So don't worry. I do see them all as they come in. And Planet Paperboy said the guy from Spider dies or is the killer at 2:08. Okay, well, yeah, I mean it's a Scream movie, right? There's 14 cast members. A lot of bodies are going to hit the floor, right, guys? We're gonna lose a lot of people. Thank you, Planet Paperboy. I appreciate your support. And then, real quick, we have one more here as well that came in from the real Michael Myers. And what's up, man? Good to see you with $5 super chat tonight. Man, the Scream 6 trailer was good. I like the direction they're heading in. Ghostface looks a lot more brutal. Freaking maniac. Mikey likey. I'm with you, man. That's one thing that this trailer really is seeming to bring home is a serious, mature, brutal Ghostface who knows what they're
Yes.
doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
the tone is very different for sure.
Is there anything that you didn't like that you saw today? Anything specific? Any one of you? That's open ended.
Hmm.
Anything in the trailer that I didn't like?
Yeah, anything you saw. I have one. Like I'll give my example.
Yeah.
The one thing that I wasn't crazy about, and it's not a big deal, but I didn't want to see Gail getting her first call from Ghostface in the trailer. I would have liked to have been. Granted, I was hoping for it. I was assuming it was eventually going to happen. I was pretty positive it was going to happen in this movie. I just didn't want to see that phone call. But maybe it was like, no, I guess it's not going to be clever editing. Where they like voiced over that. Yeah, no, because you see her talking. I didn't want to see that. That was one thing I would have liked to have just kind of organically come across throughout the they could have still shown the attack, but maybe just cut out the him calling her and her giving him a piece of her mind, in the best Gail Weathers way she possibly could.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's fair, man.
I do have an answer actually.
Yeah.
In the same scene, I don't mind the call being shown between her, but when you see the person behind her being grabbed and pulled off,
snatched up.
that was so shocking. That would have been
Yes.
so frightening to see
Right.
in the movie, not like with
True.
not being aware at all, because you're like, okay, she's giving him a piece of her mind, and you're like, okay, he's already in there. So, but here's the thing: there is some tricky editing going on with the way that scene is shown in the trailer. I know I posted in our group chat, Steven, about it. Like, it's shown out of order in the trailer.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I was kind of picking up on some of that. And I'm hoping that a lot of it is, I've talked about it a million times with Craven, and I'm sure all of you guys kind of have the same thoughts, is like, I'm hoping a lot of the stuff that we see is stuff that isn't making it into the movie, just kind of, maybe it's on par with what's happening, but like, it's just not quite the cut that's going to actually be shown. So I'm also really, really, like, taking some stuff with a grain of salt that I see, like the bathroom scene, for example. Maybe that was just, that's not going to be in there, and there's going to be a different ending for that character. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm hoping that they're learning from all the mistakes that some of these other movies, including Scream 5, showing a little too much. So maybe not.
Yeah.
We'll see. March we'll know.
Yeah. Well, I'm seeing that Minnie Myers says Craven Coop left the stew train. Coop, I'm sorry, man. That's too bad. That's too bad. Yeah, man. Because you know what? It's. I guess it's because I've been a Tom Brady fan for most of the last 10, 15 years, and you never leave the game. You just never leave that game till it's over. Because you know what I'm saying, and the thing I talk about here too a lot, and I know we have a lot of visitors here obviously tonight, but as the conductor of the Stew Train, whether or not he comes back in this trilogy has zero bearing on whether or not he's alive, and has zero bearing on whether or not he comes back in the future. So it's like, it's not going to like crush my hopes and dreams. No, it just means it's going to be another one. I mean, the guy's just barely 50 years old. It's not like he's old and decrepit and and unable to move. I mean, so anyway, whatever, it's okay, man. Look, I respect you guys in your opinion, and I respect your position totally. So unlike, look, I don't have locking doors. The Stew Train doors are open at free will. You can come and go as you'd like. All right. But I think it's going to be a lot more sweeter for those of us who are on that train and we ride that puppy to the end, baby. And when it happens, look out. Look out. Um, and speaking of looking out, I hear a knock at the door,
Uh-oh.
and another guest here is to round out the panel for tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the one and only Jack Stannis to the
Hey.
Hey,
stream.
buddy.
How's it
Hey,
going, guys?
Hey man.
You
This
guys hear me
panel
all
just
right?
keeps getting better and better.
Can you guys hear me all right?
you're a little low,
Mm.
just a little
Okay,
low.
Let me see. Let me see.
Yep.
Okay, how's that? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I think that's better. That's this. Carrie says, thank you so much for this morning. It was the best time to share the moment with you guys reacting to the trailer. Carrie, you're very welcome. I'm so glad you were able to be a part of it. It was awesome. All right. So guys, you guys, again, guys, continue to bring your questions and the comments. We'll get to some as we can as we're discussing things. Let's go ahead and get started here right now with something that here Zach made a comment that I thought was real interesting is in the bodega scenes, and I got a couple of bodega images that I uploaded. The boots that it shows Ghostface walking down the aisle as he's holding that shotgun really do look, I agree, they look tactical. They do look very much like you would see a SWAT team kind of a scenario. So Eric, I'll start with you. I want to hear everyone's thoughts on the bodega scene. And there's the poor shop owner, which I knew that was his weapon.
Oh yeah,
Knew
yeah.
that.
I called that. I think we talked about that months ago when that first
Yes.
image came out, and I'm like, I bet they're gonna take it from the shop owner. In regards to the boots, I 100% agree. Those honestly look exactly like the boots I wore when I was in the Navy. Like, I don't. It would be really telling if they were, if they did that. Like, if they're just like, yeah, let's just make the boots full on, because in the first one it was just like some standard black leather boots, right?
Yes. They were actually Reeboks, believe it or not. Nate Reagan sourced those original boots, which by the way, if you guys don't know who Nate Reagan is by name, he's actually coming on the channel in 2 days. He's going to be here on Saturday night. He was on-set consultant for Scream 5 and for Scream 4. And Nate Reagan is actually the one who is responsible for sourcing the materials for the Ghostface robe in Scream 5, all the material that they used. He helped come in as a consultant to get the mask right that they wanted to use. And so, yeah, he was, if you see all the robes from Scream 5, he's the one that actually found the material he sourced it out. It was really extensive to try to match the previous stuff. But anyway, he's going to be coming on the channel Saturday night with Anthony Massey, producer of Still Screaming, the documentary, which is amazing. And they're going to be together. And Nate sourced those boots from 96. They're Reeboks. And he actually has a video on his channel showing you the boots and what their actual line was from Reebok. Pretty cool stuff.
Wow.
But they were not like, tactical kind of stuff.
Yeah. Those I believe the brand for that we wore was Belleville was the brand that we wore, but those look
Okay.
very, very similar to boots I wore when I was in the Navy.
Wow.
So, and that would, when Ghostface says, you've never seen one like me, or there's never been one like me, could mean someone with training. So
right.
Could
right.
be.
It's a good point.
Yeah. There's never been one like me before. Very, very possible. And you know what else is amazing? Real quick, guys, we got a couple of anniversaries here. Eric, who's on the panel, the Bearded Entertainment, today is a 10-month anniversary as a Craven Cut member. And he says, Stew Train, baby, get it up. Yeah, I love it. Thank you, Eric, for your support and your faithfulness, my friend. You're a great friend, and I just appreciate everything that you do, man. Really.
You want to hear
You're very,
something
very
crazy?
welcome.
1 year ago today was my first stream with you.
No,
Oh
seriously,
wow.
Yep. Yeah, I
What?
dug back into the archives. Isn't that nuts?
dude. That is incredible. A year
Yeah.
ago,
Yep.
That's awesome.
Crazy. Crazy, crazy.
dude. Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Wow, how fast time flies. My gosh,
Nuts. Isn't that nuts? Yeah.
that's nuts. And a couple of other things too. I see Coop Diouf is a 2-month anniversary today of being a channel member. What's up, man? That says Scream 6 is the equals best Scream film in the franchise. You cannot change my mind from what we've seen so far. Well, Coop, remember, we've only seen 2 minutes of an hour and 58-minute movie. So I love the optimism, brother. And trust me, I think it has a chance to blow Scream 5 already out of the water by a mile. I think that's going to happen. But let's not get too crazy, man. Let's watch the movie and then revisit that, and let's see. You may be right. Let's see. And one more anniversary here. I see actually 2 more. Goodness gracious, a lot of anniversaries. Ghostface Fanatic, man, the legend himself, is 8-month anniversary of being a channel member, director's cut level. Thank you so much, Ghostface Fanatic. Wow. It says, how's it going, everyone? I'm so proud to be a part of the channel. The trailer was great. Hopefully Kirby doesn't die, or hopefully she's not the killer. Stu could be Blackmore. Hey, I like it. I like the way you're thinking, man. And I 100% agree. I have to say something, though. It's got me a little bit nervous about Kirby. Is that,
Oh.
yeah, and you know what? Jack, I'm going to assign you a task. You ready for this?
Mhm.
Okay. I'm going to read another anniversary, and I'm going to completely forget where I'm at right now in my conversation.
Okay.
So will you help bring me back to
So Kirby. Okay. All right.
Kirby and why I'm nervous about Kirby?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, man. Because I know I'll forget. Nate's Taste, dude. There, I said it right. Has been a channel member for 9 months today. 9
Wow.
months today. Final cut member. Thank you, Nate. And he said, "What is your opinion on this ghost face being more supernatural? Are we actually getting a ghost face?" I'm just gonna say no, Nate. No. That if the day ever comes that we have a supernatural ghost face, it's no longer a Scream movie, and I'm done with it. I'm washing my hands of it. That's it.
It's
And-
gonna be all the souls from all the other Ghostface.
Oh
into one.
no, that's
Oh,
that's the
man.
motive.
Instead of jumping the shark,
Gosh.
it's jumping the knife.
Oh yeah, chopping the knife.
Mhm.
That's a horror show. Nate, I don't think so, buddy. No, that would just be taking this to Friday the 13th levels, and
Even I always know what you did last summer. Remember that whole
Oh,
thing with
no,
that?
I try
Yeah.
not to.
Yeah,
You
I,
put
don't,
on-
I
you put
barely
on
even
the
remember
mask.
anything.
You
What?
put on the
What?
mask of one of the old killers, and they possess you,
Yeah,
and they work through you. That's what happens.
Yes, there you go. So Amber's saying Nate said he heard Radio Silence say it was going to be supernatural. Well, Nate, if you could send me that article, bro, if you could send that to me, I would love to read that because I have not heard anything like that at all. So let me
Yeah,
know, man.
imagine at the demasking scene, there's nothing behind the mask.
It's
just
the
floating.
visible.
It's
Like I
just the invisible
The
man.
invisible man, yeah.
I mean,
Oh my goodness.
Randy did say he pretty much unstoppable killer in part 3, but I think that was more a figure of speech and everything.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also,
I haven't
real
heard
quick,
anything
guys.
supernatural.
No, I haven't heard anything. You guys, nobody else has either, right? I think we've been talking about that one. Yeah, I haven't.
No.
Also, what is not supernatural is this is very much real here in the real
Alright.
world. Horror Villain Fan, a channel member, just joined the channel. Welcome to the family. You are now a part of the inner circle of the cult of Craven.
Happy
are
day
now-
1 anniversary.
Yes, happy day one. I love it. You are now a Cravenite horror villain fan. thank you so much for doing that. And I hope you make yourself at home. And we got some watch parties coming up next week. So stay tuned for that. You'll be invited for members only, and you'll be there. Hopefully, you'll be there. But thank you so much, guys. Everyone, make sure you welcome Horror Villain Fan in the chat to the Craven family. All right. So let's see. Oh, yeah, Kirby. So here's the thing. I did remember. The one time I asked for help, I remember. No way it goes. All right. So here's my concern about Kirby, guys, and it doesn't mean for sure, but this shot I'm about to pull up, this shot right here is Sam, guys, and she has Kirby's gun. That is Kirby's stainless steel pistol. And
Wow.
that's not a good sign that she's got her weapon. And,
What is that playing in the background? I've been trying
that's
to figure
another
it out
great
all
question.
day.
Oh yeah, we've been trying to figure that out since this morning too. But
I think that's the projector that was going off.
Yeah,
Well,
but
no, it
yeah,
is.
the
Is that-
projector
that
is showing
playing?
something, but like, what's
is
it
that
showing?
old, is
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
VHS footage of Billy and Stu or something like that?
Oh.
Like, what is it?
I don't
Wouldn't
know.
that be crazy?
That
Yes.
would be, yeah,
I mean, I said earlier, what if that's footage of them going to kill Maureen?
yeah.
Filming it.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Can you imagine they're going into the house and filming
Mhm.
it? And,
Oh
my
goodness.
I think the
Dude.
simplest, most boring answer would be it's maybe Stab, like them playing Stab,
Yeah.
the Stab movies, but that I like that a whole lot better.
I know. Like enough with the stab movies now, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
It's interesting though. Yeah, Eric, what's up, man?
But
Go ahead.
just back to the Kirby thing. Yeah, the only time we see Kirby with that gun is in the poster. I think I posted it in our Instagram chat earlier today. But
Yep.
yeah, you can see her in the poster pulling that gun out of her holster.
Yep.
And I have a sneaking suspicion that like I think it's I've been saying this about everything in the trailer, but I don't think they're giving anything away in the trailer. I think what we're seeing has been a lot of misdirects. I think Kirby maybe gets attacked and loses her gun there, and
Yeah.
Right.
and just Sam just happens to find it, just like in 5 when Sam's getting attacked by Richie. She just happens to see that knife and goes
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah.
Because they know
Mhm.
how excited everybody is that Hayden is back. You know what I mean? I'd be really disappointed if they killed her, but that's just me.
You mean Tiffany Valentine?
Who? Tiffany Valentine. Who's that?
Okay, so did anyone else not see it?
Oh, the
Uh,
the Bride of Chucky?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
If
yeah,
you-
yeah.
Yeah.
If you
The
look
jacket.
at
Oh,
If
she
you-
look. Yeah.
Yeah.
not just the
similarity.
jacket, like the hair,
Mhm.
everything. Like
Yep.
she really looks like the Tiffany doll.
Yeah.
And
She just needs to
and-
color in a little mole right there on her cheek, and
That's all
Yeah,
she
yeah.
needs. And I would be
Yeah.
like, and people are on. Some people in the Reddit space are like really analyzing into that. Like, does that mean she might have fell in love with one of the previous ghost faces and then
Huh.
is now trying to do some stuff? But I'm like,
she
I
liked
think
Charlie.
she did like. I think it could just be possibly a Halloween costume because Kirby loved horror.
Right.
it's true.
Did.
But-
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. Like I said it in the chat. But if it's on purpose and it's funny, if it's accidental, it's hilarious that they let her go out looking like that.
That'd be really hilarious if it was an accident. Yeah. Totally would. But I my first thing as I thought about it this afternoon, I thought, well, maybe it's a situation like Gail in 5 where she gets shot and she tells Sydney to go finish it. You know, and it could be something like she gets shot or knocked down or stabbed and
Right.
and Sam just grabs it. She's right by her and just grabs it, and there we are. Now, something interesting happens though in this trailer after we see this shot of her with the weapon trained on a ghost face, presumably, obviously. She does this weird little, very
tilt.
deliberate smile.
Oh, I
Yeah.
was thinking like the head tilt. Like
And,
she did a little
yeah.
head tilt, like almost like Ghostface does.
She
you know?
does. She
Yeah.
does. It starts like this, and then she tilts her head.
Yeah.
And just like Ghostface has been doing a lot of head tilting in this trailer.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
wonder
but the first,
what that's about.
well, I was just gonna say the first time we see Ghostface do that, she's actually being chased by Ghostface.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it's like her just mirroring Ghostface, because she
Maybe.
also cleans off the blade in part 5, which is
Yeah.
something that, like, I don't think, yeah, that's something you would do if you're like kind of mirroring or not. I don't know. I think the head tilt is kind of a, ever since Michael did it back in the day, I think it's just kind of a signature thing now. But if we hadn't seen her and Ghostface in the same shot with Ghostface doing it, I think it would have been a lot more of a clue to me that she could be Ghostface. But since I see an actual Ghostface do it while she's standing there, I think it's just like a mirroring or red herring thing.
Do you know what would be awesome?
Hmm.
In this scene, she's got the gun, right?
Yeah.
And she does that whole thing in 1996 where her father does it. Works a lot better with the safety off, and he pops his neck. Like
Yeah.
that
Yep.
would be awesome.
It would.
And
Maybe
then
what
full
what we don't hear here is the popping.
yeah,
Right.
They took that out of the audio.
yeah.
But I mean, yeah, it's and let's face it, man. She even says in the trailer she's got a darkness inside of her. She even says it even now. She's fighting it. And Carrie made a comment that I thought was great. Carrie says she's just enjoying the fact that she's about to eliminate somebody again. Like it's like, oh, I get to do it again and not get in trouble.
Yeah.
I mean,
It
we don't
very
know how
well
much she's
could
been-
be.
It could be.
I think this
Yeah.
time it's going to be personal, though. I think
Yeah.
the motive, whatever it is, something is connected
Yeah.
to the past. Some other secret's going to be revealed about Sam that we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I really think the motive's going to be way better than part 5.
And you could tell
Yeah.
this movie, like it doesn't feel like a normal Scream formula in a good way. You know,
Mhm.
like it
Right.
really. I was shocked when I watched the trailer this morning.
Yeah.
I really was. I was floored.
Yeah.
Well, it does feel. In fact, speaking of watching it, I think it's about time that we watch the trailer together, guys. Let me. I'm going to put a link here for everyone that's watching in the chat. If you would like to watch it with us, we're going to watch the Paramount Pictures USA. So it's not the red band. It's the scene that it does not have the bathtub scene. We're going to watch it in real time. So I know there's like 150 people here. If we'd love it if you would all watch it with us. And here is the link.
Stu train, maybe.
Oh yeah, buddy.
The while we're loading, I felt like the head tilt was kind of like a, like the tables have turned, like now
Yeah.
I got the gun, tables have turned, kind of just a little signal, just that now you're in deep, what. That was kind of how
Yeah.
that head
Yeah,
tilt
no,
was
I
to
don't.
me.
I don't think the
Yes.
head tilt meant that she was the killer. You know.
No,
Oh
no.
no,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't either. I just
Yeah.
thought it was interesting, and
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. It's more like,
Mhm.
oh, you're gonna
Yeah.
get it now.
Yeah,
Like you have
exactly.
it's done. Uh, and real quick, guys, while everyone's loading up the trailer, everyone let me know when you guys are ready on the panel. A breakup's coming in hot with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, man. This trailer was everything and more. Great to see Hayden back, and it seems so well shot. Yes, it does. Let's watch the trailer. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh,
Love
yeah.
it, breakups. Thank you, man. All right. Well, guys, if you're at home, hopefully you've got the link pulled up. And has everyone on the panel got it ready to go?
Yep.
Okay.
Ready to go.
All right. I'm going to count us all in for the trailer so we can watch it. And let's go with, hold on a second. Let me back mine up to 0. There we go. All right. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, no.
So menacing.
Love that head tilt. No, there you go.
Yep.
Man.
Whoever it is has to be real strong to
Yeah.
one hand a
Yep.
pistol grip 12 gauge like that
Yeah.
and barely flinch.
Barely flinch. Yep.
Short
Do you think that's
barrel,
leading
all
into the
that stuff.
climax here?
No, this is the
I think it's like
beginning.
mid. You think so? Beginning? I was thinking midway.
See, that's the ending right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right there. Yep.
She's all bandaged up.
Yeah, that's definitely the ending. Yes.
I love the shot in the door.
Oh, I do too. Yep, really close. Look at that.
I
The
love that.
graffiti.
The graffiti.
Dude, this shot with the
I
oh my
know.
gosh.
There's so much to talk about in the shrine.
Yes.
Oh.
There's so many Easter eggs.
Swoop.
Oh. I want to know who got thrown through that bookcase.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
I
wondering.
feel like
too.
that was the Josh person.
Josh. That
Yeah.
doesn't bode well for him then.
No, I feel like it was him because the color of whatever they're wearing kind of matches the color of his coat on that poster that was released.
Oh man.
Nice.
So, y'all seen the poster where like it shows all the different characters cleaning the knife?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Well, on that one, the Josh, that actor, whatever his name is, he's wearing a yellow coat that
Oh.
looks suspiciously like the yellow color of the person back there. My thought was maybe it's Gail's love interest now or something.
It's looking that way. I'm like, I think if Josh was in that apartment with her and there was nobody else that we could see there, and it got me thinking, if that's Josh, if we're, then I think that she could definitely be, or he could definitely be her love interest now.
Did anybody, when they looked at the main trailer, did anybody feel like the Photoshop was a little weird? Like
What
when
do you
I
mean?
zoom in on the main poster and stuff like that, I don't know. I'm like a Photoshop like critiquer, and like I just noticed that it like didn't blend in well. It kind of looked like it was cut in the characters.
That
which was
one?
interesting. Yeah. I don't know. There's
Yeah.
just something about it that just.
I'm like, I could barely work a computer, so
Okay, yeah,
I didn't notice, but I'll take your word for it. I don't doubt it.
It's a beautiful poster. Don't get me wrong. It's a beautiful poster.
Well, I guess the thing, like, I got a question. I actually don't really care for the poster. Like, it reminds me of just like Marvel stuff. How
I was
they
about to say.
Yeah.
Marvel
does,
just
it does.
throws every character they have on the poster and makes it look all cool. I like the simplicity of like 1 and 2 and stuff, and like
Yeah. I
just
got you.
the whites and blacks and the contrast of everything. And this is like, and this looks like if you took that out and put like a Marvel title card in there,
Scream Endgame. That would
Like,
be a
yeah.
good subtitle.
like I don't really care for it, honestly.
I'm maybe in the minority. I like it. I'm feeling it, man.
I think
just
it's cool,
personally. I like
but-
it. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's definitely different, but it is cool.
What I don't like
Oh.
about it is all the white on the like. Why did
On
you
the
leave all
bottom?
that stuff white at the bottom?
Mhm.
Like,
Got you. Yeah.
you could have done something else there. That's
Is
I
it
mean,
supposed
what
to be the robe, right? The robe dangling
yeah. It's the
down?
rope
Yeah.
hairs, the ribbons. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's and I get that, and that's cool, but you wouldn't have seen it against any other backdrop. Pretty much, it would have had to be
Yeah, I
white.
got you.
But-
Yeah.
So,
But I still like it.
If
Yeah.
you slow down that trailer, Dermot Mulroney's character goes back to that shrine without the
Yes.
group. You notice that he's got like red mark. He's on the phone. He's got I think his gun out. And
Yeah.
he looks like he's been beat up.
Yeah, he's
So
on the
here's
phone.
the thing.
Yeah,
Did he go back, or is it the same scene, just everyone's been spread out?
right. Like could be from this same. They could all be there now, and
They-
spread around.
Maybe got isolated or
You think that's the climax? Is all of them going down there? I feel like they shouldn't have, if that's
I
the
don't
climax, I feel like
know.
they shouldn't have shown that in the trailer.
Well, they're wearing the exact same clothes, so if they go there a second time, then it's gonna be like this. Unless
Same
they just
day.
ain't changing their dirty clothes. I mean, just
Yeah.
Right. Was that the photo of Dewey and Gail on her nightstand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's
was,
the
right?
exact
Yeah.
same one Dewey had in part
Yeah.
5.
Yeah,
It
I
was
was gonna say
his-
that was
yeah.
the what popped up when Gail called him right before
That's right.
he
Next to the ashes,
When-
Tatum's ashes.
yeah.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And it was his phone
No, but-
background. That's
Mhm.
right.
We're saying goodbye to Gail. I'm saying it right now.
I'm on that same thing, but I've been
I
saying
think
that for a while. I think
Yeah.
that she's gonna be gone. I don't know if that's the best move, but I don't think she's gonna make it.
So, did anyone else catch the time inconsistency with Gail's scenes there?
Are you
I
talking
caught-
about? Oh, go ahead, Destin. Sorry.
Oh no, I caught that like whenever she's like, "I'd shoot you in the head" or something. It sounds like she says, "I'll shoot you in the effing head."
Well, she does. in
she
the Red
she
Band.
does.
Yeah.
In the Red
Yeah,
Band
if you watch
trailer, yeah.
if
I
you
haven't
watch
watched the Red
Band,
Band trailer for real.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's some extra
there-
spoilers in there. Beware.
yeah, I was about to say there is a full-on dead body in it, just so you know. But no, the time inconsistency. So like we see her like run into a bedroom when she's running from Ghostface,
Yeah.
and then you see her shoot through the door.
Yeah.
The shooting through the door happens before she goes to the bedroom.
Oh, interesting.
yeah,
Okay,
there's
okay.
the backdrop looks like the hallway maybe to her little penthouse suite or something when that door flies open.
And if you look when Ghostface, what the door she shoots through is a double door. It literally
Right.
opens two of them. But what she runs into later, because she doesn't have the phone or the gun in her hand, is a single door. But also, when Ghostface busts in, that's before the other person in the apartment has been attacked, because you can see the same. It's in the exact same room where that happened, and none of the stuff is tipped over in the back. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to Red Band
Yeah,
trailer.
like the timing on that, something's up, because Ghostface busts in at that point and then chases her. But there's another Ghostface at some point that throws someone else through that bookshelf, because when Ghostface busts in the apartment, that hasn't been done yet.
Yeah.
Right.
It's odd with the timing, man. I think they're just trying to trick us with a bunch of stuff, but I don't think Gail's gone. I think she's gonna make it.
I have to say, with the amount of footage that we saw in this trailer, I actually thought it was compiled really well. Like and you know, unless you watch the Red Band trailer, you kind of know some things that are going to happen. But I mean, I really liked how they put this one together.
And
Yes.
y'all probably talked about this before I came on here, but y'all noticed the whole alleyway thing, right? Anyone talked about it?
You talking about Samara?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to. We're just getting to me. We're
Oh,
just cranking
okay.
up.
I'll shut
I
up.
got. No, you're good, man. I got so many pictures to get to. I hadn't even got a chance to get to. We're gonna get there. But yeah, man. So let's see. In fact, let's just jump there now. One of the things that I've been concerned about, some of my uploads didn't go through. I wonder why. Sorry, guys. I'm just noticing some of the images I had uploaded didn't go through as I intended them to.
Have you hit a maximum? I know we're uploading a lot today.
I think that may have been what got me. I'm like, I thought this was all loaded up. And I'm like, wait a minute. Where's that image? It's not there. Okay, so, all right, guys. When we first going back a little ways, when Samara Weaving was announced, my very, very first thought initially was, oh, she's going to be the opening kill for sure, you know. And then I was like, well, no, man, I think it was more of me, just my own desire to have her in the movie. She's such a good actor. And I'm like, I want her to at least make it to the third act. Well, darn it. You know, I have to say that I'm gone back, gentlemen. And I am calling it now on the 19th of January that Samara Weaving is indeed our opening kill. It's going to happen. And the reason I know this, I feel confident about this, I should say, is because the image we had of Ghostface that was released right here, This image came out, remember, a little bit ago, last week or whatever.
Yep.
And and I did a whole video on this with that vent behind him, and Chris from Discover Montreal, who's going to be joining in about a half hour on the panel.
I was just about to say, let's get Chris on here. I see him in the live.
Yeah,
chat.
yeah, he's going to be joining in about 30 minutes. But he actually scouted the location. He found out where this was filmed, sent me the images. I did a whole video on it. Well, it just so happens that in this trailer, guys, we get one image. Maybe we have more. I don't think we do, but if we do, we do. But as far as I can tell, one image of Samara, clearly. And guess which image it is? Ladies and gentlemen, it is this image right here.
Uh-huh.
And guess where she's at? She is in the same exact alleyway of our friend Mr. Ghostface. And we know that that's going to be the opening attack scene. So whoever's in this alley is probably not going to make it out alive. So there she is, guys. It's going to be Samara Weaving. Rest in peace to your character in the first 15 minutes. Dang it.
I just want to say, Wayne, you said you Aussies aren't survivors. Did you not see? What's the movie?
Oh,
Mayhem, yes, but also the
Wolf Creek.
Creek. Ready or Not.
Not Ready or Ready or Not as well, but no, it was the. Oh my God, I'm blanking it now. They wrote the. Who's not Who's Next or You're Next.
Oh.
You're Next. Yeah, the main character.
You're Next. Aaron.
Yep.
Yeah, Aaron was an Aussie. She's like, and she took out everyone. So like, I don't know what you talk about, Wayne. Aussies can be survivors. I just don't think Samara's going to.
No, unfortunately, it's going to happen, guys. And Blucka said, doesn't the trailer and wants to go through the down with someone in the alley? Well, yeah, and this is going to be the alley here that is going to end for Samara Weaving's character. I'm afraid it's a done deal, guys. But again, it's what I originally thought. But then I was like, no, maybe not. And I talked myself into believing she's going to last. But I'm with you, Polar. I know I'm bummed too. She's such an amazing character, or actor rather. Okay, so any other thoughts on that, guys? I think, do we all agree on that? I think that this is going to be the end for Samara. Do you see anyone else feel differently?
No.
No, I definitely think you're right. Someone commented in the chat, why don't they do away with the opening kill? Why would you do away with the opening kill? That's like
it's a tradition.
She'll give a
right?
great opening
Yeah.
scene. She'll give a great opening scene.
Yes, and you know what she will do is she will fight back, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's gonna be, she's not 5'1" and 90 pounds. She can defend herself. You've seen her movies,
Ghostface looks gigantic in this movie. If they pull
Yes.
a whole like when the mask is open and it's like some 100-pound person under there again.
Oh
I swear, man, I might just call it quits.
I
you
love
can
the
only
part.
suspend disbelief so far.
I just don't want Ghostface.
I know.
I don't think Ghostface is going to be clumsy in this one, getting knocked out or
think so.
falling over furniture. I mean, he's charging over the furniture.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he is.
He means, he's trying to get to point A to point B. Like that's
I was
it.
actually scared for the first time in a long time looking at Ghostface. I haven't
Yeah.
really been scared probably since the original, honestly. I was actually like really nervous when he was on screen in the trailer. So I'm excited to see how that
here's my
transfers to
question.
film.
Sorry, if it is a cult, why are we only seeing one Ghostface in the? Well, I mean, we see like two, but most of the action, you could
It's the
maybe
old face, yeah.
you could maybe say we see three, because we do see the slashing Ghostface in the alley. We see the Ghostface that grabs Mindy, and then we see every other Ghostface we see on
Well, then we
screen.
see Sam and Tara back to back, and they're like turning around almost as if they're both looking at killers. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
I have
I might
that
get my
picture.
dream. I might get my dream of seeing
Mhm.
two Ghostface on screen together. You know?
Mhm.
Yes,
So-
indeed.
Oh, I think we
Yep.
definitely will. I'm just
Oh, my
wondering
gosh.
why, if it is a cult, why are we like? Are they still trying to hide that fact, even though they gave us this
Right.
huge shrine, which is like, I mean, kind of out of the cult textbook. So you
Mhm.
want to be in a cult for idiots?
Right.
Like,
Cults for dummies.
Dude, I can't
Yeah.
wait till we get to the shrine part of the stream because my jaw it felt like almost like something out of like a Saw movie. Like
man,
that
I am
shot.
Yes.
chomping at the bit
was
to
like,
point out these things.
Yes, we're
I just
We're
want to
getting
know
there.
when someone's going to actually open up a storefront with all the cool like memorabilia like that. I would go there,
Oh,
like
heck
a
yeah.
museum, a Scream museum. I would
would love that.
yeah.
love that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, man. Wow. Well, it's dang it. And now Infinity Steve says she could be a Ghostface killer being revealed on her way to kill a day, her Tinder date, and the bathroom kill could be the opening kill connecting it.
That's right, because I heard of this Tinder date thing.
Yeah,
about
that's
the opening.
that's
Yeah.
a rumor also. Yeah.
The
I
only
mean,
thing, sorry,
no, I was just gonna say, anything still is technically possible because these trailers are edited out
Yeah.
of sequence.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
that just because they only showed us one scene of Samara doesn't mean she's not in others. So those are all valid things. I just can't get away from the alley and I don't know. I'm telling you, man, I can't shake it that she's gone.
That
I
could
just-
be the Tinder date. She could be walking away from
Yeah.
something, from a date that went wrong or something.
Yeah, or stood her up, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just, my whole thing with her going to the bathtub or that bathroom kill is that
Mhm.
when we see that bathroom kill, Mindy's there and already
Right.
injured. So that's got to
Yeah.
be later on in the movie. I don't
I
think
think
that's
so.
Destin, you didn't see that yet. Yeah, you haven't
Yeah.
watched the Red
Yeah, I
Band
don't know
yet.
what the hell you're talking about.
that
Well,
it's in the,
Well, let me help you out. All right, so I'm going to show an image now. I have blocked out the victim's face. All right, so you will not know who it is, but you're going to see the scene. And again, this is not a spoiler, or a leak. This is in the trailer. It's out there right now. Anyone who's seen the Red Band, you'll see it. It's there. But I am going to put this up now, guys. Don't worry. I'm not going to let you see who it is if you don't want to see it. But I am about to put the image up. So if you don't want to watch the Red Band trailer and you're like just only want to watch the Paramount one we saw earlier, then this is the time to just, step away from the stream for, 2 or 3 minutes and come back.
Oh, Wayne. I
And
was thinking,
what's that?
he's like new editors for this trailer. The
Oh.
ones for 5 were rightfully fired. Yeah, I have to say, big step up in their game for this trailer. I
Yeah.
will give it to them. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't
had me
reveal
hooked.
any killers. So they
Yeah,
they
I mean,
did a
I
good
was
job.
excited for 5. I'm a huge fan. I was excited for it. But
Yeah.
this, I wish I could time travel 2 months from now and watch this movie.
Yeah, yeah. Destin, yes, sir. Before I show the image, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know if I don't know, something about, and y'all might have talked about this or not, because I'm kind of late to the game here, but the look on Tara's face when she's hanging on that ledge.
Oh, we're getting there, dude. No, we ain't got there yet. I
Okay,
got that
all right,
image
okay,
ready.
okay.
Oh yeah, you came in right. Really, we were just getting started. Honestly, you're right. You came in right at the time, at the good time. That
Okay.
Tara thing is changed. It's starting to change my whole mindset about her in this movie. So
What did I say? I said it a while back. I've had some theories about her.
Yep. And
All
there's been some others too, man. I know Bob Hunt's one of the very first I've ever heard on the check this out. You ready? Check this out. On the Terra train. So the Terra train.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, baby. That's what we do. Now, before we get there though, let's go ahead and take a look at this bathtub scene, guys, from the Red Band trailer. Here we go. There it is. So we've got Mindy coming into the bathroom screaming in shock as she sees someone there in the bathtub who I put a nice little mummy on there to cover them up. And this is the scene that's not in the Paramount trailer that we just saw. That's they cut it out of that one.
Okay.
So that's the biggest thing, Destin, that you're going to see different. Honestly, is this if you slow it down. But I will tell you this: if you slow it down, it does. They flat out show you the face. So just
Wow.
be ready
Okay.
for that.
Okay.
And here's the thing, though, and I'm just going to throw it out there because Steven, I know you and I talked about it privately, but when you look at it, you're immediately going to think it's this person, and rightfully so. But what I'll say is take a closer look if you do think it's that person, and actually analyze the rest of the trailer that may or may not have that person in it.
No, you're right. I know exactly what you're saying, Eric. I know exactly.
I
what
don't
you're
think
saying.
I don't think it's the person.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
so sorry,
yeah.
Polar. I
Yeah.
see you in the chat. I know you were trying to avoid this. I'm so sorry that it was spoiled for you. In
Oh,
someone else's video. I know she was
Yeah.
trying to avoid it. So
I was
but hey,
gonna say,
now
and not to try to say anything particular about my own channel, but I'm going to say it anyway. This is one place where, like that, for example, like right there. And I'm not going to call anyone out. I don't care what people can do, whatever they want to do on their own channels. That's their own prerogative. But I will tell you this: there are some places out there that are not safe if you're trying to avoid that stuff because they will just put it out there. Some would put this in a thumbnail and show the
Really?
person.
wow.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's some people that they will put it in a thumbnail where you don't even have a choice. You're spoiled by just
That's so
opening up your
wrong.
YouTube feed.
Mhm.
So I'm sorry if anyone's spoiled, but guys, listen, I will tell you this, man. If this is a place that won't happen. So if you
See,
want
I
to make
didn't
sure,
know. That
Yeah.
was the first trailer that I clicked on this morning. I literally woke up at 9:30, and when I watched it, my eyes were
Uh-huh.
like all misty from waking up. I'm like, Zach, come watch this with me. And like I'm hearing f-bombs being dropped and this. I'm like, whoa, what the heck? Did we change the MPAA thingy for the trailers? I was like, what? And then I
Yeah.
found out that there was a red band and a regular trailer.
Yep.
And now
There
watching
are-
the regular trailer, hearing the cut dialogue where like the swear words were like so weird, man. I'm like, oh.
I will say there are benefits to the Red Band trailer because
Yes.
it's brighter and more clear.
Yeah,
like it's
it is.
literally a higher def version of the
It is.
trailer,
Yeah.
and they enhance the brightness so you can actually show the blood. I think it's how it's supposed to look. I
Yeah.
think the Red Band is more accurate to what we'll see in the movie, and
Yeah.
they just turned down the brightness on the normal trailer so that it wouldn't show off the blood. So
The blood and stuff.
Well, it's
yeah,
more
and
acceptable and mainstream. It's you can get more general audience approval.
right.
When
And
it's
there's
toned
two.
down.
There's two little mini trailers to promote the trailer that I sent Steven a couple hours ago that were on Facebook, where you like actually hear
Mhm.
Ghostface say "Hello, Gail." So Eric,
Yes.
I'll send those to you too, and Destin, all you guys, if you want to see it. But so there are like little mini ones floating around too.
It has
So-
begun.
It
Remember
has
5?
begun.
We got
Yeah,
like
yeah.
20 of those little
Yes.
mini trailers were like 20 or 30 seconds long. It was
Yeah.
crazy.
Oh yeah.
It was nuts. So let's take a look here. Let's see. We did Samara. We did the bathtub. So here's an image that let's get to the shrine. Let's get to the shrine because actually, you know what? We're gonna lead up to the shrine rather with here. So we've got Dermot here. We talked about this scene earlier. He's on the phone, probably with Ghostface. Don't know for sure, but good chance. He's got his gun pulled, so it's definitely not. It's not his mom calling to say hi. So he's got his weapon out, and he's looking around. And I love that all these Ghostface robes. If you notice at the bottom in the middle, there's a nameplate for every one of them. And so the nameplate here on the bottom left is Charlie. That's Charlie's on the left there.
Yeah.
You can make out Charlie there.
Yep.
Starts with a C, ends with an E. And there's one for each one. And these are not enclosed in glass. But what's interesting is when you get to the center stage, if you will, it's in glass. It's enclosed in glass, and it is Billy's name tag. So Billy's is the only one that's got special significance with the glass encasing.
And who's next to him? Stu, baby.
Oh, Jack.
I might be plucking the sixth string by the end of the night.
Bro, I think that needs to happen. And you know what? We're going to get it up.
I'm ready, baby! Get up!
There he is.
Get up! Get up! Get up! It was fun.
Oh,
yeah.
Stu Train, baby.
It's,
He's got a red right hand.
yeah, he does. What's up, Zoe? Zoe's in the house. What's going on, man? Exporting my video as we speak. There you go, buddy. All right, man. I look forward to seeing it. I look forward to it. And something else we always look forward to on the channel is when you guys are so generous and sending in a super chat. Here we go. Troy, what's going on, man? Sending in a $5 super chat to help out the channel. Says no for Samara as a victim or killer. Please stick around. Probably just my crush on her talking. Also, kill Gail. No reason for her to go on further. Aw, Troy. No. Not Gail. Not Gail.
That's too bad.
Kirby is the new Gail.
Kirby's the new Gail who lends her
Dude,
gun to Sam.
I'm like my cousin Jonathan and I saw Scream 4 with him when we were like 12 years old in the theater, and we kept like whispering to each other like, "Oh, I love that girl Kirby, Kirby," and for like weeks and months after we're like, "Oh, remember Kirby?" I was like, he's like so excited that she's coming back too. I'm like, I swear, man, like, come on, just like don't do that to me, you know. And Hayden hasn't been in that much recently. I mean, this is like really
True.
in a couple of years her next big project. I would love to see, if you're gonna do it, just do it in 7 or don't do it at all. Just leave her in 6 so we can have her at least in a 3rd Scream movie.
Yeah.
I would
She
just like
actually
to have a,
retired from acting, didn't she?
She
did. Yeah, she did. She
Yeah,
did.
that's why she hasn't
Yeah.
been anything. So like, I think
Yeah.
she like came back just for this.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
Maybe because they said they'll kill her off. I hope not. I hope not.
I hope they just have like a flashback to 4 or just explain it very well.
Well,
you
there
know?
wasn't there, Stephen? There was the leak of Kirby's house was rebuilt.
Yeah, so that's the thing. We've got a house we know on Mel Studios in Montreal. I've got the pictures of it. They had built a house set. It had a front porch on it, wraparound front porch. It looks very, very similar to Kirby Reed's house.
Huh.
Yeah.
And I would not rule out there being flashbacks, guys, in this
Yeah.
movie.
I would
Yes.
love that. I would
Yep.
love that. Give me a
We
Dewey
need it.
flashback too. Eric, you and I
that'd
were
be
talking
great.
about this.
Oh
The
yeah, Dewey's flashback would be
Yeah. In the
would be
shrine.
absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
I say if they do a Dewey flashback, save that for like the ending of this trilogy.
Yeah.
Closer, so we can look back or whatever.
Yeah,
know?
I like that. You know how
Mhm.
like a series finale of a show kind
Yeah.
of brings everything together for one final time, like some characters that left the show seasons prior. That would be a great like finale of the series to kind of have like little things like that to tug at your heartstrings, like, oh,
Oh.
goodbye for now,
Mhm.
Yes, man.
Oh yeah.
Dino, what's up, dude? Says thank you for that Stu dance, Craven. I needed that bolt of
Stu
energy.
Train.
Hey, man, before the night's done, there's a good chance Jack Stannis might actually be giving some live Stu Train song performance. Who knows? Stay tuned. Things can get crazy around here on these.
Bearded,
live
you
streams.
look confused. What's wrong?
I slowed down a particular part in the trailer, and this is of the clearer trailer, the red band, so it's brighter and it's a higher quality.
Right.
When Dermot is walking through the second time on the phone, we know we saw Charlie's costume. We saw the Charlie name tag,
Mhm.
right? Like literally one frame before it switches over, the camera's coming around, so half of the frame, the bottom of the frame to the right is covered. by
Okay.
by a costume here, but you can just start to see the name tape, like the name tag of the one across the way.
Okay.
And I swear it looks like the first couple letters are AN.
No.
I
Come on,
sw-
man.
I can send you the picture right now.
Yeah. What
What?
where is it again, Eric? What'd you say?
Hold on, I'm sending it to you. I'll send it to you on text here or
So if they did that though,
So who would be
who would they
missing?
take out? Yeah, who's
Mhm.
missing?
That's the question. That's immediately what my
Stu?
mind went to. I was like, if it is, because, and maybe it just could be just me not seeing it right. You tell me what you see.
Ooh,
I just
okay.
sent it to you.
All right.
If-
Let me pull it up.
if- Yeah, if you want to pull it up and look at the very bottom right there, what does that
Eric,
look like to you?
Guys,
Can you send the link in the private chat for the Red Band trailer? I can't seem to find it anywhere.
I can see if I could send it to you on Twitter, Jack. You have Twitter, right? I think we're friends on Twitter.
Oh wait, I think I found it. I got
Oh,
it.
you
I
got
got
it?
I got
Okay.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
thank
sorry,
you.
Jack. If you go to the Scream Twitter feed, the Scream actual official Scream Twitter, it's on there. It's pinned on their channel on the top of their
Okay.
thing. And I gotta just say, man, you got everyone that's here. We got 150 folks watching. Just so you know, this is the kind of cutting edge investigatory work that you get on a Craven Something Scary stream. We are always digging, right, guys? We are turning over stones. We are digging deep.
Oh yeah.
We are always looking for the extra mile. This is the place to be. So don't forget to subscribe to the channel because you can come back and do this with us every week. Okay.
So, Steven, did you see it? When you pull it up in Instagram, I think it loses quality. So I think it might be a
does
little.
too.
I'm going to send it to you on Twitter. How's that?
Can you send it to my Gmail?
Yeah, that works. One second.
What shot did you say it was again, Eric? I'm sorry.
It's right. Like you probably wouldn't be able to stop it at this exact moment. I have an app that pulls frames out.
Oh,
So you
wow.
tell it you tell it a second range, like 2 minutes and 1 second and if you look at the very last frame of when Dermot is walking through all bloody, you can start to see the name tag on one of the ghost faces. And I swear it looks like
really?
AN.
All right, I'm pulling it up now. I'm brightening it up, Matt, all the way. Man, I want to zoom in on this thing, man.
All right, I just sent it to you on your Gmail.
Oh, dude, I see what you're saying.
You can just start to see, and I swear I could be wrong, but I'm looking at it, I'm like, who else could it be? I'm running through the names of the other killers.
But you know what else it looks like to me? It could also be a
You're thinking
J.I.
Angelina.
It could be Jill, but
Well, if Charlie's over here, there's one
Yeah.
between Charlie and this person, so that
so that could be Angelina and then Roman going in that
that's
order.
what I was
see
thinking.
what you're saying now. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Let's see if this is going to be any better.
I want to see it.
Yeah, I was about to say
Aw.
if you want to put it in here and pull it up, we can let the chat decide what it says. But I swear to me, it kind of looks like AN.
Yeah, let me. Hey, everyone in the chat, if you're wondering what we're talking about, hang tight. I'm gonna get the picture for you guys so you can see exactly what we're talking about here. Just give me a second. I'm doctoring it up a little bit.
Sorry, I went off on this tangent. I just noticed it there as he was walking. I was like, you can start to see another name tag, and I wonder because I'm still trying to figure out, and I'm sure while he's doing that, y'all notice that there's one of the Ghostface robes that's kind of disheveled. Every other one is like pristine and like set in there the right way, but there's one on the very end of the right side where it's open. You can see his shirt. And
I was wondering, is that the bulletproof vest that Roman had on underneath his robe? Maybe
it could be.
Like it's kind of exposed to show. You remember at the end of Scream 3 where he, pulls it open.
Right.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, it's interesting for sure. It's an eye catcher. You're like, what's doing with that? But
the mask for that or the hood for that one's also kind of like if you look at every other hood, they're all the same way.
Yeah.
But that one, the hood is kind of. I thought it looked like someone maybe had just thrown it on there in a quick fashion.
Very
Whereas
well
all the
could
others.
be, or like every, if there is a cult, maybe each member kind of absorbs the personality or style of the killer from, Scream 3 or Scream 4 or Scream 2, I don't know. It's interesting for sure. Or it could have been that there was some sort of fight where that mannequin got bumped into, It
Yeah.
could be
Yeah.
simple or it could be who knows. So that's the fun part about these, this early is all the speculation for sure.
All right, who go through some Ghostface names here. So obviously we got Billy and Stu.
We got Mickey
Mickey,
and Debbie
Mrs.
Salt.
Loomis.
What
Yeah,
was
Debbie Salt.
Mrs. Loomis' first name?
Wasn't
I
it really Debbie?
I don't know.
I don't
know what
know.
her first
Mm.
name was. Then there's Roman, Angelina, Jill Charlie, and then Richie Amber.
Yeah, I think it might be Amber.
Oh, Amber is an A.
Yeah, it might be Amber. That yeah,
Carrie-
I think that's Amber's.
Carrie
Okay.
got it for me. It's Nancy Loomis.
Nancy Loomis, that's it.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Care Bear.
That could be a B. That third letter, that could be a B.
Yeah, I don't know. When I saw it, I was like A N.
No, that's a good catch though, because
Yeah.
it got me excited.
Oh,
they're
for
gonna
just a second
acknowledge
there.
it.
Yeah, I know.
My brain immediately went to look. Okay, if they're including Angelina, that means someone else is missing because that would have made 10.
Right, and then
Sorry, y'all. I just noticed it, and immediately I was like, well, "Who could this be?"
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry,
that's all right.
sorry.
False alarm, but you know what? That's what we, sometimes when you turn over stones like that,
speculate.
you hit gold.
Absolutely.
It's definitely worth it. Worth doing it. All right, so okay, man. So we'll get back to Ghostface Fanatic says I'd be all for an Angelina Easter egg. I think she's still alive. I've always believed it. I agree. Honestly, I see no reason to not believe she's alive still. I mean, there was so much fishiness going on with Scream 3 with how she was pulled away by Roman at the end. I never thought that always made me like that doesn't sit right.
Yep.
And we know there was an assistant, an accomplice rather. There's no way Roman did that himself, and it's not logically possible. And
I never thought that until you told me about to watch that one scene
yes.
and if you count frames, it's like it's not only logically, but it's physically impossible for one person unless he can teleport.
Yeah. It's like less than 2 seconds to be. There's no way you could physically run around, get outside, go on the balcony, the thing. There's no way. Yeah. that seals the deal. Now Alex says Angelina is best known to get things as souvenirs. This shrine looks a lot like something she would build.
Hey, Ghostface has a bat cave.
That's right.
A ghost cave.
Yes.
Right.
That's right. And it's so funny. Yeah, we're about to get to the shrine in just a minute. We're going to talk about all of the Easter eggs, and Brandon's already called one out here about the frying pan.
I circled them on the picture I sent you.
Yes. I want to get those uploaded. All right. So let's see what else, guys. Let me look at us what we got here. Let's hit before we get to the shrine, because when we get to the shrine, like I say, we're gonna stay there for a little bit. Let's go ahead and talk for just a second about the phone call we've all been waiting for. Finally, Gail Weathers gets the call, guys.
There it is.
So Jack, I'm going to start with you, man. What did you think about how'd you feel when you saw that call happen?
Well, I was hoping that we were going to hear a hello, Gail, but then I did hours later on the little Facebook thing.
Yeah, that's right.
And yeah, it was awesome. It was awesome the way it was shot. the music in that specific part of the trailer with like him attacking whoever that is behind her boyfriend or whatever. I thought it was awesome, and that whole sequence of him like throwing the person through the bookcase, and then just like the shot of Ghostface standing in like the hole in the wall, essentially the hole in the bookcase, and then like
Yeah.
jumping over the couch. Whoo, yeah. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. It was
Yeah,
good.
man.
It was good. Good stuff.
It's
Yep, I
intense
loved it.
stuff, and then we and we'll stay on the phone call before we get to the attack scene. Destin, how did you feel, man, to finally see her having that call with Ghostface, man?
I mean, it's something that's always been needing to be done. I don't know. I liked it. I feel like they should have shut it off whenever they said whenever she said, aren't you like the 10th person to try to do this?
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, boom,
Yeah.
that's it. Maybe see
Yeah.
Ghostface running at her or something. But all that conversation, I feel like that should have
Yeah,
been
like
left.
the dip poop conversation.
Yeah, I was just like, oh, just save that, because especially if we're about to say goodbye to Gail. I just, it's needed. I just hope that her death is, I hope she just doesn't go out like that. You know, I hope she puts up a fight to the death. You know, like kind of like how Dewey did. Dewey put up a pretty good fight, before we say goodbye. So I don't know. I'm still standing by that though. I think this is Gail's goodbye. But
Yeah. Hey,
I
mean,
like
Dewey-
it. It's been
Dewey
needing to
just
be
really
done.
didn't stand a
I just
chance.
because this whole sequence, like with her in her apartment, I want to see. I don't want it to just stay there. I want to see her. I want to see a chase scene. Her running down hallways. Her trying to get out of her building. Everything she can do to get out of that moment. But something happens and she just gets it at the end. Like we have that little. I want us to be hanging on to that hope. I don't want him busting through the door, taking her out. Boom, it's over. I want us to keep thinking, oh, she could make it out of this. Like we still got that little bit of hope.
Yeah.
And then,
yeah.
Well,
I mean, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more because I'm going to, after I get your thoughts on the phone call, then I'm going to show another scene of the very last shot they show us in her apartment and what has me concerned for Gail. And that attack scene is pretty intense. So we're going to talk about that in a minute. I want to get y'all's thoughts on that as well. But Maverick, what do you think now, just from a phone call perspective, man? Like, you know, as a fan, lifelong fan of the franchise since it's been going, you know, did you feel like anything inside when you saw that happen? Did it like get you?
Yeah. So I'm conflicted on the whole thing because I said it earlier. I wish they didn't show that she got the call in the trailer, but I'm so happy that we finally get Gail gets her first phone call with Ghostface. So yeah, I was just like, man, I wish I would have been surprised with that in the movie. But I'm nonetheless, I am happy, and I do think, respectfully, Radio Silence is going to try to top the Scream 2 chase scene with Gail. So I think we're going to get that, Destin. I think it's going to be like a fire escape, you know, winding staircase. We're going to get something pretty gnarly, I believe. Somehow it doesn't look good for her in the trailer, but somehow we're going to end up getting something that is comparable, you know, their best effort to try to top what I think is it's my favorite chase scene in all slasher movies is Scream 2, Gail and the little the studio. So
yeah,
I think that I'm happy that she gets the call. I wish it was just left out of the trailer, but I understand why they did it. So I'm good with it. Real quick, before you get to Jack, I went to on my channel really quick just to check, because we were talking about Angelina, and I always tell people, if you're interested in an off the wall, outside the box Angelina theory, I have a video. My channel is actually 1 year old today.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
man.
freaking crazy. I guess I started it a year
Dude.
ago. I didn't post my first video till like I think it was after Scream 5 came out last year, so a little after.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's crazy. I just
That's
saw that. I was like,
awesome.
dang, that's crazy. It's been 1 year since you inspired me to start the
Aw.
channel. So,
Dude,
yeah,
that's so awesome,
crazy.
man. Well, congratulations
Yeah, thank
on your
you.
1
Thank you.
anniversary. And I'll take the moment right now while everyone's here, because we've got like 160 folks here in the chat. If you have not subscribed to Maverick Media, and so Carrie, I know you're here. I'm not sure if any of my other moderators are here. It's been crazy here tonight, but Carrie, if you wouldn't mind helping out, if you could put a link for everyone's streams, or not streams, everyone's channels in the stream chat, I would appreciate it. Everyone here, Maverick Media on his 1 year anniversary, Destin, Jack Stannis, Eric the Bitter Entertainment, all these guys, man, they're great folks and they're really great content. You're gonna love their Scream content. They do other stuff too, but man, it's quality stuff, guys. And you already seeing tonight, you're getting a taste of what everyone brings to the table. And so definitely, they're real good friends of mine and they're big supporters of this channel. So please subscribe to everyone, please. Thank you, Carrie. She's getting everybody's links out. There we go.
Thanks for all the love in the chat. I can't believe I made it a year without 1 getting canceled or 2 getting just banned from YouTube altogether. So it's a success. It's a success story, guys, for sure.
Heck yeah, that's awesome, man. Thank you, Amber. Amber says I've subbed to them all. Absolutely appreciate that, Amber. That's
Amber's
awesome.
great.
Yes.
Amber she's family, man. Amber has been here a very, very long time as well. And real quick, John Dempsey says, happy anniversary, never been here before.
Sweet.
This is great. All right. Well, John, welcome to the stream, man. Welcome to the family. I'm glad you're here. Definitely, if you've not subscribed to the channel, if you're enjoying the content, please do so, because we do this about 3 times a week. I'll come on with various guests, and sometimes it's just me. Other times I have friends on the panel as well, like tonight. So would love for you to become a part of the family. Don't be a stranger.
Other
Thanks
times
for
we
being
watch
here.
movies in front of people.
That's right.
And traumatize me.
Traumatize them. That's right.
Was Tusk on here? I can't remember. Was Tusk on here or
No.
Nights?
That was on Knight's
That was
channel with
right.
the Tusk Watch Party. Oh my gosh, that was rough.
That's I love that movie. It's so weird, but it's hilarious.
And my good friend Ghostface Fanatic, who again been supporting the channel and a good friend of the channel for so long now. He's at 333 subs. That's amazing, bro. I remember when you started that channel, dude. I remember from day one. And how that's amazing, man. Keep it up.
Yeah.
So cool, man. A lot of you have shared how, in some way or some form or fashion, you found inspiration through this channel or through me in some way to start a channel. And man, that's like, to me, that's such an honor. And I think of it like, like Bill Parcells, had a coaching tree.
The coaching tree.
Yes.
Yeah.
And all those coaches that came after him and won Super Bowls, there's Tom Coughlin and Belichick and, there's a bunch of them.
Mhm.
But I kind of view it, I'm really honored to say, I kind of view it like that. Like, we're all connected, man. And it's so cool. And it's a real honor. So thank you guys. You guys are amazing. And I'm glad you're in the family. That's really cool.
Yeah.
All right. So Eric, tell us what your thoughts are on the phone call. How did you feel about finally seeing that?
I'm sad that Randy's not here to take the phone from her again. I gotta be honest about that. But I think it's interesting what you said, Destin, about them leaving out a lot of what they should have left out. I agree. I think they only left it in. They're really trying to hammer a point that this is a different type of Ghostface, because you even have, I'm not sure if it's in the green band, but in the red band, you have a voiceover from Kirby that said this Ghostface is different.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like right at the same time. So it feels like they're just trying to hammer this home. But in terms of the phone call, I'm curious to see how it actually goes, because there's just got to be some some editing magic going on here to see what the actual conversation's going to be, because like I said, she shoots through the door. And then she's got the phone.
Yeah.
Got the phone, and then the gun's gone. But then it just looks weird. I'm curious how it's
Yeah.
actually going to go.
Yeah.
I am excited. I think it would have been better had they used my idea that I put out a long time ago, where she got the phone call live on air
Yes.
on the morning show.
Yes, dude.
That would I'm no Hollywood writer, but James and Guy, that would have been way cooler than what you wrote. I already know it. So yeah.
Man, that's
It just kind of reminds me of whenever the trailer came out for Scream 4 and she was setting up the cameras at the Stabathon at the top. And you think she's getting stabbed again, but she really just gets stabbed in the shoulder and rolls off.
That poor shoulder, man. How many times has that thing been stabbed?
Yeah. But I mean, like, think about Scream 5 whenever that trailer came out, whenever they marketed a lot of the movies of Dewey getting hurt or attacked, and he never did until 5. But they also marketed 5 that there was a big fight between Ghostface and Dewey. And we were all like, ooh, I think Dewey's going to get it. But then you want to be like, no, they wouldn't put that in the trailer.
Right.
But they did.
So it's like, are they doing the same thing with us
don't
here?
telegraph your punches, man. That's the thing, you know, like it drives me crazy. But, well, I mean, but even in the Scream 5 trailer, remember Dewey's thing? He's like, this one just feels different, you know, and we're kind of getting that same thing from Kirby, and I really hope that this one is like lives up to it. Because
do y'all think that this killer is going to be somebody that was in 5, that was a part of Richie and Amber?
I'm just who you mean, like from the new Core 4?
Maybe some, or you know, just one of our main cast, like somebody was. There was a third killer in 5 that just wasn't revealed.
That got away.
Mindy.
Yeah, Mindy has always been super close to Mindy.
Yeah. I was thinking like that whole sequence on the subway just seems like either she's gonna get it or this is like it's gonna cut away and we're not gonna know what happened to her. And it's gonna be really the ghost faces coming together, you know?
Yeah. Hey, real quick, guys, before we continue, I just want to answer Karina's question. Kirby's wearing a badge in one pic I've seen. Is she a cop? So yes, she is. She is a police officer. The rumor is she's FBI.
Yeah, the badge it's one of those smaller badges, and that tends to be the FBI's deal.
There you go. So yeah, she definitely is law enforcement. So let me ask you this, guys. The last scene we see in Gail's apartment is this shot where she shot the gun again. Now, Ghostface has grabbed her right arm, already pulling it down. He's got the knife in his right hand, coming in hard, and presumably is going to land it. So what do you think, guys? Are we seeing Gail's final stand, or are we seeing her get attacked and someone saves her from somewhere? What do y'all think? Let's see. Who wants to go first? You want to start with Jack? You want to go first?
The only person I could think of is, well, we don't know who's behind her yet. Who's the actor is that's playing her boyfriend? Do we know?
We're speculating right now that it's maybe Josh Segarra, possibly.
Okay.
But we don't know. It's someone that gets thrown through the bookcase.
Yeah.
And it's not a very good. Again, it doesn't look good for that person, whoever they are. Because my hope is maybe it's a bodyguard she hired, just some no-name character that she hired to stay with her.
Only because I could think of maybe her, and it's Dermot, right? That's the actor's name.
Dermot Mulroney's the detective. Yeah.
Like that, I could see them kind of forming a friendship.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe he comes up and he, was on his way there for some reason, or she gives him a call real quick or something, and like maybe he swoops in and helps. But I'm not sure. I really am not sure.
It's hard to say what's going to happen. We don't know.
It's really hard.
They could be showing us literally, like Destin was saying, we could be looking at Dewey, 2.0 from the hospital in 5. They could be showing
Right.
us to her right here,
Right.
and this is her end.
Yeah.
Or she could, maybe find a way to overtake this person, or who knows. But I just want to see what you guys think about it. So, Destin, do you feel like that she's going to make it through this, man, or are they really preparing us for what's to come? You think?
I think they're preparing us. I mean, because you got to think of it as like, first you're going to be like, oh, I can't believe she's going to get it. But then we're going to second guess it and be like, no, they're not going to show that to us. But they've already been known to do this before. They show too much. And this might be the part where they show us too much. I just don't see Gail getting out of this. I see it being a slow death is what
and
I
you
see.
can hear the actor who's playing whoever that is behind her in that Facebook trailer that I just DM'd you guys.
Yeah.
He says very briefly as the trailer opens up, saying like, "It's for you," So I don't know if you can match that up to the.
Who has a
actor's
house
voice, so
phone still?
guys are-
What's up with all these house
I know,
phones?
I know. I have a house phone back on Long Island.
Oh.
My mother has a house phone.
Yeah?
Yeah. We have landlines still. Yeah.
Hey guys,
Can I ask you a question? Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, I just want to make sure that I see I had this super chat here I meant to get to earlier. I don't think I did. Katie from Poppin' the Popcorn, great friend of the channel, great moderator, great friend. Katie says, "Happy Screen Trader Day. This is an amazing panel. I love you all. Y'all are amazing." I want to make sure we cover that super chat. Thank you, Katie. You're awesome too, my friend. You're amazing as well. Appreciate it. Eric, go ahead, man.
Destin, you said you can't see Gail getting out of it. Why not?
Just the situation. You got Ghostface pretty much handling it. Like, I just don't.
But that's happened to her multiple times in the series before.
All right, how is she going to get out of this? And I just don't really. I think that Radio Silence is going. They're going mean. This is something different. They're ripping the Band-Aid off quick. They're just like, hey, we're moving forward, and we're killing who you love, because we still have Sydney in our back cards if we decide to bring her back. I think this is
right.
I think this is Gail's final stand.
So I don't like when we see Ghostface grab her right there, 100% factual. She gets away from that.
How?
If you look like, and it's, I don't know if you're in the chat, that when Ghostface grabs her, she's in the same room where Ghostface throws the other person through, but Ghostface hasn't thrown that other person yet.
Okay.
Oh,
So-
okay.
Well, I
You're
haven't watched
saying
the
that
Red
this-
Band trailer, so I don't know.
So hang
No.
on a sec. So Eric, are you saying that this scene here that we're showing here, where did I just had it? Where'd it go? Where did it go? Here. I want to make sure I understand you. Are you saying this happens before the
Yes.
phone in the bookcase?
Yes, because if you look, and I sent you all of all the pictures are in the Instagram chat from earlier. I laid it out. If you
Okay.
look, there's a side view of her walking up to the door after she shoots, and you can see a blue vase on the bookshelf, and you can see behind like all the furniture. It's the exact same room where the bookshelf is, but the bookshelf is still intact.
After
So-
she shot.
Yeah. Yeah, right here. So like if the
Interesting.
camera on this scene right here would have turned left, you would
Yeah.
see the bookshelf still intact.
I
And
love
so
what Polar says. She's like, Gail would jump out a window before she lets Ghostface kill her.
There you go. I love that.
and also we see her running into, and she still has the phone in her hand and the gun in her other hand in that shot right there. Like Ghostface is holding her left hand down. Her left hand still has the gun in it. Either way, I might have that wrong.
Yeah,
But she still has both right there in the shot where the person is thrown through the bookshelf. As far as I saw, she didn't have the gun. She was just on the phone. And then when she runs into the bedroom, which is a different door entirely, she doesn't
Yeah.
have the phone or the gun. She gets away from Ghostface right there. Like,
It
And
looks like when she closes the door, she doesn't have the phone or the gun. When she's
yeah, that's
closing
what
the
I'm saying.
single
So
door, yeah,
she's
her hands are empty at that time.
she's dropped the phone and the gun and gotten away. And that's also a completely different
Mm,
door. So whatever Ghostface does
interesting.
right there, it
Okay.
doesn't stop her from moving because she goes. So
Well,
if you're
man, hey, she must have found a way. She just got out of
Well,
it.
the
All
other
right.
thing is, I mean, we don't know how severe the guy who gets thrown through that bookcase's injuries are. Maybe he's got a few minutes of life or fight left in him before he kicks the bucket. If he kicks the bucket, maybe he pops up and kind of lets Gail, springs Gail free. Goes after Ghostface with kind of
Mhm.
his last breath. That's another possibility. Maybe a bit of a stretch, but we've seen
Yeah.
that before, so it's not
Well,
impossible.
real quick, guys, I'm just jumping in because two things. There's a knock at the door, and ladies and gentlemen, I want you guys to welcome my final guest for tonight on the panel for us. Is someone who is an ambassador of his city of Montreal. He has the YouTube channel Discover Montreal, and he was my inside source, eyes in Montreal on the ground, providing me with so many exclusive images over the filming session of this year, and just an incredible friend that I've come to enjoy spending time with. Please welcome Chris from Discover Montreal. He's back. He was here
Hey,
this morning, and he's back again.
Hey
Hey,
everyone,
man.
what's up?
I'm exhausted.
Right? And Chris, real quick, before we get into the meat of the bones here, I want to get this super chat came in from Killer Podcast. Thank you, Killer Podcast, for being patient on your super chat there, man. It says it feels like they're going to kill Tara, and honestly, I'm not sure the franchise can survive that. Jenna, the actress aside, fans love Tara, and I mentioned earlier how I'm getting a little bit concerned about what's going to happen to Tara. Um, and there's this one particular image that I can't escape. It's when she's hanging on, what appears to be hanging on the side of of the balcony in the theater, and their bloodied hands. Sam's holding on to her, and she looks up at Sam, or she's looking at Sam, and she has this facial expression. Look at that face, my friends. That is when I first saw that, I said, that looks sinister is the only word I could come up with, adjective that I thought described it from my perspective. So Chris, since you're just joining onto the panel, what are your thoughts? I know we talked a little bit about this morning, but how do you feel, man? As you've had all day to think about this, do you think that Tara might actually either one, die, or two, in this shot, have something to do with all this?
Hmm. No, I don't think she's Ghostface, and I I think it's gonna seem like she dies here, but she doesn't. She's gonna pull a Mindy. She's gonna pull a Chad. She's gonna pull
Mhm.
God, go through the franchise. There's so many of them. I think a lot of people are gonna be thrown to the side in the end in that final act that we think are
Uh-huh.
dead, and then
Okay.
they'll slowly reveal that some of them made it.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I hope you're right. Honestly, I mean, I want her to be around. I want her to be there in 7, and I don't want her to die or be, a ghost face in this movie. I just thought this looked so, man. Well, let's keep moving. I want to get everyone's thoughts here. So, Destin, we haven't talked about this yet. What do you think about this image of Tara, man? Do you think that there's something going on here or not?
There's definitely something going on here.
Ooh,
There's
I like it.
it's I've said it before, like if it was the original idea, I don't know, but when they had to do rewrites because, Nev wasn't coming back, and now we don't know what type of contract that Tara is under with these films,
Hmm.
and now we know that Wednesday has taken off. We know that Marvel has approached her for a role. If she's offered something better, another contract or something, they're gonna have to find a way to write her character out, and they might have done it in this film. We might be seeing
Yeah.
her. This doesn't look like a frightening. She does not look scared right here.
No.
She doesn't look like she's about to die, like holding on for all life.
Exactly.
This looks like I'm okay, let me die. Or
Yeah, she's
grinning.
accepted it.
There's something evil in her eyes right here.
Eh.
Yeah, I could go either way. I mean, I could see it both sides. I think it could
I
be
picture
acceptance or-
that one last shot. I don't know if you
Yeah.
had it or up earlier or not, but when Sam and Tara were back to back, and maybe there was two ghost faces on both sides of them circling
Oh
them,
yeah, I've got that. Hang on a second.
like
Hang on.
vultures or something. I'm thinking something of that nature,
Yeah.
like giving some exposition. And then the big twist is that Tara turns around and looks at her sister, and we're gonna figure out what's going on here.
That would be pretty awesome.
Because can I go ahead and throw my theory out there that I've said a few times on my channel?
Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
I've said that, in 5, that Sam has always said that, like, I left to protect you. And we know Tara's dad left. But if he did not leave, if Sam actually murdered him in a darkness moment with Billy Loomis taking over or whatever, because I really don't think Richie was her first kill. That just doesn't seem right.
Okay.
But what if Tara's known this entire time and she gets attacked in 5? So she's even more mad, and maybe us as the audience discovers what Sam's dark past was, where she has killed before, and maybe it was Tara's dad or whatever. Maybe there's something there. It might be something different. But I'm thinking something along those lines. And we sympathize with Tara for most of this movie.
Yeah.
But it turns out she's actually vengeful towards her sister because Sam tore the family apart. Sam killed my dad. All this kind of stuff.
Mhm.
Whatever. I'm thinking they're going to go something where we're splitting the sisters here.
Interesting, man. Yeah, I think it's something to consider. At the very least, it's something to consider. Maverick, what do you think about Tara now? Does this change anything, or does this make you feel anything different about her?
So yeah, I didn't foresee this being a possibility until this morning. I started hearing people's arguments, I guess, and I can see it. I don't foresee her. I think the analogy I gave I'm pretty sure it was in your morning stream, was like I don't see her being a ghost face, but I could see her being like the point guard, like facilitating the kills, getting people in place to where, hey, we need to get them here, we need to get them there. And if she has those ulterior motives where she is trying to, have her sister killed, I could see that being a possibility. So I could see her kind of facilitating whoever is under the hood. That has definitely changed my mind. And if you go back to where they are back to back,
Yeah, I got it right here.
You can see Sam's right shoulder. Unless this picture was inverted, she is not bleeding from the shoulder at this
No,
point. So
not yet.
going back to what Destin said, this could be the time where Tara makes her turn, and maybe she gives her the business, catches her off guard. So we know that at some point from here till, we see what I believe may be the end, where Sam's holding the, rotten ghost face mask. She gets, right there. Someone gets her. And maybe it's Tara. Maybe right there is where the turn happens. She, goes from Tara Carpenter to Tara Bull. I mean, that could be it. So I don't know.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
I just don't think that Tara was the one wearing that mask. I mean, obviously not with the Bodega situation.
No. I don't,
like I said, you never know. You can be 5'1" and put that costume on, and all of a sudden you're 6 foot tall.
But she's in that same scene.
This is true.
But, I don't think it's gonna be Tara. I think honestly people are reading way too much into it. And if it is Tara, why would she reveal herself while, like, right before she's hanging over a balcony and her sister is actively trying to save her? Like
Mhm.
if Sam is like,
her
oh
sister.
my, yeah, but yeah, okay, say the same thing for Tara. Why would
Yeah.
Tara try to kill Sam then? Like, if you're using the fact that it's her sister as a reason she would want to save her, then you got to use that same logic the other way. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me for her to be the
Okay.
killer, for her to mastermind it.
Are we involved
And
with it? Okay.
and I think honestly, I think people are just way over exaggerating this look. I think I'm gonna do, because this is blowing up all over like Reddit as well.
Hmm.
I'm gonna go through the trailers, and I would bet $500 right now that I can pull out a screenshot from almost every character that makes them look suspicious just by the expression on their face.
Yeah,
Because
Sure.
I agree with you, Bearded. I'm just saying if we're gonna run with it, like that would be how I could
Hmm.
make it make sense in my head. I don't think that's what's gonna happen, but that look
Mhm.
is suspicious, and I do agree with you. You know, like it is. You could do that with every Scream movie and find somebody who wasn't the killer that looked like the killer in a still. But if I was gonna go with it, that would be, like I said,
Well,
I
and
could
that's
see
the
her
fun of this. I
assisting.
mean,
Oh,
yeah,
100%.
that's the whole reason that I am having this live stream
Mhm.
is the fun of these theories and the
Mhm.
possibilities, and whether or not it's probable is even not even a concern of mine. I like to talk about it. I just love to talk like, could this be?
Mhm.
Could
oh yeah,
this be? And that's all. You go ahead, Eric.
I was gonna say, if you go 2 frames forward, like
Hmm.
two frames after that, where she's still hanging there, you can clearly see her lips going into a frown. Like
Hmm.
I think
Yeah.
it's just one of those things where it's just
Mhm.
caught in the particular lighting. She's
Hmm.
looking up, which is, I just think it's, I don't I don't see her being a part of it. But I mean, we haven't seen the movie yet, obviously. So
Right.
y'all could be right.
Yeah. Sticks says, I love hearing everyone that does. Yeah, me too. That's what really makes it all fun. And you guys in the chat too. I'm loving, as I'm scrolling through here, as we're talking, I'm scrolling. And and I appreciate your guys' ideas. And there's a couple here that I promise you guys that super chats go to the front of the line, and I'm gonna keep my word there. Before I go to some other chats, I see quite a few. I'm gonna go by the timestamps here. We got Eddie coming in. What's up, Eddie? With a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, buddy. Says, how do we feel about Sam? She's both dull yet strong. Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Oh man.
Oh, that's such a perfect summation of Sam.
Oh,
Too bad.
You're gonna upset Extron. I'm telling you that right now.
oh, that's okay. We love Extron. Extron's a good guy. He's it's all good. Yeah, Eddie. I think you said it all, man. I think I'll leave it there, buddy. Oh gosh, guys. Mrs. Gonza coming in with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Mrs. Gonza. Could Tara let me start again. Could Tara be being lowered to safety to execute a plan to trap Ghostface, or maybe being pulled up from a pit like Gail in Scream 2 when they pulled her up from the orchestra pit.
There's
I
also
mean-
a shot in the trailer where we see Sam and Tara escaping down that narrow corridor at the theater,
Yes.
and Ghostface hits the wall, and like they're leaving the main center, the main area, right? So maybe
Well-
they've escaped now and they're heading out.
They could be.
Is
but
she
here's-
is she bloody at that point?
I don't
Well,
think so much.
I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I don't think so.
So what,
We
they have
got-
to back in?
That's not
It's
it.
like,
Yeah, I know the scene you're talking about. Here's the thing, though, and this is why we can't trust the order of these trailer guys, because them running out of that alley or that building, it could be at the middle point of the movie.
Yeah,
and they
you're
end up
right.
going back to but it could be the ending as well. That's the thing. It could be either one. I've been trying to make myself be like really
okay, I
not
see it now.
obligated
Yeah.
to chronological clips. In this
Right,
trailer.
right before we see that shot of Tara falling and holding,
Okay.
right before the hands, so the bloody hands holding on. Right
Uh-huh.
before that, there's a shot of Ghostface with a knife walking toward the edge
Okay.
of the balcony. So that
Yes.
means Tara knows if
Mhm.
I don't let go now, she's not going to be able to protect herself from Ghostface. So I
Yeah.
think that happens really quickly, and then Sam gets thrown from the thing. I don't think that means Tara dies. And I don't think she's in on it, but she could be a red herring.
I
be.
pulled up the hallway scene, and
Mhm.
like I said, unless no, because it's in several pictures. Her right shoulder is there's no cut, no blood, no
Yeah,
nothing. So
I think that's earlier on.
Yeah, so it's before the balcony scene.
So
for
is
sure.
there an attack when they first go into the shrine, when they're all there and they all get split up?
Yeah, I think what they do, I think they Scooby Doo it. I think they go, let's split up, gang, and they all kind of start
Yeah,
exploring, and
could see that.
then they start getting
Maybe
picked off and
two
isolated.
Ghostfaces come out together,
Or
and they all
that.
just.
Yep.
Yeah. So Mrs. Gonza, yeah, I appreciate your super chat, and I think you're onto something. I mean, it's very possible. It's so hard to say because that is a radio silence shot. It's tight. It is very tight.
There's a lot of tight
So-
shots.
A lot of time. You're right. There's a lot of them. I noticed that. Like, oh man, that is you can't cram. They crammed every single little bit they could in that frame.
I
And
noticed
so-
more in this trailer that how unique they're going with their own direction, really making it their own, because it looks. I mean, there were some shots in 5 that like looked like it was out of like what we had seen in Scream before. A lot of the shots in this movie like looks fresh and new. It's really really interesting.
Yeah.
Really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. And Mrs. Gonza, I just want to say thank you for your super chat again. That's so kind of you. I really do appreciate it. And real quick, Eddie coming in with another $2 super chat. Thank you, Eddie. That's so kind of you, man. Will this film we have a survivor or be a killer? Will this be film where we have a survivor or a killer? So
No, she's saying, would this be a film where we have a survivor be a killer? Like,
like
have a
Mindy.
survivor be a killer. I see. I got you. Interesting.
to carry on to the next movie. I think.
That'd be
I think
risky.
so.
I think that's what the Sam holding that mask. I think that's left behind. I think at least one, or if there is only one, and maybe we have a H2O switcheroo at the end. I think that mask left behind is the sign that you know
Cliffhanger.
that there's still one out there. That's going to be my guess. I think that mask is left, it's on the ground, or it's somewhere, and the body's, missing, and that's her picking it up, going like, maybe she's concealing it in her jacket and she's taken off from the scene. So that would be my guess.
Yeah, like a calling card left behind. Like she goes to leave the crime scene to go home. She picks up her jacket. And she's like, "What is this?" And there's the mask in there. Someone. Oh man! And then goes to credit. That's how it ends. What do you guys think about that?
I think that's delicious.
I'm with Chris.
I know. I think
I think they think it's probably too dangerous to leave on a cliffhanger. That's my guess. That's why I think they won't kill Gail. They've done their legacy death, and there's no Sydney.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to do it, and I can't imagine. Maybe like something to carry on, but it will be resolved by the end. And I think that's what we heard from Viewer and On too. I think that
I don't know.
it wraps up.
Oh
My-
yeah, I
my
think
thought was-
something like that. Yeah.
I think she stole the mask. I think, she kills Ghostface at the end, and she takes the mask, and that's her. Like, we don't realize it until the very end when she pulls it out, and it's like, oh, she took her father's mask.
Yeah, she's got Billy's mask.
Why does she have that? And that kind of
Right.
lingers. It's like, why is she taking the mask?
Yeah.
Kind of like Laurie Strode keeping Michael's mask at the end of Ends.
Yeah.
Speaking of Ends, that's why I don't think they should do a cliffhanger.
You're right.
I'm sorry, I won't go too far into it. I think my opinion on cliffhangers is very well noted.
Yeah.
It could be cool though if they do it properly and it leaves everyone stunned. That's something
I
new.
agree. If it's done properly, 100%, it can be done well. My
And
question
if
to you is
seven's done
this.
properly, and if
It-
seven's
Yeah,
done
my
properly.
question to you is this. After seeing 5, do you have faith that they could do it properly?
No comment.
Okay.
That's the concern. That's
Yeah,
absolutely
so
the
like
concern.
I want a movie where I can go in and watch it and not be obligated to go to the next movie to finish
Yeah.
that experience.
Most movies are like that nowadays, unfortunately. It just keeps carrying on. They want you in for the next one.
And like if the poster is any what's the word I'm thinking, indication, then yeah, they might just be doing a Marvel Cinematic Universe thing where you got to go see 20 different movies
Oh
to get
my
a full
gosh.
story. So
Yep.
I don't want that. Like
By the way,
your movie should be good enough that I want to go see another one without having to go see another one.
Yep.
Yep.
I
Like,
noticed that the
I'm
trailer,
okay with it, but go ahead, Chris.
the trailer on the Paramount trailer on YouTube
yes,
has
yes.
5.4 million views. The teaser after a month had 4 million. So it's
Oh,
already
nice.
eclipsed it in 15 hours.
and that's just
Wow.
one channel.
And
Like
that's-
if you look across other channels, yeah.
I saw the Twitter Scream Movies, I think, was up to 6 million, 7 million. So, and people are loving it. The reaction has been, just passersby going, wow, that looks great.
Wow.
Speaking of Twitter, did you see what Heather Matarazzo posted?
No.
She posted a picture with Nev Campbell. She said Nev isn't on Twitter, but she informed her of
Oh,
everything, and Nev has been really thankful for all, because there's a ton of people who are like, yeah, it looks good, but where's Nev? Like, we miss Nev. And apparently Nev is really thankful. She just said something like she's really thankful for all the people pouring out their support for her.
Oh.
So
I just feel terrible. She's
she's
her
got it. She's gonna be in
franchise
trouble.
has been stolen from her,
Yeah.
I
Yeah. I hear you. It's but you know what? I'm holding out hope that 7 will be the time she comes back.
think it will be.
I really do.
a cliffhanger
so,
that
man.
needs her. Something that lingers at the end that, we
Mm.
need her now. She needs to come back for 7.
Mhm.
Maybe Gail's
that's-
very badly injured, and that's how it ends too. She's in ICU.
My
Mm.
only acceptable cliffhanger is if it is Sydney. If
Mhm.
it's Sydney, after everything's gone
Oh,
down,
yeah.
you think it's over. Sam
That'd be
sees
cool.
that mask indicating it's not over, and then you see Sydney get a phone call, and
Yep.
you hear Ghostface say, "Hello, Sydney," and it cuts
Yep.
right there. If they did that,
Yeah.
I'll accept
Word
that.
of mouth on
Mhm.
that would be huge. 50
Yeah.
million opening weekend.
Oh my gosh! Like I already think the movie's going to do well, but if they did that, could you imagine how ravenous Scream fans are going to be for the next however long?
It would
Until,
erase.
like-
It would erase everything. Like, okay,
Yeah.
let's go back to 1.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I love the endless possibilities that we have, and what is awesome is going to be from now until March the 8th. It's going to be. We could do this all day, every day. It's going to be fantastic. The theories, and as we all continue to break the thing down and continue to watch it, it's going to be fantastic. 2 things real quick, guys. I want to just mention, I have a couple of super chats that I'm hanging on to. Stella, I've got yours. Troy, I've got yours as well. So don't go anywhere, okay? I've got your super chats reserved right here. And just I'm going to be stepping away for just a moment. But when I return, I'm going to get to your super chats. So I do see them. Don't worry, you're just hang tight. And I want to mention also that what was I going to say? Darn it! Oh no! Oh yeah, I know, that's what it was. I've got a poll. I put a poll up while we were talking just now, and the question is: could Stu be the mastermind to be revealed in Scream 7? It is up right now on the channel. If you go to the stream, and you can vote on the poll in the chat. So everyone on the panel, everyone else, be sure you vote. Put your vote in for yes if you think he could be. I'm not saying will he be. I'm just saying could he be. Eric, you have a question real quick?
I was going to bring up a talking point while you walked away.
Okay, yeah, all right, hang tight. So go ahead and vote and on what you guys think. If you think that Stu could be behind it, and and to be revealed in 7, and we've given out an extensive amount of evidence of why Stu is alive and why it's very plausible to believe that he's alive. If you haven't seen it, I know got a lot of new people that have maybe never even heard of it. So if you haven't seen it, be sure you check out The People versus Stu Macher here on the channel. It's very extensive research that we've done by some of the folks on this channel right now on this panel.
Train baby.
Yeah, buddy, Jack and Eric and Destin did a lot of prep work on that. So definitely check it out. There's a lot of really good reasons to believe Stu's alive.
Well, he's not even referenced in this one.
Hey, he may not be, and I'm okay with that too. I mean, it's to me, I think the breadcrumbs are going to be there.
Yeah, he's already referenced in this one. I mean, we already saw him referenced in the trailer.
Well, I mean, the robe is there and the stuff. Yeah,
the robe and the TV. So I mean,
TV's in there. Yeah,
and the TV. Yep.
No, I mean by name, like
right, talking about him,
and even maybe more focused than others.
Yeah,
like 5, the way they started those breadcrumbs.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And we got the Subway poster. Don't forget. Remember the Subway poster already is doing something with Stu, making his circle that pinkish red.
That's
It's
right.
like they're already doing something. Yeah. So here's the thing, guys. I'm going to be stepping away from the stream. I got to take care of my doggies. They need my attention. So I'm going to go take care of them for just a few minutes. But the stream will continue. So don't anyone go anywhere. Everyone on the panel will continue to be discussing the trailer. Let's don't get into the shrine stuff though, because when I come back,
I just found something
We're
I haven't
going
heard
shrine.
anybody talk about yet, and I'm
What?
gonna try to get you this picture before you come back.
okay, if you send it to me, if
Yeah,
you can, and whenever I come back, we're going to go to the shrine, guys. So if you're ready to talk some shrine stuff, give me just a few minutes. We're going to do that. In the meantime, the panel, I'll let you guys take over, continue to discuss, and let's just stay away from the shrine. That's my only request. Everything else, you can go for it. Eric, go ahead.
Oh yeah,
man.
I was just gonna ask. So, all right, it was you can go ahead.
You good?
We already talked about it. Yeah, I was just gonna bring
Okay.
up the
All right,
the
I'll be back. All right.
yeah. Do y'all think? I had a thought earlier looking, and it does reference the shrine, but I'm not gonna get into that part of it. Basically, due to some of the stuff you see in there, I had a thought: what if a relative of Milton had something to do with it? Remember Milton from part
Mhm.
3?
yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
because like it's hard to talk about this without getting into the shrine, so we won't do that. But yeah, and that's something we haven't seen. When Ghostface it says there's never been anyone like me or whatever, the exact phrasing. So we've had a relative of a Ghostface, a relative of a previous killer. We've had a relative of a survivor. We've had boyfriends. We've never had the relative. We've never had a relative of a previous victim come back
Yeah.
as a ghost face.
That's true. That's true.
So
Then they would be pretty obvious. Well, if it was said in the film, right? Oh, this person is related to blank. Then we'd all be like, "Whoa, what's going on there?" And then it'd be revealed, unless they keep it quiet like Mrs. Loomis. And it's
yeah.
revealed
Well, my thought also was, if this is a cult, and I think we talked about this earlier, Chris, backstage for Night's stream, but if this is a cult and we're getting multiple killers, some of the killers are going to be people we don't know.
I kind of hope so after that poster, because I just want it to be shocking and stunning. And yeah, I don't want Tara to be Ghostface, but if it was, it would be amazing. Who would expect that?
So with 5, they made a habit to say on the poster, the killer is on this poster.
Right, but they also put Ghostface, this huge thing where people said, "Oh, well, yeah, Ghostface is on it," So it was like tongue in cheek, kind of.
But
Wasn't that
also
the
it
point
was
of it?
sexual. Like the killer was on the poster.
Yeah, but
with this one, I don't know. Some people are making that comment like, "Oh, well, this one doesn't say that." So does that mean, because we have like named actors who
Where's
aren't
Henry?
on the poster? Yeah.
Oh, Henry would be cool.
he would be so good as a ghost. And you got to have, I'm just saying, you got to have an older person because amassing everything that's in that shrine would take years.
Unless it's
to do.
fake.
Yeah. And
Even if it was fake.
Yeah, but
and some money. You gotta have some money. And who's the one main character we haven't seen in this in the trailer yet? Like
Henry's journey.
Yeah, right. He's an older dude. He's a psychologist, psychiatrist in New York.
I don't think we know that for sure.
Oh, we don't
No,
know. For sure.
he's credited so far as Professor Freddy. So
Yeah,
I think
heard
it's
Professor.
Okay.
Yeah,
I heard
think
the
he's supposed to
psychiatrist.
be-
I heard the psychiatrist was going to be an awesome cameo, which is why the person's not in the trailer. She's
Oh.
talking.
Yeah,
to someone we
you
don't
see their back.
Yeah,
Hmm.
we've been talking about that
Okay.
for months, like Robert Englund or
Yeah, who would
or
be
Heather
a good...
Langenkamp or
Yeah.
What if it was
Yes.
Brian Johnson?
Oh yeah. Well,
They want. There was an interview with them where they said they tried to get him in Scream 5, but due to scheduling, they couldn't get him in it.
hmm.
So
And the thing about
What?
Henry is he's an amazing actor. So you need a good actor to pull off Ghostface, which is kind of
Yeah.
a giveaway. Like Richie, like Jack Quaid's
Mhm.
a great actor.
Mhm.
So it's like Henry makes sense,
Mhm.
but he's I think he's in his 60s. So
Right.
for that agility, he needs someone younger.
Yes.
And it could be Josh, maybe.
Yeah, I had and him being a professor kind of craps on my idea because I thought he was going to be like a psychiatrist or something. I was thinking
could
that
be.
he could possibly be the one who's maybe manipulating people in their therapy sessions, right? To kind of do his bidding, and he's kind of the financier for that abandoned building with the shrine and the cult and the all that stuff. He could still be financially backing it, and at the same time manipulating people to go out and do these things. Possible, I don't know. They just
Makes sense.
kind of, yeah. I mean, what
I
we'll
think that would
find
be a
out.
better reveal than based on what I'm sort of seeing in the trailer. Because we were talking earlier this morning, like I don't know who would be the reveal that would make me go, wow, like an Emma Roberts.
Mhm.
You know?
That one I did not see that one coming at all.
I just
I
want
remember
someone that's
being,
like,
like,
oh, it
12
all
years
falls
old.
into place.
I remember being 12 years old, and when she pulled off the mask, I was like,
Right?
I immediately knew it was her because when you see Ghostface walk up to Sydney, she's miraculously like,
Yeah, when she
Yeah,
walks out,
sure,
just
there's
short.
that. There's that. Yeah, for sure. Jack, did you want to grace us with your presence, my friend?
sure.
Yeah.
Because I got to head out as soon as he comes back.
Okay.
All right. Who's a Stu truther out there? Raise your hand. How about in the chat?
as I say, my hand also counts for Cravens because we know
Okay.
Cravens.
Yeah.
Woo!
There's two hands. There you go.
2 hands. Everybody who's on the Stu train in the comments, write all aboard, because we are gonna take a trip to Woodsboro right now. Everybody brace yourselves. If you've been on any of these streams before, I gotta take my headphones off for this. If you've been on any of these streams before, this is a song that you probably know, and if it's your first time, then welcome. This is a song that I wrote for this channel, specifically for the Stu fans out there. And this is called the Stu Train song. I'm going to play a little extended version of this song. So, sit back, get your hors d'oeuvres, because me and Carrie Crave Cinema, we're serving them up. And I'll see y'all at the station. All aboard, baby. Come on. Let's get it going. On the Stu train. Get your tickets on the Stu train. We got craving something scary on the left and I'm on the right. On the Stu train. Get your tickets on the Stu train. We got craving something scary on the left and the bearded entertainment's on the right. Yeah. Choo choo, baby. Feel the tracks underneath us. We're heading to the station. We're serving the hors d'oeuvres all night. And we're singing all night as the rhythm junkie plays his songs all night. Yeah, we're heading to Woodsboro, baby. We're gonna sing it all night. Yeah, we're heading to Woodsboro, baby. Everybody in the chat, sing along. On the Stu train. Get your ticket on the Stu train. We got craving something scary on the left and I'm on the right. On the Stu train. Get your tickets on the Stu train. Yeah. We got craving something scary on the left and destination station's coming up. Hello, Sydney, my baby. It's been a long, long time, my friends. We're heading to Woodsboro, baby. Can you feel the tracks underneath our feet? And there's Maverick Media, he's dancing around. And we're heading to Montreal with Chris. And we're heading to Windsor College, baby. And maybe we'll stop in New York City, yeah. On the Stu train. Get your ticket on the Stu train. Yep. We got craving something scary on the left and I'm on the right. On the Stu train. Get your ticket on the Stu train. Yep. We got craving something scary on the left and Stu's on the right. Can you see the light? Can you see the light, my baby? As a rhythm junkie plays his songs all night, we're serving hors d'oeuvres. Why don't you pull off the mask and show us what's underneath that costume, baby? Yeah. Oh, we're on the Stu train, and we're dancing with craving something scary all night. One more time. On the Stu train. Get your ticket on the Stu train. We got craving something scary on the left and I'm on the right.
All right.
On the Stu train. Get your ticket on the Stu train. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got craving something scary on the left and Billy Loomis is on the right. What?
Oh, whoa, watch out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Good job, Jack. Thank you, my friend. Oh,
The new extended version.
that was awesome, bro. I was jamming out with my dogs, man. I was like
Did
crazy
you hear
on
it?
the phone. Oh yeah, I was jamming out, man. Good stuff. Thank you, man.
Good.
Appreciate
You got
that.
it, man. I was just about to say, Steven, I have to head out, unfortunately.
Okay, buddy. No
I
worries,
know,
man.
I know. It's like just as you guys are getting to the good part,
We're getting to the shrine. I know.
Yeah, I know. But
Well,
I'll be in the chat. I'll interact with you
okay.
guys in the chat. And it's 11:11. Look at that. That's like the perfect
Ooh.
time. That's a good luck. That's good luck. Everybody make a wish. So.
There you go, man. I love it. Well, Jack, thanks,
Awesome.
buddy. Great to see you as
Yeah.
always,
All right,
man.
absolutely. I'm sure I'll see you guys soon, probably within the next week or so.
Absolutely. You
Yes.
better believe it.
All right, awesome guys.
Bye, man.
Mwah.
See ya.
Love
Bye,
you guys.
Jack.
Love you guys in the
Bye.
chat.
Bye.
All right. I'll see you guys soon. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Take care. Love Jack, man. Such a great guy.
Hey, Craven, I'm gonna have to head out too.
Okay, man. Well, thanks
Yeah,
for popping out.
I
know
hate
you gotta
to.
work
I
in the
hate to,
morning,
but
right?
yeah.
You gotta get up
Morning's
early.
gonna come quick.
Yeah, man. Mhm.
So yeah, I wish I could stay longer, but tonight, maybe this weekend, if you do another one, or anybody, I'm down. But
Yeah.
tonight I gotta head out. I'm exhausted too. It's been a long day.
Oh, dude. Well, I just appreciate you making the time, man.
All
I
right.
was looking forward to getting your thoughts, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. And I still got to watch that Red Band trailer, so we'll talk
Ooh.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
100%, buddy. Sounds
All
good.
right. All right.
Take care, Destin.
Yeah, thanks for the invite. Bye, everybody.
Later, man.
Y'all have
Later,
a good
man.
night.
Later,
okay?
man. Have a good
You,
one.
man.
Later.
All right. Carbonite Jedi. My buddy Carbonite says OG Ghostface is Ryan Johnson. He killed Luke. Now he has to kill some other people. Oh, my gosh. Oh, Michael.
It all makes
love
sense now.
It does. All right. As I promised, Troy and Stella, you sent your super chats in. Thank you for being patient. Troy coming in with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, man. Says, other than a connection to Sid or Dewey or nostalgia, character-wise, please explain why should we care Gail is in 6 or why survive it? To me, she's an opportunistic and kind of unlikable. Say what say you all? Okay. Well, Eric, why don't we start with you, and we'll go to Maverick, and then we'll go to Chris, and I'll give you my thoughts. So, Eric, what do you think, man? What's your response?
I think I agree she was unlikable in the beginning. I think arguably she has one of the best character arcs
The
of
best.
like anyone.
Yeah.
Like she started in that first movie as unlikable in the beginning. He was still kind of unlikable at the end, but by the end of 5, like she was a good person. She's contributed so much to the Scream franchise, like in world, because the Stab movies, which has kind of been the focus of like the last 2 to 3 movies, they all started because of her. She wrote the Woodsboro murders, which Stab 1 is based off of. So, I mean, and then Stab 3, also written, it's Gail has a lot to do with this franchise. Like Sydney's a survivor, the final girl, obviously, but he was there at the beginning, and she's still in the beginning. Like I said, I agree. She was unlikable, and she put herself in the situation to get a scoop to further her own career. Now that's not happening. This is something completely different. Like, it seems like they're actively coming for her, which is something we haven't seen in any Scream movie.
No.
Mhm.
So that's completely new. And
Well, part of
that
that could be because she's the only one left.
Yeah. They were They were.
I mean,
forced to.
Sydney's not in it. Dewey's dead. It's like, it may be like, okay, after I guess I'm going to get you now. Nobody
well,
else
see,
to go after.
part of my theory, one of my theories was that they want, like, whoever's doing this wants to end it for good.
Yeah, it's the
And-
ultimate bragging rights, right? If they,
Yep.
you know, so
Yeah, if you want to end it for good, you got to take out everyone that's involved.
Mhm.
And what I just said about Gail being, a huge part of the franchise, well, yeah, you could argue that, like, with what Richie and Amber did, that was all to get a better stab movie, and the stab movies didn't start until Gail came into picture. So
Yep.
people could argue that all the people who died from Richie and Amber could be attributed to Gail. So
Sure.
if you want to kill things off, you got to go for Gail.
Mm-hmm.
And why would I want to see Gail come out of this one? Because I don't want to see Ghostface win.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep. Yeah. Hey, man. I like to see the good guys win. I'm with you. Totally. Mav. Okay, man. What are your thoughts
Yeah.
on Gail as a character, and what? What do you
I
care about
mean,
Gail?
what he said for the most part, I agree with pretty much everything that he said. I think the reason why they would be dependent on her is because she's pretty much the resident expert when it comes to surviving at this point, right? Even though
Yeah.
Sid is still alive, she's not in it, and she's the resident expert. So as much, as Kirby is now an FBI agent, and she's going to have some training and tactics and maybe intelligence that Gail wouldn't have. They're out of Woodsboro, and Dewey obviously no longer with us, but is not the sheriff. So, but she's got, so I guess, survivor's instincts that
Yeah.
makes her an asset to the core group that we're following, that we do care about. Some of them maybe more than others, but Gail is she's an asset. As long as she's alive, she's an asset to our core group of people. So as far as her living and dying, I'm really neither here nor there. I don't think she's gonna make it out of this one. But I don't hate her. I've enjoyed her story. I've enjoyed the journey of, like he said, opportunistic and unlikable to, someone who, we saw at the end of 5 where she was more concerned with making sure that she honored Dewey's legacy, as opposed to writing a new
Right.
story. So she's totally redeemed herself in my eyes when it comes to where she was to where she is. But I think that she's just very important to. She's a very important well of knowledge to the group. So that's kind of where I stand with that.
Okay. Yeah, man. All right. And then Chris, tell us your thoughts on Gail, man.
Well, to me, she's like the detective of the actual franchise, because Sydney kind of falls into it by the end, where she's always shocked by who the killer is. She had no idea. Whereas Gail like discovers in 4 that they're filming it, and in 3 she goes with what's her name? Where they go see Carrie Fisher, and she unravels that and gives that
Judy
to
Jurgenstern.
Judy Jurgenstern.
Jennifer Jolie.
Jennifer
Yeah.
Jolie, right? She goes with
Yeah.
Jennifer, meets Carrie, gets the information that she's connected to Milton. She's the one unraveling this. And to me, she hasn't
Yeah.
been unlikable since Randy's death. That's when everything changes. And even right before then, she's kind of, when they're all sitting there just before the call, she's like, what do you want to do? Just wait until when the next one falls? She's pushing, she's trying to figure it out. Dewey is kind of passive there. So he just wants to protect Sydney.
Yeah,
So-
Dewey was always seemed a little more well, I don't want to say always, but he did in those instances was more reactive, and Gail was a lot
Exactly.
more proactive.
Yeah. Like nothing scared her
True.
almost. Let's go and just go right into it. And in 4 again, he's the chief of police, and she's doing more detective work than he is, and she says it. I have a lead and you don't. Let me know when you're back on Team Gail. I get that maybe that kind of attitude and braggadociousness or whatever turns some people off. I get that, but I think she's the cutthroat character of the series.
Yep. Agreed, and I'm pretty much. You guys have really said it all. Honestly, I feel very much the same. I think her arc is so interesting, from 1 to where she is, finished in 5, and she really is grown as a character quite a bit. Now, I will say this though: as much as I like Gail, and I always, she's an OG, of course, but I will say this: if I could have made the switch happen, I would have had Gail die in 5 instead of Dewey. I will tell you that right now. I would have kept Dewey alive and let Gail be the one that had to go.
I think the payoff for Dewey's reaction to losing Gail, I think would have been worth it.
Yes.
And he's the heart, right?
Yes. Yeah, he was the heart.
Courtney's the brains, right? He's the heart, and Sydney's the final girl, I guess.
The backbone.
She's a survivor.
Survivor. But they're all survivors, but
well, she's kind of what brings them all together, because like if Gail or if Dewey hadn't have been like protecting Sydney in the first one, Gail wouldn't have shown any interest in him.
The thing is, though, I love Sydney and Gail's relationship. That's so fascinating to me. They go from punching in both. They go from punching her in both films, 1 and 2, to hugging her in 3, where I think there was a joke where she was an awkward hug where like Courtney's a little standoffish, and then 4 where she's protecting her. They're working in tandem to take out Jill, and then 5 they're forced to again. So to lose Gail, like Mav was saying, in 6 without Sydney present is insane to me. It would be such another failure to me for this new series.
Be waste.
You can't have these beloved characters not on screen reacting to the loss of one of their OGs. That's what we want to see. That's why we watch these crappy drama shows, because we want those little moments that build into something beautiful that makes you cry. And if you're just throwing it away, it's like, well, what are we doing here?
Yeah. You're right. Yeah, we missed being able to see that, and anyway,
and she's a great actress. I forgot. I want to say that too. Courtney, sure. Maybe when I was younger, I just didn't notice. She is a phenomenal actress in this series. She sells every scene.
She does, man. I'm not going to start going too far down the rabbit trail of 5, because that could, oh man, there's some things I would do different, but that's definitely one of them. But Troy, thank you for your super chat. It's very, very kind of you, my friend. Very, very appreciative. And you know what we haven't done tonight, guys? In honor of Troy's yellow super chat, we have not had any spicy mustard. Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's time, guys. So here we go for Troy's super chat clip. Spicy mustard. Here we go.
Do you feel the hunger tonight? Are you a little hungry? I wanna be a hot dog. Be a hot dog tonight. I'm a hot dog. If you wanna take a bite, if you wanna get me in spicy mustard, then you can, because I'm a hot dog. Wow.
Wow. I love it.
That felt good.
That did. And Stella, thank you for being patient, Stella, with your super chat here. With a $5 super chat, it says, crazy thought. Is it possible the angle is deceiving and Tara is the one holding on to someone who's hanging over the railing?
No.
I tried to look at it from that angle.
It would have to be inverted, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm not the most tech savvy guy, but my brain just couldn't like manipulate it in my head to try to.
The image would have had to invert it, I think, and flipped.
Yeah,
in post, to sell that moment in the trailer.
It looks like, I mean, it would have to look like she's like standing. I don't know. It would, like her legs would be. I don't know. It would just be
instead of like this. It would be like the eyes would be different, right?
Right.
It
Yeah.
did kind of. There was a point where I looked at it, and it didn't look so much like she was hanging on to someone above her. It kind of looked like maybe she was handing something to someone above her. Like it did kind of. There is a moment where, like, if you want to pull it up, if you look at it,
Yeah.
and
let's take a
with
look here.
that in your head, you can kind of see it that way. But I think if you once you pull it up, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure it shows some stuff that.
Let me.
Yeah. She's below the rail.
Yeah, she's below the rail there. But you see what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't necessarily look like her arm is completely straight. And I don't know, like,
yeah,
if you.
yeah, I know what you mean. Almost like she's standing on something and she's pushed out a bit or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
know.
That was
Yeah.
my thought earlier was like, what if she's not? What if she's actually handing something? But
Mhm.
because when we see it do you have the other shot where it's both of you only see the hands?
I don't have that one pulled as a screenshot. No.
Okay, because like when it's just the hands, I'm pretty sure you can see these gold squares as part of the
the
balcony.
theater. Yep.
And then when you see Sam flying backwards like a wild person, you can see those squares there as well. So that would kind of confirm
It's the theater.
that, yeah.
Mhm.
Because there was someone had a theory that was actually not in the theater, but at the ladder scene.
No.
No.
But
that's
I'm
the
like,
theater.
no,
Same
that's yeah, it's got to be the theater.
Yeah.
I also did, because we heard that they were filming in another theater for at least there were one day. So I quickly looked up that theater, and the top kind of looks similar, but it's not the same.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So they're in there.
So-
By the way, like I said this morning, based on what we've heard, that Sam is a helicopter parent, which you get if this is, because they keep saying that this takes place very soon after 5.
Mhm.
So they're all traumatized, clearly.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mhm.
maybe because Sam is a little psychotic herself, she's a little better at protecting and not being so traumatized. She goes into that motherly save my sister. This is going to be the crux of the film. I'm calling it now. It's
Mm-hmm.
I
Okay.
witnessed when they were filming there, and she screams this. I heard
That's
Jenna
right.
Ortega scream over. They
Mhm.
kept filming it over and over because I think Sam was trying to take her phone away, and she's like, I need to check something. And she's like, leave me alone.
Yeah.
Leave me alone. And here's the
Mhm.
ending where it clearly goes back and forth for most of the film. And at the very end, she's hanging on to her. And Tara makes the decision, no, you have to let me go. This
Oh
is like,
man.
it's kind of cringe.
Right.
If it's written well, it could work. But it's the dramatic moment, the climax of the film of, you have to let me go to save yourself, Sam.
Right.
Regardless of what happens to me when I fall. Doesn't mean she's going to die. But maybe she thinks she's going to die in that moment. I mean, it's not that high.
No, I was looking at the opening shot of the shrine.
Yeah,
and
it's not that.
I mean, it's like maybe
Unless she's
20?
above a glass case and she knows she's going to be impaled on it or something.
Right. Yeah, that changes the dynamics of the
So maybe
fall
she
for
throws
sure.
her. Maybe she
Yeah.
throws her onto the
Or
actual
like, swings her
swings.
kind of, yeah. Mm.
Yeah.
You need a boat there. Those are nice and soft to land on, I hear.
Yeah. Yeah. That wouldn't
Oh.
break your tailbone.
She
at the
smashes her
very
head
least.
into the TV.
Yeah. Hey, had you ever been into that theater prior to the filming?
Long time ago. I
Is it-
wasn't noticing much, but
Is it open or is it an actual like closed down?
no, it's open. It's a theater. Yeah, that's
Oh,
what we
yeah,
were
it's
talking
open,
about.
yeah.
Like they have a thing outside, that says the upcoming
like
shows.
The marquee and
A marquee,
and all-
right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Cool.
And,
very cool.
It had the next. This was like late June, and the next showing was September 5th.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
And I was telling him, like, with the summer festivals and everything, like all the artists come in because they don't want to come here in the winter, rightfully so. It's too cold. So they all book these theaters in the summer. And the fact that famous one on St. Catherine Street was empty for 2 months during the peak summer months. Now we know why.
Right. Very
Steven,
cool.
I just put I just sent you a picture in Instagram that's the hands that you can see the squares.
Okay.
And that kind of confirms that she's hanging over because the nails match up to the scene where they're walking, like where they're crawling in the bodega.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We're going to lose someone in that scene when they first go in there, the shrine. We're going to lose someone. I just don't know who. Look at all those
Do you
people
mean
that are
like
there.
literally lose, like they get lost, or lose
They
like?
die.
Okay.
They die.
Well, and that's what I was wondering because when I looked at that shot when they come through the elevator, the little
The cage.
gate, the cage. Who is not there, and then who is either dead when we get to that point, or can we
Yep.
start whittling it down to okay, now we're starting to narrow down who is, and then if they start disappearing or like I said, splitting up and doing the Scooby Doo thing. Is someone going to throw the gown? And I my brain just
Right.
started going a million
Is
directions.
it someone with them who's going to disappear and become Ghostface? Yeah, I
Right.
feel like if Craven and I sat down with everything we've learned over the last 7 months,
Mhm.
every time I watch a trailer, I'm like, I think I can piece this film together, and
Yeah.
like to 80%, and I just don't
Right.
want to think about it too much.
Right.
Well, real quick before we get on to questions, I see you got Eric there. Hang on just 1 second. I wanted to just say thanks again to Stella. Great question. Appreciate your super chat. And Stella, I got something for you here. I'm going to cook up for you. And, we're talking about all these scenes tonight. We've seen a lot of very dangerous scenarios. We've seen people hanging on like there with Tara. We've seen all kinds of situations that are very dangerous. Oh, the poor shop owner at the bodega. There's a lot of work risk risks at work. You got to be careful. You've got to prepare for these things. And because anything can happen. So I'm going to show you guys a super chat clip here that really does help us remember that we've got to be safe when we're at work or bad things can happen. Wow.
Rockets.
Dude,
My God,
Work rockets.
carnage.
I'm telling you, you got to be careful. Okay, Eric, as do you have another comment you want to make? Yeah, go ahead.
So when you look at the video or like the clip where they're all coming up into the shrine, there is someone behind Dermot that you don't
It's
see.
Jack. It's Jack.
Is it Jack? Okay, I was wondering because I'm like, I kind of see something moving behind him, but you never it.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like it's framed to hide that he's there in the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
It's just because
Maybe
it was the perfect shot, and he just happened to be exactly behind Dermot because he starts to kind of reveal a bit.
Yeah, you can see the hair, but I'm like, my thought was like, are they trying to hide that there's someone else there with them in the
So
trailer at
spontaneous.
least? Or, but yeah, so okay.
I count
All right,
8.
you already
There's
know.
8 of them there.
You said 8?
Yeah. Jack, Dermot, Mindy, Kirby, Tara, Chad, Sam, and Gail.
Yeah, it's who.
So I think one of those will die in this scene because Ghostface is going to clearly attack. Is Ghostface among them? I don't know.
So
That could
we
be.
haven't spoken a lot about Jack at all.
Well, because he's barely in it. The other shot that I would love to
yes.
talk about is the one where he's front and center, and then there's like Chad,
Yes.
like I think it's like the core 4 and him, and
Yes.
it kind of looks like it's at a police station because of the wood
Right.
on the wall.
It
But then
looks
in the
like
back,
the
it looks like
lights.
metal. It looks like an empty, I don't know. I want to say parking garage, but it looks too metallic.
I'm going to pull that up right after this. Nate just sent in a super chat of $5. Thank you, Nate. You're awesome, brother. Appreciate you, man. Says thank you for a great stream and Scream 6 trailer talk. Stu's alive, baby. Keep the faith. Heck yeah, he is. In fact, when I hear you talking like that, Nate, there's only one thing I can really say to that. Get it up.
Yeah! I'm ready, baby!
Oh yeah, we got to go there again. Let's go.
Get up!
Get it up. Who knows what-
Get up! Get up! Get up! It was fun.
Thank you, Nate. You're awesome, brother. Have a good night's rest. You say you're heading out to bed, man. Sleep well, my friend. Take care. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Great to see you.
Josh is also in that group, Chris.
Which one?
When they're at that police, I don't know if it is a police station looking area.
Yeah.
I'm sending you the photo now.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now, and Josh is there as well. I knew there was
Yeah.
someone else. Yeah, there's the
Mhm.
wood paneling on the side, which matches Dermot sitting at his desk with the Entertainment Weekly photo that was released. Remember, there's like this wood
Mhm.
paneling. But
Mhm.
then in
Yeah.
the background, like, what is that? Is that an opening into? It looks like a
Maybe.
warehouse.
But to the
Yeah.
left of Mindy, you see a car.
There's like a light. Oh yeah, there's cars.
So are
maybe
they
it's outside.
outside? I think they're outside.
Let me
But
pull
what's
up
all that metal
picture.
behind them with lights above them?
Yeah, hold
I
on
don't
a
know,
second.
but like right above the car, like right behind Mindy, you see a no smoking sign.
Yep.
Like I think
I
they're
think that's a set
outside.
though. I'm pretty sure that they built that set.
Mhm.
Okay, does it look like it's supposed to be outside to you though, or am I crazy?
I think maybe it's like one of those things where the cops pull in and they're inside, and there's like maybe a garage door that can close, but they can quickly get out.
I gotta cut one of these pictures.
It's at
out.
1 minute 18. About.
Okay. Yeah, I'm about to pull up the picture. I just gotta delete one because
By the way, I wanted to say, I said this morning too. Like, I wasn't huge on Stu, as you know, but after seeing this trailer, I think anything but Stu being revealed would be disappointing. Who has the
Now.
right? Who has the right to wear that
Mhm.
mask?
I
Jack
know,
Champion?
dude. No.
Amber Freeman, of course.
Oh no, dude.
I also hope we do get more of just the white. I want it like on the subway. I do want to see that too because it's iconic.
Old sourpuss. There she
Well, I
is.
think-
there she is.
We're
Be
gonna get the
careful.
white mask with the opening kill, I think,
Yeah.
right?
So is that how it goes down? He has the white, but then he comes across the old one or something, and he
Or
swaps
do you think
them?
it's multiple attacks at the same time?
Well, that could be also.
And then I'm
another
worried
thing.
because the editing of the final battle, the two battles in 5, where they were supposed to be happening at the same time, but they
Mhm.
cut them separately, so it looked like Courtney and Sydney were standing in the kitchen after they defeated Amber, waiting for them to deal with whatever they were fighting with on the stairs. Like, it needs to, yeah, if
No.
you're cutting between Samara and whoever might be the other one, oh, look how bright that is.
I brightened that up for us to really get a look at it. There's 2
Hold on
cop
a
cars on the
second.
left. There's 2 cop
Hold
cars
on.
for sure.
Because the police station they filmed at, the actual building, I thought they used just
Mhm.
the exterior, but I think
Mhm.
maybe there was a back to the building. Let me look it up.
Because that doesn't look like any other scenery in this trailer that I can see. It's very different.
Maybe it's the university, and that's like an
Oh.
arena behind them or something.
does
That's
look
what
like an
it
arena,
looks
a
like. It looks like
gymnasium.
a gym.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's smart.
Yep.
Yeah, that could be maybe college campus.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, the whole
that's
thing is
right.
supposed to be going to college, so I'm surprised we didn't get any college in the trailer, but that would make sense.
Is Dermot is a college cop?
No,
He
he's
could.
the NYPD.
It's just
Oh,
because
that's
see
right.
that wood
Yeah.
paneling on the right there, Craven?
Mm-hmm.
It's like that matches the same space that Dermot was sitting at.
His,
EW
I mean, you
photo.
obviously can't take this for his specific, like where he works, but he does have an NYPD mug on his desk.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
he does,
no,
you're right.
yeah. He's the NYPD is what they said a while back.
So maybe he's set up at the college. Maybe he's moved to the college and has set up a little temporary thing.
That could be. Yeah. So a little substation.
Or is that police lockup behind them? Like evidence.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
Wait, I'm looking at the Entertainment Weekly photo of Dermot, and I don't see that wood paneling, Chris. Am I looking at a wrong photo?
There's also the one of the core 4 where they're all like putting their hands on each other. Aren't they in front of that same wood paneling?
They are. Yeah,
let me
that's
see.
definitely the same wood paneling, but you don't
Maybe I got
have.
them mixed up.
Yeah, you don't have Jack and Chris.
Jalen said they posted a photo from this location on Be Real. Interesting. Okay.
How do you access that?
This is a little off topic of Scream, but will people please stop making new social media apps? I'm tired of
I know.
having to
Seriously.
follow new things to get the same scoop.
I
All right,
know.
I want to
like
keep learning things.
It's out of hand, man.
I'm done
I
with
know.
learning.
It's like, yeah, that's just. It's just. It gets to be a little bit so diluted. It's. And then if you know all the platforms, then you're like, well, you're missing a whole potential audience. Then who has the time to be on 6 social media platforms every single day? That's just
Not I. That's for sure.
No. Interesting. Yeah. Well, we'll
Here's
see.
the photos.
I don't know.
We also didn't get that awesome shot from EW where the awesome Ghostface shot with the.
Mm.
That was
I
in
thought
the
they kind
trailer.
of looked like it
Yes.
kind of looked like a porcelain figurine. You ever seen those where they do those?
Yeah.
Like it almost looks fake. It also almost looks like Lord Voldemort in a
Mhm.
promo shot for one of the Harry Potters with the
Also-
robes swinging.
None of those photos were stills. They were photographs, meaning that the guy's Philippe Bossé, he's a Quebec photographer they brought on who took these photos, I guess, at the same time they were filming, because they
Hey.
knew there's a shot for that we'll promote with,
Mm-hmm.
which is also like
Wow.
that. Remember that first one that came out in December, Stephen, with the one that you loved with just that face and the mask? That was a
Oh,
photo by the same
yes.
guy. That's not like in the
Okay.
film. If there is that shot, it'll be slightly different, probably color corrected. And
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Hey, real quick, guys. Speaking of correction, I missed a super chat earlier, and I want to get it taken care of. I don't know how, but somehow or another, this one got through the cracks. I guess through all the chat tonight. But two boys and their scary pops sent in a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, man. And I've actually we've been messaging on Instagram as well. So I've already actually answered his question directly, but I want to pose it to you guys on the panel. And he said, does Jack Champion remind you of Richie some? And I think he does.
does he?
Mm-hmm.
I think so. Yeah. He's got the very much the hair, the look. I could like see him being Richie's brother.
So it is another. It's not different at all.
Hmm.
I'm different. No, you're not.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing: like, if they say it 3 different times, and they do, because Ghostface says it twice, and then Kirby says it, like, maybe you're just trying to overcompensate for the fact
Right.
that you might just be run-of-the-mill Ghostface. And here's the thing: I'm okay with that. Like, you can tell the same story a
Just don't
different
say
way
it.
and make it good. Yeah.
Sure.
By the way, I saw everyone who's sharing it, all the actors who are sharing it, other than Jenna. I can't believe she's not sharing it.
Yep.
They all wrote. Many of them wrote like in the Instagram thing when they posted it. This one's different or something. The tagline that it says in the film. So they were told by the studio to like really promote it this way. When you share it, that this one is different. If it's not different,
Well, you know what makes me nervous when you said that, Chris? Because 2 things. Jenna's not promoting it.
why?
One,
34 million followers.
Well, here's the thing, though. 2 things come to my mind. Number one, maybe it's because she's done with the franchise. She's not coming back, so she's moving on.
They didn't want to give her a percentage of the box office.
Yeah, like I'm not going to promote this. I'm done. Or number 2, and I think this is more likely personally, she's gotten so famous off Wednesday, which is targeted to my daughter's age demographic, and who she absolutely loved it. And I actually liked it too. But the point is, of those 10 million new followers that Jenna gained on one day after Wednesday dropped, I suspect a high percentage of those are teen girls. And I think Jenna's agent said, you know what? Don't go promoting this violent trailer. But let's be honest, this is for a trailer. This is pretty. It goes places I didn't like. The Bodega shot.
Yeah, the shot of that is crazy.
I can't believe they put that in a general audience trailer.
Every reaction I've seen of it, everyone's like, "What?"
I know.
Like they never expect to see blood spatter like that in a trailer.
I mean, so you think about her. I've got all these influx of kids, 12, 13, 14-year-old girls, not just girls, but, young kids. And I'm going to put this thing out there where you literally see you see the explosion happen and
teaser didn't have it though.
A teaser didn't have it.
And she didn't share that.
Right. Yeah, but maybe that's the gateway though.
Maybe she wants money, and I don't blame her. Maybe Paramount's being real. I mean, we know they're being cheap. So she's like, you know what? You want me to do it? Give me 50,000.
Maybe. I'm just posing the idea that maybe.
I'm curious. I hope we find out one day.
If the Wednesday thing didn't happen, would she still not be sharing it? That's what I'm wondering.
Interesting.
I don't know.
Wasn't she a Disney girl back in the day too? And they have rules.
Yes.
And if you want to come back in the clubhouse, then you better keep following the rules.
The clubhouse, literally.
I believe
Disney
it.
Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Eric, go ahead, buddy. What are you thinking about it, man?
Oh, I'm gonna credit this to Blucka because I saw his comment. What if that's still where they're it's the core four plus Jack and Josh with the police cars? What if that's the lobby of Gail's apartment building?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Maybe, but why would Jack be there?
Because he killed
wonder.
her.
Oh no. Yeah,
I'm staring at the
maybe.
photo now. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it very well could be. I just get hung up on that backdrop.
Yeah, it
if
doesn't-
that's a gym, that's a
Yeah.
strange. I don't know. I mean, it
don't
very
know.
well could be.
Can you show the photo again, Steven? Because yours is much
Yeah,
clearer.
sure. Let me. I just brighten it up so we can really see what's going around.
See
there.
the roof, how it curves in Canada. I mean, in the States too, like those metal arenas.
Is
where
that a
the roof
pool?
comes in.
That's what I was thinking, like a pool or like a
Like,
indoor
yeah, if you
track
look
or-
between
Yeah.
Jack and Mason, that kind of looks like a pool.
It looks like water. It does.
I'm trying to
Oh,
think of all the
behind
places
them.
we know they filmed at.
I mean, I guess the complex could have a pool, but I'm leaning towards the college though.
Yeah, I think
really
that's
am.
the pool. The fact that that's water kind of points me toward the fact that's the athletic complex on the university campus.
McGill does
so.
have a pool.
Hmm.
I'm looking it up.
And I love the fact, and I know this doesn't mean anything, but I'm still going to point it out. I love that Chad's wearing his Blackmore University hoodie in this shot. Like, nonverbal clue.
He's wearing it in like every shot he's in.
He's promoting the college, man.
Even that shot where he decks Ghostface.
Oh, that's right. He sure is wearing it. Yeah, that's true.
It might be an arena.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
I typed in the McGill Arena, and the roof kind of looks like it. If someone wants to go to Google and type in McConnell Arena,
I started searching like colleges in Montreal just to see if there was anything that I could
type
see.
in MCCONNELL Arena. The ceiling, like the sides don't kind of look it, but the roof does. McConnell, MCCONNELL Arena.
Oh yeah, like where the yeah, shit, that could
Stella
be
says
it.
Mindy's wearing her Blackmore too. That's awesome. That's right, Jaden. Be careful, man. Look, Jaden. Here, let me tell you. This is the channel. You're safe.
Healthy.
I can't speak for any other channels, nor will I ever try to, but I can say that here, at least here, I'm not going to spoil anything that's not, that's a true leak or anything. So I hear you, man. All right. So Blucka, what's going on, Blucka? Blucka says Gail's supposed to live in a very fancy apartment in New York, so it wouldn't be out of the normal to have a fancy lobby, front entrance, or pool gym. True. But I got to say,
thing is, though, we saw where they filmed the lobby, and it didn't look like that at all.
Well, no, it didn't. But I was also going to add to that and say, if that was a pool, though, bro, I mean, that's like an Olympic, like swimming arena. That's I've seen, like, I know that, like, it could be obviously indoors, being in New York, or Montreal, but you know what I mean.
We did host the Olympics. We do have pools.
That's true. They're there. So yeah, it's.
Now I know what I'm going to be doing like all day tomorrow, searching gyms in Montreal to find if I'm in the right place or if I'm totally nuts.
But I also think that could be the set, because I'm kind of blown away by how elaborate some of the sets are that we've seen. Like the Gail apartment is a set.
Yes,
that
it
whole
is. It is, dude. I never forget when Chris was on that night and we broke the pictures here in the stream of those of the plants hanging down. We were like, that's got to be an apartment. Remember, Chris? We're like, we believe that's got to be an apartment, and it was.
And we said, wait till the trailer. Let's see if and it was in there.
There it was. Yeah.
But yes, I think there is a cut, because that building I've seen inside, it's like the granite walls and very simple elevators. So that shot right at the end where she's getting attacked, where she closes the door, whatever, though that looks like it's the apartment building, right? And then I
Yes.
guess they cut and they're on a set now.
Yes,
So there's
exactly.
like some playing there going on.
Good editing, crafty editing. And I think it's time. Evan agrees. I think so too. The sets that have gone way up. Evidently, that $10 million budget increase went to making more believable looking sets. Because let's be honest, when we were at Stu's house in 5, it looked okay inside. I'll give him that. But when we were outside, if you look at that, you
The
can
grass.
tell that's friggin' AstroTurf, dude. I mean, every time I watch Chad hit the ground, I don't even want to look at it because it takes me out of the movie. For a
It
minute.
bounces.
Yeah, it does. Seriously.
Wait, that's not how grass is supposed to work?
No.
And remember, 10 million US is like 15 million Canadian. So this film is like, it's over. To me, it's the most expensive in a way, not including inflation, because it's over 40 million if you convert it. And then they get tax credits. So the government of Quebec gives them money to do some things.
Well, you're probably right, because think about this, and this is not my area of expertise, but the most expensive Scream movie
40
was $40 million for Scream 4.
And
that
3,
was
I think.
2011.
I think 3 was the same.
I think Scream 3 was 30 or 35.
40.
I could be wrong. It could be.
Yeah,
40.
I think that's what it was. The Weinsteins said, okay, the last one was 40. We'll do this one 40.
We'll do this one for 4. Okay, so that's been the most expensive Scream 3 and 4. And if you do inflation in the last 12 years, 13 years, and they're at 35 before that, it's got to be over 40.
And then no Sydney, no Dewey.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm impressed with the sets. We'll have to see
I
when
am
we
too.
actually see the film, but it's
Looks
looking good.
Blucka says, do we think Gail gets attacked and is sidelined for the rest of the movie, or is she dead? Man, I hope they don't do that.
As someone said, the Scream 4, remember the Scream 4 trailer where she gets stabbed? They show her getting stabbed and it
They
cuts.
do.
And I remember my friend going, I think we're going to lose Gail.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
That's
So it
what
could be
they
the
wanted
same.
you to think.
It could be the same exact thing.
That's right. What's up,
But this
Jake
one's
Boss?
different. They say so in the trailer.
Multiple times.
Yeah. Oh, man. Jack says, I feel like the Gail actress in the Stab musical will be the first killed by a copycat from the new movies, and the real Gail's death will be a legacy killer, Stu. At the end, I hope I'm wrong. Well, I don't know, man. I mean,
I love all these ideas.
I do too. And that's why, obviously, I'm going to tell you something. This may blow your mind. I have been looking so forward. I'm talking about like for months now. As much as I'm ready for March 10th, and believe me, I'm ready. But I could honestly say I was looking at least equally as excited. I was at least equally excited about when the trailer would drop, so that we could have 2 months, or it will be a little bit less now, of just theorizing, tearing it apart, trying to figure out, the tentacles and where they're going. This to me is like, I could do this all day if I could.
This is probably the most fun. From now until the release will be the most fun.
I agree. It's the most fun because once that movie drops and we all watch it,
And we're all disappointed.
no, don't say that. I know. And we're all
The
come
hype
back
is real now, though. Like it was high, and now it's even higher. And now I'm wondering, are we going to have a
Yes.
bigger fall?
Right. Well, I know it's a concern. But we'll until we see this,
We'll cross
movie,
that bridge. Yeah.
We'll cross that bridge, and until then, look at all the possibilities.
So many.
They're almost endless. So, Eric, yes, sir.
I don't think Gail dies early in the movie because I noticed she, unlike most of the others, does change her clothes. When you look at what she's wearing at the police station with Kirby is the same thing she's wearing at the shrine, but then when she gets attacked, she's wearing something completely different. So
And we know that we saw her with the blue. Remember when she was first on set?
Yes,
We
that's
haven't
right.
she's not in blue like that ever in the trailer.
Nope.
So how does that fit in? Because she's seeing Jenna and Melissa. and they walk away from her, right? And she's trying to interview them.
That's
Like,
right.
what goes on down there?
So that's, I mean, and she filmed, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought she was on set for at least 3 weeks. Filming.
Courtney?
Yeah. Wasn't
Oh,
it?
way
It
more,
wasn't?
way more. She was there from the first week of July, end of
Okay.
June, and she left mid-August.
Dude.
And I
she's
remember
gonna
because
be-
they hadn't wrapped yet, and then she said
Wow.
she had wrapped, and everyone's like, "Oh, she's a goner." I'm like, "No. She's been there for. She could be, but she's been there
Right.
for like a month and a half."
Yeah. And and I know that they said they're keeping all these, these new people and there in Montreal. That's all good and well, but Courtney Cox, you're not going to just, if Courtney Cox says I'm going to go home and see my Coco, she's going to leave. She's going to get our private jet, charter out, and she's gone.
Yep.
So for her to still be there, that's my point. For her, she was going back and forth. I guarantee it. There's no way. And that means Steve was still working still.
Yep.
And so I'm hopeful, guys, she's in this in the third act still.
Oh,
think
if they
she
get
will
rid
be.
of her in the second act, like Dewey,
No,
I
don't
might
do the
walk
Dewey.
away. I might walk out.
No. Bro. And I swear, if her phone rings,
And it's the same photo.
No, that would just be terrible. Hey guys, look who's with us. Marcus.
What's
from I
up?
Hey,
shot
Marcus.
him 6 times. Says when Ghostface responds to Gail's 10th guy line, I'm something different. Doesn't say I'm someone different.
That's right.
I think that's a hint of a returning Ghostface. That's Stu.
I'm wondering if they're
Dude.
setting themselves up for failure that way, though, because some people will hear something different. They won't make that connection, which is totally true. And then they'll say, "You said it was going to be different." It's like, well, it is. It's someone who's returning. We've never had that before. Yeah, but I
someone
heard different.
Mhm.
Well, also, it factors perfectly into the cult thing because it's not, the cult isn't a one, the cult is a thing. So
Everyone's
Yes.
talking about that, by the way. Like people who aren't really paying attention, they didn't even know there was a Scream 6, and then they watch this trailer. The second they see that shrine lift up, they go, "Oh, cult." If they don't do it now, I think you're going to have a lot of disappointed people. Because what's better than that? And again, what's better than having Stu lead it? And I'm not even on the Stu train entirely.
Yeah, but I'm getting you there, Chris. Let's be honest. Let me
Yeah.
ask you this. Can you admit this, Chris? Can you at least admit you're closer to being on than before you met me? Is that
Oh,
fair?
100%. I remember when I first met you, and
All right.
we hadn't talked yet, and I just I left a comment going, "Oh, Stu's dead." I had no idea what I was getting into.
You opened a can of worms.
Yeah. He's
Not
like, "Oh, I
Yeah,
totally
let
forgot."
us you were young and naive. It's okay. We've all grown.
We've all grown,
But
bro.
I wanted to
coming
ask you
around.
though, after watching this trailer, I just don't think there's anything there that even suggests it, which is maybe a good thing because it will be a complete shock. But there's no little breadcrumb even, really, that hints at it. Because if they're preparing people for Gail's death and for Tara's reveal or death, where's the slow little breadcrumb in the trailer for Stu?
But I don't think there was 1 in 5 for Stu.
His house.
Well, I mean the house. I'll give you that. But as far as like anything spoken or
Probably
anything,
not.
I
But
don't
that was
think
a
there
short. Wasn't that
anything.
like a 90-second trailer too? This one was
No.
long.
No, it was 2. Right
Oh,
at
was it?
2. What was it? 220, 230? Yeah.
I didn't watch it many times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But here's the thing, like I'm just thinking of like, there's also no mention of rules in the trailer. There's also no mention of like the meta commentary. I think
Yeah, I saw people commenting about that. There's no movie reference. Maybe that's a good thing.
Well, and here's the thing. I think all those things are going to be in there. It's just they're not going to put them in the trailer.
Oh, that's great if they did that. If they held that back.
Held it back. You got
and
to.
you-
It's a Scream movie, right? Like they have to give us that meta self-referential stuff.
And I think it's possible that they go through the entire movie, maybe even like kind of revealing that it's a cult in the beginning, but then the end is like, oh, you thought you knew it all because there's a cult. Well, you haven't considered who's leading it, and that's like a second reveal.
Oh, dude.
So like even
or Eric, don't shoot me. Don't pull out your buck 120 on me now. But that also could be the perfect setup for the cliffhanger. I know we talked about it earlier. We won't rehash it all, but I'm just saying, like that's a great setup, though.
It would be a great setup. The only thing, and what Chris said earlier, I'm just going to repeat it. They could be shooting themselves in the foot because I know 100% if they did that and they went into 7 and it wasn't Stu, you wouldn't care for it as much as you would like to. It would detract from that movie and it would detract from 6.
It's a huge risk. If you're hanging your hat on Sydney returning and Stu being your payoff, I'm with you. But maybe if that's the hill they want to die on, I'm down for it. Like I'm down for that, them to do that. But I fully understand that you could potentially just totally blow it. And
if the plan is that it's going to be Stu, I'm all for it. I'm gonna hate the from the time I walk out of the theater from 6 until the time I get into the theater 7. I will hate every second of it.
I know you will.
And I will be skeptical to no end.
Mm-hmm.
And 7 is going to be under an even finer microscope than 6 is because you have to land the pickup movie of a cliffhanger. Because if you don't, I've said it before, you ruin 2 movies. So,
and Steven and I talked about this. Like, it's so hard to do a cliffhanger where you're kind of hinting at who the person is, but not reveal it enough so that when the reveal does come in 7, it's shocking. I don't want people going, well, yeah, there he is. If we're all, even people who aren't even on the Stu train are like, what is all this talk about Stu? I keep seeing comments like that. Like, why is everyone talking about Stu? So now a lot of people are aware of it. It has to be this unbelievable with the score and just bam,
and it's got to be Stu taking the mask off. I want to see him in a costume.
And when he's doing it and when he's doing it, you're still not entirely sure. The diehards are.
Yeah,
we're hoping, just praying, please, 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 and it's slow, so like you slowly see the scars or something coming up. But if you just do it where people are like, yeah, there's Stu. I can't wait to go see Scream 7 to see Stu. Then what's your big shock?
The thing.
You have to have another twist in the film.
I think I personally, I understand what you're saying, but I think the cliffhanger should be that we know it's Stu. Because now, if you get to the very end, say she's got that mask and she thinks it's over, or whoever, someone gets a call from a ghost face and they hear like, oh, you thought this was over, and then it cuts to the person on the phone and you see it's Stu and you cut right there.
Okay, remember the shot of her? Sorry, the shot of her with the thing, with the mask, right? Which we think is maybe the end shot of the film. What happens if the camera pans up and there's a lot of people walking around and it rack focuses in the distance and we track and we see him standing? Like we come in and it's Matthew Lillard and he's standing there and she doesn't see him. She's not looking at him. And he's just looking at her and he just turns and walks behind a cab or something. And that's how the film ends. We see him. There he is.
Perfect. That's perfect to me. That's a cliffhanger without being a cliffhanger because you don't have to go see another movie.
Right. And then you get people who will come for the next one. And then you'll get people who will have a year or two to accept it and say, all right, well, I love Scream. I'm going to go see it anyway, even though I don't love Stu.
Absolutely. Let me tell you something, man. I know. And I could be wrong, of course, it's with anything, but I think that if they actually commit to Stu and they reveal it, like Eric's suggesting, I bet you a lot of the same people that are all hating on Stu will all of a sudden, find a reason to be on the Stu train.
They're a huge chunk will immediately switch over, going, "Well, it was done right. I loved it."
Yeah, they will completely flip, and they'll be like, "Oh, Radio Silence is bringing Stu back. Yeah, okay, then it's going to be great." Or what? They're going to immediately switch. Not all of them, but I think a high percentage of these people that are just dogging it, like the whole idea, will quickly change their tune if it's announced that he's coming back.
And then we have something brand new for 7. We as the audience know at least one of the killers, and we're waiting for that moment where they start figuring it out. The other characters, and then the reveal would be the other person. That would be awesome. And who could you do that? Who would be his accomplice? A new character they introduce with the 7.
Or once you know it's Stu at the end of 6, you open 7 with just an awesome flashback to the end of Scream 1.
There you go. Right.
And
How
and
did
you
he get
give-
the hell out of there?
You give a few minutes of just like indication of how he got out. You don't fully explain it because you don't have to, but you
Right,
give an
just enough.
indication. You know what I would love? I would love a simple flashback. We go in, we hear Gail talking, saying those words about the
We're hearing
grisly
them in the
murders.
other room.
You go in and you see a paramedic or someone go over toward that TV, and then you just see Stu moving. You see a twitch, and then you snap back to current day. Like, that would be amazing, because then you're like, okay, he didn't die from the TV.
And we hear that line. What does Gail say? She says, I think I got you that time, you bastard, when she shoots Billy.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
we just
that's-
hear
yeah.
it kind of like, and all the diehards know, like, and it's playing out exactly like they just literally play Scream 1, the audio of that in the other room as he's kind of moving, and the TVs and the glasses, you can hear it like shaking, and then we cut back, you know?
Oh, no, I wasn't saying that. I was saying like after the event. So like at the very end when Gail is reporting on the murders, like
they're out
the
of line.
camera fades out. I'm thinking at that point where the paramedics are coming in, like cops are there, like showing that, okay, this is after Scream 1 happened, but it's like the same day.
Mhm.
And you see that Stu was alive at that point. Because that means if he's alive at the point when paramedics are there,
Right.
he's got help.
Yeah,
So-
but I know, but that means that he's alive. I don't want him alive. I want him coming back from the dead. I think that's the only way it works.
Oh, I do too, but he could
Then he's
easily
going,
think,
oh yeah, I've known he was alive for 25 years. The paramedics saved him, you know?
Well, I don't think they would know though. That's the thing that like I like Destin's a big proponent of him being in prison, and I think again, not to rabbit trail, and I'm not saying that couldn't be done. They could. I think they could figure a way to do it, but I think the death theory is my personal favorite because
Resurrection.
it's like everyone thinks he's dead, including the characters, and we come to find out the new information is that he really isn't. It's like what Randy said. All the things you assume were true
right out the
are,
window.
they're not necessarily what you think they were in the past. And I think that to me, because the biggest thing is they think he's dead, and only only like 3 or 4 people know, other than like maybe a couple more than that, but not very many people know. His family, obviously, who was involved. And like Eric said, I think Eric put the theory out how you could do the paramedics, all right, the medical examiner. And something I thought about, and I'm just going to throw this out real quick. We still got 115 people here at 2 in the morning, which is insane.
Wow.
And
Nice.
amazing. That's incredible. So here's what I want to, I'm really thinking about doing a Stu Macher live stream sometime in February. And all the stream is about is, could Stu be the mastermind of 6? Even if he doesn't show up, maybe we don't see him till 7. And we come in and we talk about nothing but, well, maybe a few other things, but mostly about Stu. What do you guys think about that? I'm just kicking the idea around. I haven't decided for sure, but would you be down for something like that?
oh yeah, 100%, I'd be on board.
Yeah.
And Chris, I know you're on the fence, so you may not be you may not be as gung ho about it. But
I'm such a lover of cinema that I will see anything that might be good, and if it's done properly. You know, I can't think of examples, but there's films out there, one-offs or franchises, where you say, if they do that, that'd be the dumbest thing ever. And then they do it, but they do it flawlessly. And I sit there going, I was wrong. So, and I just think like the prison thing with Stu, I just think it's so much harder to write themselves out of that.
It
hole.
is.
And
It's a
I don't
lot
think
harder.
like Kevin could do it. I think Kevin could do it because he wrote those originals too. So he could create these little, he could remember what he put in 2 or 1 that could lead to, oh yeah, by the way, it was there. You just didn't notice, and make it, you know, when they go back and they redo the past like 3 did, which is kind of cool. So yeah.
Yeah. Eric, go ahead, Eric. Yeah. And I want us to get to Danny's comment after this.
There was another theory that someone threw out there with Stu faking his death, because my thought was that if the coroner signed off and just said that his parents elected to get him cremated. Then there's no body to worry about. Someone else had a theory that, remember how the kids were all drinking at the party, but then they find out Principal Hembry was hung, and they jump in their cars and speeding off. Someone had a theory that maybe they crashed that car, and one of the bodies, like they got burned or disfigured, and one of the bodies was confused for Stu.
See that? I can't believe I'm saying that could totally kind of work.
Yes.
So that was another theory I heard, and I'm like, oh, you know what? That kind of could work. The only thing that wouldn't line up with that for me is that when the cops come in the house, Stu is gonna be there, unless he's gone already. But even still, you're gonna have Gail and Sydney and Dewey all saying, "Oh no!" after they left, and you're gonna have the camera. The camera was on to see Stu still there after people left. It didn't catch any of the crimes, but that kind of wouldn't work for me. But I mean, if you're ignoring a little bit of logic, it could work.
Yeah,
it's a huge pit to dig out of. But if you get enough fanboys around a table and enough coffee, and you sit there for days on end figuring it out, anything's possible. And that's why I'm just worried that Jimmy and Guy don't have the same. I don't know. I don't think they sat around enough and really figured out every possible. Guy loves Stu, right? So that makes me think
Guy is a Stu truther. And just so you guys know, and you may or may not know, but if you don't, Guy Busick, who's half the writing team of 5 and 6, is a Stu truther to the core. He is 100% wants Stu back, and they even said he's always constantly trying to think of a way to get him in. He wants to do it. And so I
appreciate that guy. I think he's putting in the effort. So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
There was an interview with them where someone asked them, and this was after 5. Someone asked them like who they wanted to bring back, and right before Guy answered, James jumped in. He said, I'm gonna jump on this grenade for him because I know what he's gonna say, and if he says it, then we have to do it.
Yeah.
Which is like why in my mind, anytime someone asks Radio Silence or any director if Stu's alive, it's a dumb question. There's no reason for them to ever say yes.
No way. No,
it doesn't make sense for them to say yes ever. But yeah, he 100% Guy has said, and even this is a direct quote from Radio Silence. We would love for there to be more of Stu's story to tell.
Mm-hmm.
That is a direct quote from Radio Silence.
The problem is that James is the executive producer and the main writer. Even Radio Silence aren't producers. So he gets the...
James Vanderbilt.
Mr. Vanderbilt gets the say. If he's like, I know you all want Stu, but I just don't see it working in my trilogy.
Exactly. That's it. It's over. That's it. He's got the power. He can squash what Guy's ideas are and overrule them. And
he did in all those every single interview I watched of them. It was like 90-10 James talking.
It's almost kind of rude. It's like, dude, let the guy talk.
Yeah.
I mean, he's on the team. Real quick, Danny just asked us about the breathing. When guys remember how we hear that breathing in the mask for the first time, which is unusual. It sounds like he has breathing issues. He said the TV fell on Stu's face, which is where his nose is. I mean,
is it?
Maybe
it could be.
Also, the whole scene that like they're running, I think, from the subway. So is that to imply that maybe he's a bit older and he walks into the bodega and he's just catching his breath?
A little winded.
Could be.
Yeah.
That could be.
Maybe he's just fat like me.
Henry. I think Henry would be great as one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not the physical, the muscle, but like a bit of the mastermind.
Sure.
Maybe he used to work in California and Stu was his student or his he was his therapist. He was Stu's therapist or something. His parents like, you're going off the deep end. We're going to put you in therapy, and he's the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he started understanding him and kind of rooting for Stu, and now he's like doing payback for him.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say, what if Henry is Stu's therapist, right? and you think like it's revealed that Henry's leading the cult, but then it turns out, like as I said, a later reveal that Stu actually convinced Henry.
That's
to
the
do
ending
it.
of 6. It's like you think that no, Stu's dead. Stu's not part of it, but Henry's also lying because he knows that Stu's. We think Henry's the end, and then we get Stu as like, oh, he was in on it too. And you get a freaking reveal at the last 4 seconds of the movie. Awesome.
Well, Blucka says, what if the police arrive to save Sam and Tara at the store, and we get our first capture / reveal of a ghost face there?
Interesting.
So we get that early reveal we've been talking about.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Well, if there's only one mask, one of the aged masks, then somehow that wouldn't work because
right.
It's the exact same mask in the later scenes that happened right after that. So
I still don't understand how those masks would deteriorate. Is it just me? Aren't they like made of?
They just.
What are they made of?
Plastic or
plastic? How does plastic deteriorate and rot away?
In real life, it wouldn't. And it definitely wouldn't deteriorate in that way. But I think it's just styling. Honestly, they're pulling a Halloween 2018. That's what the exact same thing they're doing. Like,
that's all it is.
And I'm okay with it.
I was gonna say I can suspend all that. I'm fine.
I love how the mask looks.
It looks great. I'm just wondering.
Great. Yeah, I know you're right. That's a fair question, Chris. Yeah, if they come and say this was worn by Billy Loomis, I'm like, okay, I believe it. I'm with you. Let's go.
I'll take that over a 5'1", 110-pound person appearing to be 6 foot tall.
I think you and I could go on and on about Scream 5 for hours.
Oh yeah, oh god, that picture.
So cruel.
Haunts my nightmares, I gotta tell you. But yeah, like I'll take the mask deteriorating. Like that's an acceptable level of like suspension of disbelief. But
that was fine with me.
Yeah.
All right. So I tell you what, guys. You know what? I've been teasing the shrine. We're 3 hours and 40 minutes in, and we're
what
actually
a day,
gonna get there.
What a day.
What a day. It's true. This is like Christmas Day.
And how many are 108 still watching at 2 a.m? It's like I think Scream people might be excited for Scream 6.
Right?
Yeah.
I have a feeling.
Yeah, 110 people at 2:20 and almost 2:20 in the morning. That's pretty. Yeah, there's a lot of people excited. We are ready to go. Before we get to the shrine, I should just set it up. Now I'm retracting. I just want to get Marcus had a question. He says, do we think the murders are being recorded like 4 or just stalking footage like in 2? He's saying that because of the projector showing the footage.
I kind of hope not. It's been done. It's been done.
It has been done a lot.
He doesn't need to record it. He's got it in his head. I'm going to watch it. I'm not going to worry about filming it.
That's right. Texan Honeybee says, crooked sheriff loading up bodies could just put Stu in a body bag and smuggle them out. There you go. It's really that. And remember, that's a small town, and, if everyone kind of knows everybody, that whole thing, you could get stuff done.
We could tack on a scene where at the end of 1, we have a guy come running in, a cop. The cops are slowly arriving, but he's the first one, and he runs into the house. They're already outside, the survivors. And he's looking around, and then we find out that, and he pulls the TV off of him because he knows his father or something, and he's known it since he was a kid, and he knew he was always a bit off, but he wants to get him out of this.
That's what I had in my script.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, there's empathy for him. Yeah, there's.
Oh yeah, I was just saying that's actually not how I had it. I had it happening. So okay, yeah, I think there's multiple ways to get Stu away from the house. Yeah. The thing for me is it's not exactly how he gets from the house where he gets where he's going. The thing for me is how they make everyone believe he's dead, because that has to happen.
Yep.
It doesn't work otherwise, because it would just be, I don't know. There's no way you could go 4 different movies with the exact same thing happening and not look at one of the original killers if you knew he was alive.
Well, that's what we talked about with 2, that when it's happening again,
Yeah.
then the core is there, and there's not even a mention of, well, maybe we should call county lockup and see if Stu is still locked up or did he escape. Like that would
Right.
be your first
Mhm.
go-to.
So, and my example of that is in part 3 when they're talking about Gail is talking to Dewey, and the whole thing is Ghostface is trying to find Sydney. And Gail,
Right.
Dewey says someone broke into the police office at Woodsboro looking for Sydney's file, and he says, "I already took it out a week ago." He knew he was on top of those things. There's no way he wouldn't have checked on Stu.
It's insulting to the audience if like, oh yeah, but we just cut that scene. Wes cut that scene out where they said, oh no, we checked with Stu and he's fine. He's still locked up. It's just you can't do that and keep the audience engaged. You have to find a new way. Just find a new way to do it.
Yep, I agree. And I think that's the way to do it. Okay, so let's get to the shrine stuff here because we got some stuff to point out. So first of all, my favorite scene of the entire trailer, not even close.
And it's a big scene. Look at that. Wide angle.
Gosh, dude.
Yeah,
I could have like just
spectacular.
paused the trailer and watched that and just look at that for like hours.
I can't believe that's what was in the theater. I thought it was this tiny little,
a
few like dummies with
dude, I
the
know.
cloaks.
Well,
I would say the entire trailer could have just been this for 15 seconds, slowly zooming in, and people would have loved it.
Yes. And I know it's like they removed all those seats out from the floor.
Yep.
And you can't even really tell. Like it's just incredible what this looks like. They spent a lot of time there. Their props department, not the props, who does the sets, the set builders did some work.
This theater is going to become iconic now. Like people are going to want to go. This is like the most, I think it was Killjoy Jake. I think he said it might be the most iconic setting in the entire franchise.
Yeah.
Maybe next to Stu's house.
Stu's house. And
I'm not big on Stu's house. It's fine.
Yeah, but this is, this
because this has everything. This is all the movies in one, which is what's so crazy.
Yeah,
oh yeah, it has stuff from every movie, which I'm sure we're all gonna get into right now.
Yeah, so wow. Okay, so there's a lot of things here, and let's get into a couple of images. Eric sent me over a couple, and I'll pull this one up first, and let's start here with this image. And all right, Eric, go ahead, man. What are we looking at here again?
On the top shelf there, that's the slate from Stab 3. Like the clicker when they say action and they click it, that's the slate from Stab 3. Nice. I think because I sent it over Instagram, the quality got reduced.
Yeah.
Instagram doesn't.
Yeah.
But that's the slate. On the top shelf is the slate from Stab 3. On the bottom shelf, toward the back, is the frying pan. That and I
did Patrick Warburton.
Yeah, the only assumption is it's the one who took out Stone in 2.
Yeah.
Or in 3.
Was that
and
his
then
name?
It's Stone.
Yeah, Stone.
Putty.
And then the only the other thing that's in there toward the front of the case, like closer to the robes, is there's a fax machine, and the far side away is charred.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't that destroyed?
Well, you can see on the side that's further away that it has like char marks on it.
That's a nice touch.
So I assume, Steven, I'm gonna. You already got it up. Never mind. I was about to say I'm gonna email you because you can barely see anything in that photo, but the full quality ones, like you can actually make out the cord of the fax machine.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, and I didn't notice that the fax machine. That's a great catch.
Well, also, like you see Debbie Salt's blazer there.
Mm-hmm.
If you look down to the right of it, you see the gun she used.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I'm just gonna jump in here, and there's more to point out. We're not done yet, but after seeing the level of things here, including the stab slate, action, whatever. I am now of the opinion, and I want to see what the three of you think. But I believe that what we're seeing here, guys, in this shrine, is not that. What we're seeing here is these are actually from the Stab films. These are all the props that were used in the Stab films. These are not the actual items themselves, because there's just too many obscure things, like a Stab 3 slate,
Right.
a fax machine that's charred. That fax machine would be completely destroyed.
I know, but I don't think they care about making it realistic. I think they want to go for shock.
I mean,
I know what you're saying, but I
just
don't.
can't believe it, dude. They will, if they try to make me
know.
believe that these are real.
None of this should be here. You
I
can't
like
get
that.
all of it.
Take me out of the
Can't get all of
movie.
I know.
The chair that Stephen Orth was in, and the Casey Becker's swing,
Right. Casey Becker's swing is in there. Yes. I'm like, seriously.
How would
Stephen
you get
Orth's
that?
Jacket? Where'd you
Exactly.
get
How
that?
would you get it? But they're going to be like, yeah, it's fine.
Stuff.
It's fine.
Well, my
Isn't it
thought when I go back to the Milton thing that I was talking about while Craven stepped away, is if it was if it's somehow related to Milton, that's studio relation as well, because the studio was putting on Stab 3, and they would have perfect access to all the props that were used in the movies, and we know 1, 2, and 3 were all based on the actual events.
Right.
So
that's where we get a little later on, right? Don't they kind of change?
later on is where it gets. Yeah, later on is where it gets crazy, but
plus the posters. We know that the posters are in there, so it would make sense that it's a Stab shrine.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for pointing that out. The Stab posters, guys, are in this theater in frames, and it just makes sense to me. Just to me, I'm like, these are people, or if it's a cult, or a person who has collected these memorabilia. These are film used props, and I can buy that. Like if that's what it is.
What about the cloaks?
All day long.
Yeah, the robes is where it gets weird, because Richie and Amber are included. So
unless no movie about them, apparently.
Well, unless the name tags we don't see are people we've never heard of because they're from the Stab movies.
Oh, interesting. Because there should be way more killers, right? If it's Stab.
As of right now, all we've confirmed that we see are Richie, Billy, and I saw Mickey, and it looked it does look like Amber. We clarified that,
and
so
Charlie.
that would mean it's the newest killer.
There.
So
yeah,
who? And that doesn't make sense because in Stab there's 8 films, so there's a bunch of killers in those middle section
unless they come back,
or like
some killers are go multiple movies.
They'd have to explain that, but it could work. And then again, where's the mask coming from? The Billy. If we assume it's the Billy mask, it's got to be coming from here, right in the glass case.
I think so.
That's
so there's one real one, but everything else is fake.
I think Billy is legitimate. It's the only robe that's in the case. Mm-hmm. I think Billy is legitimate, whereas I think all the others are probably just replicas.
There wouldn't even be an Amber movie though yet, because it's supposed to be like a year. How did Gail have time to write the book? She didn't write, and then them film the movie and release, and then.
Well, I mean, that's kind of they did that for Scream 2, right? Because I mean, it was only 2 years later.
They claimed 2 years, in the movie, even though it was 1.
Yeah,
if they could be doing that to honor Richie and Amber, though, even though there's not a Stab movie, they're like, you know what, we're going to honor them and what they did to bring Stab back.
They're all the same height too, aren't they? Just about.
Well, the mannequin could be messing with us on that too. That's what I was thinking earlier. Like the mannequin height could be different or whatever. Maybe it's kind of hard to say.
I'm looking at the mannequins look the same, but I think maybe the robe goes a bit longer for some. Which would make sense for heights.
If it's Stab memorabilia versus authentic stuff, they wouldn't have to explain any inconsistencies.
No, they would not.
They could just be like, that Stu shirt's a different color. It's not the actual Stu shirt. It's from the Stab movie.
I wonder how much
Yes.
all this cost to put together. You know, when they sat down with the art
man.
department and they're like, "Hey, we need
Mhm.
Jill's outfit," and I
That's
just hope
right.
there's like some shot. There was a shot in the trailer of Dermot walking, and you see like 3 of them behind him, right? I hope there's some long takes like that. Just have people walking and figuring out where we are, and then we could be looking in the background at all the stuff. You know?
And there's still more that we haven't seen. Like,
Oh, tons.
yeah, like
Yeah.
if you look, there's some glass cases over to the very right, like the flag cover,
The
the
flag.
Woodsboro High
I
School
was
flag covers up some stuff.
trying to look at. I know in one of the displays you could see a ghost face mask and some stab. They look like either like pamphlets or like maybe like something they handed out at the premieres. But
Yeah, that's what I was gonna. That's what
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought. The in part
Yeah.
2, they went to the opening, or they went to the
Mhm.
premiere, and they gave everyone the costume. So
Dude.
that
There's
was
a
my
film
thought.
reel too. Do you see at the bottom on the left there in the glass case below the
yes,
there's a film reel. I wonder what that's
Yeah.
about. One of the stab films?
Hey man,
Yeah, maybe.
this just further what you guys were talking about right now. This further concretes cements in my mind that these are stab replicas. These are stab props, dude.
Oh,
And
so
Troy, real quick, I was want to just say hi to Troy. Sending in a $2 super chat. Troy, thank you, man. Says Shrine is more fanboy than legacy character, in my opinion. That's what I'm thinking too, man. Exactly. It's like
is
someone who's radically like radicalized, like Amber. And if it is a cult,
It's
this would
gotta
be
be
their
Stu.
church,
It's got to be
Yeah.
Stu. He's putting his buddies
Yeah.
in the glass case.
dude.
You know, he's honoring him. He's wearing his mask. He's going after his daughter. It's
Is-
got to be.
Yeah.
Anything else is disappointing. Doesn't
Right.
work with the
Do you
story.
guys remember back to 96? Was that flag from Principal Hembry's office? I want to say there was like a flag behind the door or something. I want to say there was a
I think there
flag, and
was.
maybe
yeah, that's a Woodsboro High School flag.
Where's the
Okay,
flag? I don't see it.
Is
it's-
it's on the right hand
off
side.
to
It's
the right hand side.
It's
Let
kind
me-
of folded, so it's hard to see.
Yeah.
you can't really
You can
see,
see
here.
the point of the flag off to the right,
Hold on,
and
let
then
me
like a
just-
little yellow writing. But I was thinking, was that in the principal's office? Where did I see that
Mhm.
before?
Yeah, doesn't when he closed. Oh no, I thought when he closed his door and Ghostface reveals, I thought there was something that kind of floated for a minute.
There
but-
might have been. I swear, there it is.
Oh wow! Look at that's what it was. Okay, I saw that earlier, but I didn't know what it was.
And then
Mhm.
right in front of the flag to the left, that's Casey's swing hanging there.
Oh my god!
dude. And there's a ghost face mask in that case behind the flag.
Right.
Yeah, that's the stab
That's the
memorabilia.
stab little from
Ah,
What's
Scream
that?
2.
The little. It looks like there's a wig on a mannequin, and it's got like a
that's
black.
Steve Orth.
Oh, is that Steve?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Are you
that's
talking the
him.
one that's sitting or the one that's standing?
I guess it's sitting.
Yeah, that's
Oh
Steve
yeah,
Orth.
yeah. It's okay. I
No,
guess.
Letterman's
Yeah, he's got
jacket.
duct tape over his mouth, and his arms are also duct taped to the chair. That's
Yes.
apparently supposed to be Stephen Orr's coat and the chair he was in.
Okay,
Yes.
this is awesome. This is.
And
and-
if you notice that real quick on the back there on that mannequin to the right, that's Tatum's skirt and shirt from the
Mhm.
garage scene.
So also the mannequin directly to her left that's standing, you notice the backwards hat? That was
the
Kenny the
cameraman.
cameraman.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, that's right.
I gotta give it to him. The attention to detail here is quite exquisite.
Where's
Wow.
Randy's? Where's Randy's?
Yeah, where's Randy here?
no.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, that's right. I haven't seen anything from Randy.
Nope,
Mm-hmm.
nothing.
Maybe that's a plot point. Chad and
Yeah.
Mindy will get annoyed.
Right?
Jamie Kennedy pulls off the mask.
Oh, I'll
Wow.
take it.
my
I'll
God.
take it.
Yeah, maybe
That's
their
subverting
motive,
expectations right there.
Yeah, it would.
maybe their motive was who was it that he was bummed out was going to play him when they cast the first movie?
He just said a
got Joe-
nobody.
Joe
It was-
Blow Nobody
Yeah,
or something.
Joe
It
Blow
was
nobody.
someone who appeared on one episode of Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman.
Which they then
Right.
used, right? They then in Scream 5 they shot that scene of him on the couch with the Jamie.
Mhm,
Jamie.
mhm.
Yes,
So I don't know who that actor was, but
That's right.
That's
He
funny.
never got to see it.
Yeah.
He said he'd wait for what did he say? Wait for a video or something?
I'll wait for video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll wait for video. Yeah.
Oh, so funny. I want to get back to that. The fun. They're talking about murder and who's going to be murdered next and whether they're murderers. And it's
Right.
funny the whole time.
And that's what I watched someone's reaction to the trailer and stuff, and they're like watching it with the same kind of like whoa as a lot of us were, but when they got to the end, they're like, I didn't get any like the meta humor from Scream.
Yeah,
And they said, I hope they're not trying to turn Scream into just to another run of the mill slasher franchise. And like I felt that when they said it, because I'm like, there does need, to me, it's always been a horror comedy.
Yeah.
And
Although
as
they're
much
not-
as I love like a new brutal Ghostface, I want to keep some of that comedy.
Although I'm also
Yeah.
seeing tons of people say that Scream is boring and that we need something new. It needs to be reinvented. So then they're trying to do something new, and then a bunch of people are like, "Wait, don't be too new." You know, I just want them to go for it.
You can't. Well, you just can't make it. If you
You
would
can't make
reinvent
everyone
it,
happy.
well, you can't do that. Number one, that's 100%. And also, though, if you take away the DNA of what a Scream movie is, it's now something else. Because
Yeah.
it's
You don't want to change the
fundamentally
chemistry.
the
Yeah.
chemistry. Yeah, you can change a whole lot of things, but if you mess with the whodunit mystery, the metadata, not metadata, but the meta humor,
Humor.
self-referential meta humor, those two right there are central to a Scream movie. That's like you want to go see Scream to have the satire. That's the third thing, the satire, which is what Eric's talking about. You got the satirical moments, and
I'll
you know,
give it.
if-
5 gave us that with the reveal. You know, as much as I didn't love it, it was of the time, which is making me think: what era is this currently that they could tap into for that meta reveal?
And also the Chad thing, like talking about comedic moments when they're talking about murder, like Liv asked Chad to go upstairs to like, you know, do some business, and he goes, I'm not 100% certain you're not the killer. So
Yes,
like
exactly.
that type of stuff. Like, yeah, you're in the midst of a murder spree and you could easily be next, but you're like finding some humor in it and like still trying to live. So that kind of stuff I love.
Me too.
In terms of Marcus's comment,
Yeah,
Charlie wasn't stabbed in the lungs, so he wouldn't have trouble breathing. He'd have trouble being alive because he
Yeah.
was stabbed in the heart.
yeah,
And
yeah.
he was
Says it
on
out
the ground
loud.
for a long time because
That is
He
true.
does-
Jill
he
went through her
seems-
whole process.
Right.
Also, I want to point out Simone said, and I've been thinking about this, and she reminded me. Simone said it's so disappointing that Sydney isn't there to see this shrine.
Mm.
Oh,
Imagine
it's
that.
true.
What if imagine her walking in?
Well, that's it. They're
and
doing it with
s-
Melissa, slowly going up to that Billy thing. I'm just thinking,
Yes.
forget that. Imagine Sydney walking up to that Billy.
Oh man, dude.
Hmm.
What if Sydney walks up? She's like, "Oh, the first guy I ever killed."
Yeah, exactly. Could
And
you
like,
imagine
yeah, Sydney would.
she's reading the script, and she's probably like, actually, this is pretty good, but they're not willing to pay me when I've been asking for 5 films. I have to say no. In that sense, good for her. She, because I think this is going to be legendary if they do it right.
Yeah, yeah, man. I'm Sanity. Steve says it's 2:34 a.m. Eastern, and I'm loving the shrine speculation thus far. I love it. That's awesome. Look, man, there's still 109 people here and now
It's
it's
gone up.
nearly 3 a.m. Yeah, this is incredible.
I was thinking though, they needed to show the shrine for marketing and money, but I
Yeah.
kind of wish, even though we knew, I wish they didn't show it.
Maybe they should have stopped at just this, like, cut that frame down to where you just see like the bottom half
Yeah.
of the 9 robes
Yep.
and cut it there. So like you know something's up. You know that's going to be a big set piece. But
I
yeah.
get wanting to show it off though. It looks
Oh,
great. Everything's
yeah.
perfect.
100%. It looks amazing.
Phenomenal. Yeah.
Yeah. Logan says, "Do you think Billy's father Hank is in on it with Stu, Hank Loomis?" I mean, I don't necessarily think he's in on it, but I do think Hank Loomis is an interesting character who's, to this point, he's still alive. He's still out there.
Yep.
And I've always thought about how interesting it would be for him to come back now that he knows he has a granddaughter when she didn't know before. And I could see him being in an evil role or in a good, almost like trying
Red
to be a
herring.
good grandfather.
I
Yeah,
could see him being a
and
great red herring who ends up being
yes,
loving at the
that's
end.
right,
She
exactly.
didn't she didn't know for sure, but then she actually had
Yes,
blood that she can relate to and trust.
I would
Right.
love to see that.
Because
Yeah,
he's in one scene, right? In the police station. You went out last
yeah,
night, you know?
yeah. That's
Mhm.
right.
He seems like he's busy and he's overwhelmed and his
Hmm.
wife left him, but he doesn't seem like he would ever partner up with his son's best friend to
Hmm.
he didn't get that vibe in one scene. I can't really
No,
judge, but
yeah, it's he was
26 years ago.
right. Yeah, but he was a part of Sunrise Studios. He was their lead attorney, Milton's lead attorney. So, and we know that, I mean, we don't know for sure, but I could see him being maybe a part of some of those parties, maybe down in the Milton's mansion in the 80s. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but you know, you could
Part
do
of the
anything with him though.
Weinsteins.
I was gonna say I feel
Weinstein.
like they're gonna try to distance themselves from that with after the Weinstein stuff.
Yeah.
You know, they're
Oh
gonna
man,
That
steer
was so
clear.
awesome that they actually did that. Like
It
bro,
was.
Wes
It was.
knew Wes knew what Harvey
oh
was.
Oh,
And he's like, I'm
absolutely.
gonna put this in here and he's gonna have to release it.
Mm-hmm.
yes, I'm telling you, it just makes me love 3 more endearing
It's
every time.
aged incredibly well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, just phenomenal. Now
The
Marcus,
weakest one has aged incredibly well. I mean, what a franchise.
yeah, yes, it has. Uh, Marcus is saying if you look where Charlie was stabbed, it was closer to the shoulder area. The blood doesn't pour out from the heart area; it looks more towards the shoulder, in my opinion.
I kind of agree, but he does say it like it's a cringe line, but Charlie does say the heart, not the heart,
Yeah.
not how
You
we
got me in
rehearsed
the
or whatever.
heart, not
Like
the
you'd
heart.
feel that, I think.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, what a horrible thought. I just thought about it when you said that. I'm just like, for a
Right.
second, imagined it. I'm like, oh gosh,
Yeah.
that's
But bring him
terrible.
back and
Another
make him
problem
the
is you go
greatest.
try to look up photos of it, and you get the whole that Vaseline effect over all the shots.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
don't beat up on my baby. It's okay.
Oh, I love the movie, but
I know.
that particular
Yeah.
aspect of it is questionable at best.
Right.
It's an interesting choice that Wes made.
I always say it's
I don't know.
the shallow Hal
Mhm.
scene. That's what it reminds me of. Where he puts
Yep.
the Vaseline over his eyes.
Bro,
That's
I
right.
love Shallow Hal.
Right?
I need to
That's
rewatch
what
that. I
that
haven't seen
movie
it in a while.
reminds me of. Like I just smeared it over my eyes and started watching. But I do like the movie a lot. Like
Oh yeah, for sure.
it totally grew on me from my first viewing till where I
Mhm.
rank it now. So
And you really notice it mostly when it's sun shines out, like if it's bright.
mhm,
The darker scenes, I don't really
Yeah.
notice it,
mhm.
honestly.
At the
Dino
bookstore,
says,
I think.
"Oh, the bookstore scene's the worst."
Was it
That
Courtney
yes,
walks in and the light from outside just
Yeah.
yes, it's like glows outside the. That's the worst scene, honestly. I think that's the worst of it in the whole movie. Is that whole bookstore
Yeah.
sequence is rough, but after that, it seems to get better or just
They go for more night scenes, I think.
more
Mhm.
night. Yeah.
Mhm.
Dino has a good point. Maybe Hank Loomis is involved in bankrolling the cult. He's getting the props from Stab. He's or whatever they are. He's getting them. And what if at the end reveal is it's Hank steps out. I don't know.
Billy's father.
Billy's
Billy
father.
Father.
It would be
Dude.
retreading past.
It would
you
be
know?
well, basically Scream 2.
And
But
in my
this-
opinion,
this
no one will ever
Ghostface is
beat
different.
Mr. Loomis, so
Yeah.
he can't
What's
outdo
that?
Mr.
Yeah. Well, Eric, what'd you say? You said it'd be different though, right? Is that what you said?
I'm saying, but this Ghostface says they're different.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
By the way, Marcus, man, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this right here, this stabbing, and like the knife goes in literally right over the center, like the buttons of his shirt, like directly in the center. When
It's
he
like the
pulls
sternum.
away, when he pulls away, he moves his hand over to his left, But
Mhm.
when you see the knife go in right here, I'm looking. It's like directly like center.
And then
So
does she do it again? She like goes underhand and gets him in the stomach, or
I don't know. I don't
I
know
think
about
she does
that.
it.
Remember she
I think she
hits
Stabbed
stabbed
him
him
twice.
twice.
Two
Yeah.
times. Yes.
And then he
And-
twitches
Yeah, I
out on
haven't, I
the
haven't
floor.
seen the second one there, but
Yeah. Yeah. She gets in the once there in that heart area, and then a second one, like I think it's down on the left area of her stomach area. Insanity Steve says Scream 3 is goated. Yeah, it is. Roman's hilarious and fast, even with Angelina as headcanon second killer. Yes, indeed. Plus, I love the half brother connection. Is it ever confirmed Milton's Roman's father? No, it's not.
No.
I think though it's not out of the realm of. It's certainly safe to say it's possible.
I really thought for a long time that he was, but then there's a line where he says, I had a lot of parties going on here. I don't know who took advantage of her.
Right. That's true.
So
Of course, he wouldn't exactly admit to
yeah, I
doing
was
it
about to say.
himself.
he wouldn't
Yeah,
admit
he
to
would want to
it,
pass the blame.
but a
Right.
guy like that in Hollywood definitely has an entourage of people that he invites
Sure.
over. So
Now Mitchell says I'm still up. It's
Nah.
2:39 a.m. I've got to take my niece to school in the morning, but this is some amazing speculation, and I'm digging it. It's giving me goosebumps with a lot of them. Got my gears going. That's awesome. Mitchell.
Nice.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks,
awesome.
buddy. As Stu would say.
Yeah. Thanks, buddy.
and we're gonna be wrong on all of it. And it's just gonna be
Hopefully.
very simple and wrap
Hopefully.
up in a nice bow and it's over.
Yes.
There was a second stab there.
Yeah.
She
But,
does
yeah.
underhand, right? She goes underhand, boom. that's
Yeah,
all.
underhand to the Marcus. I haven't seen the movie, so no, I can't say anything's impossible. But the stab I just saw, it looks like flush center. I can take a screenshot and send it to you if you want to take a look at it, or you can send me what you're looking at. But what I saw looked dead center, and the fact that even if it wasn't directly in the heart and to the left, it would have hit a lung, and that would have filled up with blood. And he was there for a while because Jill then dealt with Sydney and then dealt with herself and
Self-mutilation.
then waited on the police. So he would have been there for a minute bleeding wherever it was from. So,
But I want to end it though on this. Following the rules of Scream, he was not tapped in the head. So there has to always be a little bit of a door cracked open from me in these situations, because that's the only, even Dewey in 5, you have to shoot him in the head. That's the only way you're going to know.
The head, Dewey.
Dewey the head.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
well, that's the
So-
only way you're going to know if they're wearing a costume, because they could be wearing the robe.
That's true.
Charlie wasn't in a costume. He didn't have a robe on. He was
True.
just a civilian, and they don't have no superpowers. They're all their normal height. They don't automatically go to 6'1". So,
Yeah, I've always thought he's lying on that kitchen floor for a while. It would be
Yeah.
hard to bring that back.
Jennifer, look at here. Look who's coming in at this late hour. Said, just got home from my bunko game, and you guys are still going. We've been going for over 4 hours. Yay! I love trailer day. Me too. This is a special day. That's why we're going so late. Glad you're here, Jennifer. I don't know how late you can stay up, but kick back, hang out with us. Love to hear your thoughts on things. And Olivia, what's going on? Olivia says, where are Hank Loomis, Christina Carpenter, and Leslie Macher? We have no clue.
I'm calling it now. I said this morning. We're never going to meet them.
You don't think so, huh? Not even in 7, maybe?
No. Especially like if everyone but Sam dies. Then Sam will probably move on, and the 7th will be
True.
set. She'll have an apartment in, San Francisco. And
Yeah, I think the only way we potentially meet them is if we go back to Woodsboro for 7. I think potentially we could meet them, but I don't think
we were with over the last one. We didn't meet them.
No,
so-
that's what I'm saying. But like I didn't even know Stu had a sister, right? Or Christina Carpenter. Those were 2 brand new characters. Hank, a little bit different story. We figured the door closed when 96 was done. We didn't know about Sam being the granddaughter. That would be the only way, is if 7 goes back to Woodsboro, then the door is cracked open. But I don't know if they're going to be important enough to the story.
That's right.
to,
Like, what do you do with them The only way
Right.
to include them would be if they get killed or if they're a ghost face, I think. And you can't do much with that. But Radio Silence and James and Guy seem to at least sort of respect these little pieces, these little Easter eggs through the franchise, and keep bringing little things back. Bringing Martha back and then having her kids. So I could see maybe Hank having a little scene.
Yeah.
Maybe she goes to Billy's grave or something, and Hank is there, and they meet just like this little one-off scene.
Yeah. Good night, Stella. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Get some good rest. Appreciate you. Thanks for your super chats earlier. Very kind of you. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Greatly appreciated. Let's see. Paula says Hank Loomis involved is a possibility. I think so, Paula. I think it is. It very much is a possibility.
I know some people are theorizing that Henry is about the right age and look for it. And I know obviously they're crediting him as they're crediting him as like Professor Freddy or everything, but like they very well could be pulling a Benedict Cumberbatch situation. I doubt it, but they could.
I remember Hank's actor. I remember that face. If they change actors, I always hate when they do that.
Well, didn't he pass away?
No, he's still alive. Yep, he's still alive. I checked that.
That would be cool though. Like if Sam's sitting on the couch of her grandfather, and he knows, and she doesn't know who he is.
I love it when movies do stuff like that, where we have a POV. We understand something that the character doesn't, and like you say, we know that's Hank Loomis, but Sam has no clue.
But even if we don't, but then it makes the rewatch even better, because that's what I want. 5 is not very rewatchable. That's a great rewatch scene. Kevin and Wes were kings of that. So
of course. Brittany, what's up, Brittany? Good to see you popping in here at this crazy, insane hour of the night. Thank you for saying hello. It was intense. Yes, it was so good.
Does anyone hate it? Did anyone not like the trailer? I've only seen widespread love.
I've seen no one that I know say they didn't like it yet. No. Not yet. Not saying they're not out there, but I haven't. Not so far.
The only people I've seen with negative things to say are the people who just immediately, without even giving it a chance, say, "No, Sydney, I don't like it."
Wow.
Or is this series still going? Meanwhile, they have like Halloween in their bio.
Yeah, I love that when people like come onto my videos and they'll say their comment is, this franchise needs to die. Why are you still watching these movies? I'm like,
because I don't like it, so none of you should like it either. Okay.
Yeah. So wait a minute. Well, first of all, you're watching a Scream 6 video. That's the first mystery. Because if you don't like the movie, why are you even watching the video? I appreciate the view and the comment. It helps the video out. But it's like I just smile.
Yeah.
They're the literally definition of a troll. They want to.
That's all.
I love this Texan honeybee.
Texan honeybee is what I'm talking about. That's right.
I was wondering when you would come for me.
I would rather see Hank Loomis as a victim, as an old man in a recliner, answering the phone. As Ghostface says, I was wondering when you would come for me. Dude, wouldn't that be a powerful scene?
And he just doesn't even move. Ghostface is coming right for him. He's just looking at him like, let's go.
He just sits there.
Bring it.
Let's go.
This was there's already a movie that did a scene almost exactly like this, and I want it to go exactly the same way that scene did. You cut off, you get exactly what you just saw happen, right? You see Ghostface walking toward them, and then the scene cuts, right? And then everyone thinks he's dead, but then at the end, you see like it comes back a few later in the story, and you see him walking out like bloody, carrying a Ghostface mask in his hand.
Nice.
And I'm like, okay, he just took care of business. Because if he knew they were going to come for him, he probably would have been getting ready.
That old man strength.
If anyone ever seen Mr. Nobody?
Can't say that I have.
Familiar.
I think so.
Or just Nobody. It's with
Better Call Saul.
Yeah, Better Call. forget his name. His dad in that movie is played by Christopher Lloyd.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, in that exact scene,
Nice.
So I'm sorry, spoiler alert for that movie, but
Bob Odenkirk.
yeah, that's him, Bob Odenkirk. Yeah,
it's
but
a
like
great movie.
that would I don't want to see Hank Loomis go out like that. I want to see like,
or as he's
I
getting
wanna
closer, he
see
just like
them
throws
get
some
together.
alcohol and lights the room on fire, and he just goes up in flames before Ghostface can get to him. Takes himself out and tries to take Ghostface out.
Hank is Roman's father?
So let's see. Yeah, another way Sam could be connected to 3 is if Hank is Roman's dad. Remember, the rumor is Hank was at Sunrise when Marine was. Yep, that's right. That would make Sam related to 2. Ghostface.
Well, that would make.
Well, that would be 3.
Well, that would make Roman. That would make Roman and Billy brothers, as well as Roman and Sydney.
Roman and Billy.
Yeah, they would be half
Yeah,
brothers, and
they
then
would.
Sydney.
That's a totally. I don't know. That's stretching it there.
Wow.
There would have to be a lot of exposition to connect all that and have the
Yeah,
audience
yeah,
go,
that's
okay. It's tough.
I don't think why does she need to be connected to?
Yeah, she doesn't. She's
She's
connected
already
enough.
connected because we know Roman is what lit Billy and Stu into doing, starting the spree in the first place. So I don't think there needs to be some sort of familial connection. We already have that. Let's go with some new hook for 6.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It has to be. That's why I'm saying this poster, all these new people on it. Who is going to be, who's going to have that connection to be able to have that shrine and the mask and go after these people, but decide not to go after Sydney,
Or maybe
Someone
they
in the-
do. They just can't find her.
Someone in the chat said something about how maybe the killer's smart enough to know every person who goes after Sydney ends up dead. So they're like, I'm going to pass on her and I'm going to go after everyone else. And again, I just don't know why Sam is so interesting to this franchise all of a sudden. Like why they're trying to make her like what Come and Get Me, which she's got the gun at the end. Like what is so fascinating about you specifically that, we've removed Sydney from this and now it's all about you and whoever's in your entourage. I don't know. It's got to be more. It's got to be. They got to write something awesome without retconning anything.
Well, we never
just deepening the layers.
Yeah, we never got any details on the diary they talked about in 5.
I know.
So I'm wondering if there's something in there that is significant enough to, garner two additional movies, right? To make it special. But I don't know. I'm sitting there racking my brain the same way you are, trying to figure out why.
I think that was probably a throwaway too. They're like, how did Sam figure it out?
Right.
And they're like, oh, I read your diary. Like very simple. It was up in the attic, and I didn't notice Dad was behind me when I was ranting. And
right.
There's all these little things that are a little too convenient to fall into place.
For sure.
I just want to say with Caden that we mentioned it a little bit earlier in the stream, but we're all hopeful that she will return in 7. We're all fingers crossed, man.
And I want to see Mark too if she's in 7. Even if it's a scene where he kisses her, it's like, go kick some ass,
I wouldn't say I'm hopeful. I would say I'm certain.
Hey, man.
Wait till the box office comes out for the next one. For this,
like I said, man, if it fails at the box office, I think their thought is going to be, well, it's the first one without Nev, so Nev is probably why it didn't do well. So we're going to give her the money to get her back. If it does well, then they're going to be like, we have the money to give Nev what she wants. So
they made $1.4 billion off Top Gun Maverick, and they still couldn't find a little money for her for this one. Imagine like the Shrine, Samara, Kirby, and Sydney. Even if it costs $5 million to get her back, you're locking in your box office. You're going to make 160, 170. Let's go for the number 1 Scream film. The fact that they didn't and they cheapened out like that, and now with Babylon, which completely bombed and is going to lose them 125 million or something.
That was a horrible, dude. They totally ate their lunch on that one.
And that's a great director, Damien Chazelle, who they risked it on and it's failed. So
now, he's like an Oscar winner like multiple times, right?
Best director, youngest best director ever.
It's probably going to be a while before he gets another one after this. That's which is really sad.
Oh, I'm sure he'll get one, but it'll be like a $30 million budget,
Well, I'm talking about an Oscar.
Oh, Oscar.
Marcus said, did you find anything related to Charlie in the Shrine? The only thing that I know of is that we saw his robe. There is a robe on the stage that says Charlie. But other
Yeah.
than that, I don't think we've seen anything, guys. Have
No,
you?
we saw Jill. We saw some stuff for Jill in there. Her
Yeah.
shirt is in there.
Jill's shirt is there. Yep.
What was his shirt, Charlie? White? Like a
It was like
button-up
a
top?
button up, like a light blue button up.
Right.
I'm sure there's
Awesome,
stuff on the sides that they're just not in the camera angle.
Oh
trying to
yeah,
think of
like we
any-
don't see everything there.
Yeah, anything unique to him because his partner had the little headset camera, but I'm trying to
Robbie.
think of anything. Yeah, Robbie, but I'm trying to think of anything unique to him from 4.
Charlie?
Yeah, that would like they would have as a prop besides a shirt or
His long hair.
Yeah, right. They had
See,
this.
that was the
Lots
big
of
thing
hair.
about Charlie
Yeah,
that
the
people
scalp.
didn't like. He was very vanilla.
Mhm.
Yeah, he was pretty
Like
bland.
in terms of like kills, I think he did
Yeah.
really good work.
Yep. me
But
too.
He
as
was
a
pretty
person, he didn't
savage, for
have
sure.
anything like.
I think they cut a bit too much because some of the deleted scenes I've seen are pretty great. I can't
Yeah,
remember.
the
It's just building
opening
that
scene.
tension.
The opening scene when Dewey and the deputies are there, and I can't remember which blonde female it was that was hanging from the ceiling, and there
It
was
was
Marnie.
Marnie and the blood
Mhm.
written on the wall. And I mean, that was
That was a great
Amazing.
scene.
By the way, I think that's the same font that this scary movie graffiti is. Don't you think? Do you remember?
Oh, I think it
I-
is.
It
off
seems
the
very
top
similar.
of my head. It looked like I think you're
It's that
right.
jagged, like
Mhm.
the S is real kind of jagged.
And that was cut, right? So now they're
Mhm.
actually including it. I kind of like that, which makes me think cult.
You
Think
know what
something
makes
else
me
that was
sad
cut?
though? Maverick, you mentioned that scene. I'm really sad that scene got cut, not only because it was a great scene, but that's the scene that Wes Craven's cameo was in for 4. He was the coroner.
Mhm.
And we lost it. Now he's gone. And every time I watch Scream 4, because we see him in 1, 2, and 3, and that was his cameo shot as the coroner. He was there in the room in the background. And
Was
so we
it
lost Wes Craven's
So
cameo.
he's the
man.
one that saves Stu.
right? Maybe.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, he kind of was. He wanted to bring him back. So
That would be a
Was-
cool wink. Get someone who looks like him, put the beard on, get him like looking like Wes Craven, and have him in the opening of 7 saving Stu. Oh, that would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
man, dude.
it'd be really cool if they had a character named Wes and brought him to this franchise
And
and,
had him
didn't
survive?
kill them immediately.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Let
like-
him stick around. That would be great.
Like they proverbially and literally killed Wes.
I wish
in
they'd killed him in the
5.
shower.
Oh.
Like that scene just kept. I know people love it, but that scene just kept going on and on. He gets out of the shower and then he goes downstairs.
door
And,
open,
and
door
they're not even like really
closed.
showing what he's doing. Like maybe
Yeah.
if they had shots of him picking things up, you know, but
Setting
there's just
the
like
table.
it was just like that.
Yeah.
And then I'm
I
like,
thought
he's
he
not
was
gonna be
just
behind
he was
anything.
setting up for sushi because his mom was going to get sushi.
Yeah.
So he was
Yeah, he
pulling out
was.
soy sauce and I think sriracha.
Right, but
and
show
getting-
it. Show the soy, and he's pouring it into the thing,
Mhm.
like little shots of that, just building, adding tension.
Yeah, those are strange choices.
Stretching the rubber band, as Quentin Tarantino would say.
Hey man, real quick, I'm going to get to Paula's comment. Then we got a super chat to get to. Paula brings up the great question of I'd like to know who Sam's mother was married to when it's
Yeah.
all revealed. I do too, because whoever that person is a wild card in all of this, and
Mhm.
it doesn't get talked about a whole bunch. And generally, and that I'm telling you, we may be surprised one day to find out this is a character in one of these movies that is an older guy now, like a Dermot Mulroney's age kind of character. But I'm with you, Paula. I mean, we don't know. We don't have any information, but I want to know too, because that just gives the writers more
Yes.
another thing to do. See, we could implement them.
That's what I'm saying. There's a potential there, and if they don't use it, okay. But then whatever they do, if it's not strong enough, and we're sitting here as fanboys going, you could have introduced him and made him this thing, and it would have been better than what you actually did. You
Right.
keep name dropping these characters. You keep inventing people in the franchise, and then not doing anything with them. Okay,
Right.
but if what you do is worse than that, then we're gonna pick on it.
Yeah, agreed.
You're never gonna make everyone happy. Like
Yeah.
True.
You're not.
Then again, everyone likes 1. Most people like 2.
Well, true.
Most people like 3 and 4, Although I know 4, for some people, there's a lot of people that hate 4. I've been seeing lately.
I don't
So-
get it. I hear it too. I don't know. But you know what? Something I do understand is the real Michael Myers sending in a $5 super chat. Thank you, man. And he says, "Do you think Ghostface was paying homage to me with a head tilt and breathing in the mask before stabbing the guy in the store?" I say absolutely yes, 100%. Because there's nothing like that original kitchen kill with Bob, with Michael Myers tilting that head, and just, man, it's legendary. What do you guys think? Is that a little meta thing for Michael Myers?
Well, if the mask is similar and it seems to be they're ripping that off, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a little wink.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think
You know
so.
what? I'm gonna be the odd man out. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say whoever is Ghostface at that moment is just legitimately surprised that this person is standing up like that to him. Like they're like, "Are you
And
serious?"
they're
Right?
just like, really?
Boom.
That whole end. Remember, we talked about everything in the trailer. Those first 40 seconds of the trailer, and like the first 2 seconds where you get the shot in New York, and then boom, it goes right in, right,
Yeah.
smashing into the bodega, screaming, "There's a line here, girls!" And then Ghostface comes in. We don't see his face until he does the head tilt, and it's in right tight, and that's a good tight shot there.
It
Just-
is.
And then just
Yeah. See, there is a
carnage.
place for tight shots, Chris, aren't there? There are times where it makes a lot of sense and it works, just not 98% of the movie.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
all.
That's the what is it called? Abe Snake.
Abe Snake.
That's the Abe Snake,
Yes.
but bodega. So I'm hoping we get a nice shot of at least quick shot of the camera coming down over the logo at the top.
Mhm.
Yeah, buddy.
And,
And
we haven't
yeah.
had a Ghostface attack like that before, have we? Can you think of where in public, crowded
Taking out
area,
bystanders.
yeah, and
No.
taking a bystander with witnesses around? I can't recall. I mean, everything's
No.
pretty much
The
sneak attack.
closest, the
Mhm.
closest would be the movie theater on Tube.
Right. True.
Right.
That was
Right.
public, but
He went after those two people though.
Yeah,
yeah,
And he was
yeah,
under the
that's what
cover
I'm
They
saying.
weren't in the way.
and hiding in plain sight,
in
basically,
sight because of the stab. Yeah.
everybody's dressed that way, so
That's
he's
right.
not. But yeah, that was one of the things I was like, I like that. I like
We
that.
get-
That's a
Well,
new
We get
If it
two
is
deaths in that
Halloween,
bodega at least.
right.
yeah, if it is Halloween, then he would blend in outside.
Right. Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. But in that store, it didn't seem like anyone was dressed up, so it was cool seeing him just go nuts like that.
It did feel like it was Halloween though. I'm
I
pretty sure.
yeah,
Plus,
I just go
yeah,
back
we
to
know
the clothes
subway.
thing because they're wearing the exact same clothes there
Yeah.
that
Right.
they were on
Yeah.
the subway where
Right.
the rest of the Ghostfaces were. So
But also they decorated that whole street outside with like cobwebs, and the
Mhm.
flower shop is across the street. They renamed it to Jill's Flowers, right?
Right.
And they put pumpkins and skeletons and spider webs everywhere. So I hope we actually see that. I was sending Craven all these photos of
Mhm.
the subway stop they put in, USA Today, New York Times, all these
Yeah.
slogans. They went and covered up all the French and put English in. So like that costs money. And
Yeah,
if you just
absolutely.
quickly go over it and you don't really. By the way, that was the night. Remember, I went up to the cottage and you were doing a stream, Steven, and I was
Mhm.
texting you. I'm like, they're filming tonight. We know they are, and they're rapping tonight. That was the scene that they were filming.
Yes. Oh,
That's
wow.
crazy.
That's awesome, man.
You know what? I don't know the order of how she did this, but if speaking of a meta opportunity, what if Jenna Ortega's character dressed as Wednesday Adam for Halloween?
Oh,
Man,
Oh,
that would have been
That
so
would have been
amazing.
hilarious.
that would boost box office right there.
right?
And it would have been in every single shot of the trailer.
Every
Like that would have been the
single shot.
first shot everyone sees as her as Wednesday.
right?
Oh, let's see here. Let me play a clip. I haven't played a clip in a long time. And we're getting to that time of hour of the night where things get a little loopy, a little crazy sometimes. And, sometimes you may just see things like this.
Wo kommt denn das her?
There you go, man. Thank you, real Michael Myers. Yes, enjoy the homage as you watch the movie to you, my friend. You deserve it. Motivational chat with Anna Marie. What's going on? Says, will Gail live? Oh boy, we've debated this a couple hours ago. I can't believe we're at 4.5 hours. Let's give a shorter answer now, guys, because I know we went through it. And Anna Marie, I will tell you this: after the stream ends, it goes into replay mode. Right? Be sure go back and watch this stream again because we spend a lot of time talking about Gail earlier in the stream, so you'll want to catch that. But for now, guys, let's start. Chris, we'll start with you and go around. Give me your bottom line answer right now. What's your percentages on her living and dying from 0 to 100?
I was going to say 80-20 living, but
Okay.
the fact that they've killed Dewey, teasing all this stuff, showing these shots in the trailer, we know that she wanted out with 4. I think as filmmakers, they're in the perfect spot because all of us are like, I have no idea. And that's what the movie should be. We don't know. But I think, but in the end, if she is killed without Sydney, and that means we'll never see Sydney's reaction to it. If they bring Sydney back in 8, there'll be a line about, yeah, it was sad when we lost Gail. And I'll be like, good, we have shots of Sydney reacting to Dewey and Courtney's death after she already knew about it. And, we saw her react. Well, as Randy, she was told, like, right before the scene started, kind of, in 2. But it's important that those 2 specifically, that we saw her reaction. So I hope not. Kill her when she's back.
And all right, Maverick, what do you think? What's your percentage, man, living to dying?
I'm gonna say 60-40 dying.
60-40.
I don't want it to. I don't want it to come off like I want her to die, but yeah, I'm
You're a
leaning
realist.
towards. Yeah, I'm leaning towards she's gone after this.
Okay, 6% dying. Eric, what would you put on your man for you?
95% she's living.
Love it. Love the optimism. I do.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I like I said, with the way they're showing everything out of order, there's nothing for me to believe that. I think they purposely did that. I think they want you to think she's going to die. I think that's why the last thing they show you is Ghostface attacking her, when in reality that's the first thing that happens in that sequence. So I think she gets away. I think she might be injured. She might be, have to get some stuff bandaged up.
But maybe she dies later in the 3rd act.
That's entirely possible. I don't think they will. I think I will have some optimism in their ability to craft a story. And here's the thing. Here for me, if you did it in your last movie and you're saying this is different, don't do anything you did in your last movie. Don't give another character a surprising parent of a past killer. I saw someone say, "Oh, what if it's Stu's son?" I'm like, "No, we already have that."
Jack Champion.
You think Jack Champion might be Stu's son?
I could see them pulling that out. Did you think before you went into 5? Did you think Billy had a child?
I mean, no.
No, and it's the
for 25 years, and they
unbelievability.
still did that,
The unbelievability isn't my problem with it. My qualm with it is that it's just rehashing what they did in the last movie.
100%.
Like, oh my gosh, Billy has a daughter. That was a good twist for me. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, me too.
But now after but guess what else? Stu has a son. I'm like, really?
We're going to hear the groans in the theater.
Yeah.
100% there will be groans if that happens. But that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't want that to happen. And I also don't want them to just hinge their movies on killing a legacy character. Like, that's the only thing that sets you apart, and you need better writers.
Yep. Time Traveler says, I don't know what I'm doing here so late. I got to work in a few hours, but screw it. Scream and Craven comes first. Oh, Time Traveler. You're all, as my friend Knight says, you're all right.
Scream makes people do very crazy things.
I do. We just look, this is the first time In 4.5 hours, we've dipped under 100. We're at
Yep.
95 right now.
Damn.
People are starting to tap out at 3:15 a.m. Eastern, and on a work night and a school night. Yes, it's amazing. Jennifer says, I'm definitely going to go back and listen to the replay. I
Nice.
bet you guys had some amazing insight and theories from. Yes, definitely do, Jennifer. Check it out and let us know. Leave a comments when you're watching. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Paul S. says, what are the possibilities that Sam is the new Gail?
0. They
Those
want her
are
to
some
be the new
big
Sydney.
shoes to fill.
Yeah.
I think.
She's not as cutthroat as Gail, even though they're
Mhm.
kind of making her psychosis seem it.
Mhm.
And again, maybe this will be the movie that explodes her. Like Jenna. Like, I know people love Jenna, but she's nothing in 5, and she's even admitted it. She's like, I didn't do anything. I had no personality. I had to create.
Oh.
She said, I had to create a personality for this film. I had to interact with Mason and Jasmine. I didn't do that in 5.
No,
So
but
5,
that-
he was a pincushion. That's
she's
what
like,
Yeah.
I was on the ground crying and running away from Ghostface the whole movie.
But dude, it just goes to show how powerful she is, because
It's in her eye.
even in those limited roles,
Mhm.
she's the star. I mean,
Mhm.
she's the one I'm like, look how amazing she did. And, that's why I'm so excited about this, seeing her actually out,
Yep.
walking around,
Yep.
interacting with people. Yeah, man.
I feel like it'd be very hard to disappoint us with this. There's so many avenues they can go that are
Yeah.
crazy that even if they kill Tara in this epic, crazy way, it would still be
Marcus.
like, I did not. I thought she was going to be the new Sydney. They're even like doing her hair like Sydney in the originals, people were saying.
Mhm.
So, and then you kill her and you make Sam, and then you give Sam amazing character development, and she goes into that dark spot, but she's still she's like an anti-hero, you know, which we haven't really had in the series. I don't think so. That could be
Yeah,
really
I
cool.
would.
Yeah.
I always thought it'd be a cool angle for someone if they wanted to be, like if they wanted to kill people, but like they didn't want to go to jail for it. They should just like sign up to be Gail Weathers or Sidney Prescott's bodyguard, because
Right.
you're gonna get get the chance. Like the opportunity is gonna come a knocking. So
I mean,
We didn't talk about that scene too when she's on the couch early. It's so early in the trailer, and we moved past it. When she's like, this darkness that's followed me here, right? We think she's talking about Ghostface, because then it cuts to Ghostface coming in through the window. But she's talking about her own inner demons, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe.
I think
so.
she's talking about Billy.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, Billy's still
Yes.
haunting her. So what do you see them doing there? How is this going to resolve itself? At least that perspective, that'll be good. That we'll
Mhm.
like.
Thing is, man, I don't think it's going to be resolved until 7. I think that they're going to continue, especially the way this movie ends. Well, I don't know how it ends, but the way I'm thinking it's going to end with her having this mask. I know I talked earlier about how it could be a cliffhanger type ending, or she herself, could have taken that mask, guys. And because
Yep.
she is struggling with this the whole movie, and she just killed somebody. She's going to kill at least one of these Ghostface people in this movie, in that third act. So it may be like, oh man, I'm going to hold on to this. I don't know. I think it's going to be a little open-ended, is my thought.
Yeah, I can see her walking over and picking up the mask slowly and saying, "This is part of me."
Yeah,
You know?
man.
And I'll just the detectives don't need this one.
That's
There's
right.
others.
I don't think. I think she'll like. I don't think she'll just go full-fledged dark side Ghostface. Like,
Well, I didn't say
honestly-
that. I don't think that. I'm just saying.
oh
she's
yeah,
struggling.
I know. I'm just saying,
Oh,
like my answer to the thing is like, there's a lot of people saying she's gonna be the killer. She's gonna be a Ghostface and
I think it would be cheap.
stuff. And I think it'd be cheap, and I think it's just. I mean, at this point, borderline disrespectful. You have a
Yep.
person who's legitimately has mental health issues. She's trying to address them, and then guess what? The mentally unstable person, the person
Yep.
with the issues, they're the killer because they're crazy. That's awful. Like,
Yeah, we talked about this
What-
before. That would be
Yeah.
the woke crowd would be furious, and most people would
Oh,
just be
yeah.
like, "Ugh, gross."
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
and it just honestly, and I wouldn't even say I'm part of the woke crowd, but that is just like kind of lame and
It's a no-no.
disrespectful at this. Yeah, it's just disrespectful at this
She's
point.
supposed
Like,
to overcome all this, which is why I think we might lose Tara now, because she's going to go through. She lost her boyfriend, the last one, who tried to kill her. Either she loses Tara because of an accident or something, or Tara's bad. And then 7, she is like, God, it's like Sydney in 3, digging herself up after these 2 nightmare movies for her, and then coming out stronger.
I think Tara. I think we might lose Tara. I think what's going to happen is you called it, Chris. I think she's going to be hanging over, and Sam's hanging on for dear life, and you see Ghostface dragging his knife along that rail,
teasing,
clearly walking toward. I mean, you don't see it, but my presumption is he's walking, or they're walking toward her, and Tara knows, if I don't, I'm going to die either way. If I fall, I'm probably going to die. If he stabs Sam, I'm going to fall and die.
Tara looks like the mature one there. She looks like the one, like, you don't want to let go, I'm going to let go then to save you, because you can't be mature enough to do this on your own. And that's maybe going to teach her a lesson.
And like, like I said, she's going to die either way. She has to know that, because if Sam gets stabbed, they're both going to die. But if she falls, Sam could then protect herself.
Which is like an age-old plot since like the dawn of cinema and the dawn of storytelling, right? I'll sacrifice myself to save you. Right. So it's not incredibly original. But if there's amazing character development through this film and you don't see that coming, and we forget about the moment in the trailer when we're watching it, that could be a tearjerker.
Oh, that could definitely be a tearjerker there. And that could be, everyone's saying sinister at that look. It could be like I don't want to curse, but like a darn you, just let go so you don't have to die.
Yeah. Time's running out here, and she's getting mad about it. Like, I've already accepted this and accepted my fate, and you're still hanging on.
Just let me go.
And I already screamed at you at the school, and we've been fighting this whole movie, even when we've been running away from Ghostface.
And if you notice here, she's only holding on with one hand. On the previous shot, when it's just her hands, she's got both of them there.
Mm.
So like, she's no longer really fighting to hang on.
Yep.
She's trying to let go. Like, I don't see sinister there. I see acceptance, maybe anger that she's not listening, but I'm pretty convinced that what's happening is Ghostface is almost there, and she knows she's got to let go, so Sam has a chance to defend herself.
The thing is, though, as Mav said, it's not that high up. So they have to.
I don't think they're going to die.
There must be something underneath that's making Melissa not want to let go. There's got to be something like, if I let you go, you're going to die because you're going to hit that. There's got to be something. Otherwise, it's like, you're going to break a leg. Big deal.
Right. We also see Sam falling from that same balcony. So, and I was wondering is if like maybe, she's trying to climb down and Ghostface takes a swipe and she just lets herself go. As she's falling back. So, or that's why she's falling back.
It is interesting that they kept both those shots relatively close in the trailer too, as if you're like, oh, if you think Tara's going to die here, well, look, Sam's getting thrown. Right. So
Sam's going down too, and in a much, at least Tara's fallen feet first. Sam's going.
Tara lives and Sam dies.
And could be, and Sam's
Tara's
going.
The final girl.
Well, I mean, we see Sam after this, though. We know Sam lives.
Well,
after this.
Do we? We don't know that. It could be different orders.
Well, no. Her arm is already cut there, right?
Yes, she's bleeding from the arm at that point when she's.
And then at the very end, she's in the same tank top with her arm bandaged.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty certain that.
So they told us that Sam lives. Thank you, trailer.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. There's no doubt.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like Sam walks away from that. Like Sam I thought. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were already on that train, Chris. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm not bummed about that. I just don't think Sam is interesting enough. I'm bummed, and I like Melissa a lot, and she was super sweet, and I saw her talking to all these people. She's so kind, and I know she's Mexican, so maybe and her English is flawless, but maybe acting in English is a little bit harder to sell those emotions. I know with French it's difficult to speak English like that, so maybe it's that, but I'm not getting amazing. I mean, people love Sydney. People love Jamie Lee Curtis. You root for them. I just don't have that overwhelming drive, even just from this trailer. Like everyone else is giving me much better puppy eyes,
Right?
Yeah. If you look right here, Sorry, you can see the blood on her head too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is after it's all over. She's bandaged up, and she's grabbing her jacket, and
It's hard to read her
voila.
face. It's hard to read her face there. Like, is she hollow? Does she just lost everyone and Tara?
Maybe.
I can't tell.
I don't like the fact that Tara's not there in the image with her.
Yeah.
That we can see. Of course, that's a very tight shot, so she could technically be there, but
With the trees.
I just, dude, I think this is the end of the movie. This is
Right.
the last.
This is
thing
like
we
November
see.
1st, November 2nd or something, you know?
Yeah, my guess
I'm pretty
is,
certain that's like one of the final
Right.
shots.
right.
Same.
My guess is she gave her. You see her like giving her final statement to the cops, and she's holding her jacket, up here or something. And as she walks out, she opens it up, to show that she's got the mask, and then she
Lingering
just,
questions.
takes off.
Yep.
So
She's got the mask, and then we're going to be talking all after the movie about
what
does
does
mean?
that mean?
What does it mean?
And then Tara
Yeah.
says, and then we cut to Tara. I hailed a cab. She's alive. She made it, And they get in the cab and they drive away.
I don't think they'll kill Tara, man. I don't think they will.
The thing is, you have to bring the stakes up, right? You have to make it feel
right
heavy. And
they can. I think they can.
They can and they can't. Like, do they go the Randy route? And
I think I was firmly on the path that Kirby was gonna make it. But since we know Sam has her gun in that photo, I'm not so sure anymore.
I know, but you know how many people have been sidelined in these films. Kirby gets stabbed in the shoulder. She goes down. She grabs the gun. She runs off. Now we're in another part of the theater, and they all survive in the end.
And that's possible. I don't. Here's the thing. I do want some people to die. Obviously, I realize if only the people I want to die died, it wouldn't be high stakes. So I'm like, who would I be willing to lose that is stakey enough but doesn't hurt me in the heart?
Yep.
So, and Kirby, I love Kirby, but if Kirby went, that would be pretty high stakes.
And she's not in it much.
Well, and let me interject
In the
here
trailer.
because Texan Honeybee messaged me earlier today on Instagram and sent me an image that I've blown up. It's a little pixelated because it was really small, so I had to blow it up so you could read it. But there was on the official Twitter feed for Scream, someone tweeted, "Oh wow, I'm excited for Kirby to return to the franchise."
Yeah.
And the official Scream account responded, "Kirby, such a fan favorite. That's why this is going to hurt."
They've been doing that to everyone, though. I noticed, like, someone's getting paid overtime. They've just been responding to every character in the series and being like, "Oh, that's gonna hurt. Say goodbye to them now." So,
well, that makes me feel better.
But that's it. Someone wrote in the comments like, "We need someone big to die. So who's it gonna be?"
Yeah, you got
And this
to.
is why I would rather lose Sam than Courtney or Kirby, and they're not gonna do that. It's gonna be Kirby or it's gonna be Gail or both.
I mean, one of the core four has to go. It's gonna have to
Mindy.
be. I think it's Mindy. Yeah,
I
that's
think
what
it's
I'm
gonna be
say.
Mindy. Yeah.
I think Mindy's a goner.
Mhm.
Chad survived.
Chad's gonna become the new Hart. He's gonna be the new Dewey if he's written well, because I know he can act. I've seen him in other stuff, and he's great.
Yeah.
But he was too. I don't want to say macho, but it was like dumb jock bro in 5.
Right.
That bothered me a bit. So
yeah.
Also, did you see the shot when they're
typecast
when they're in the apartment and Ghostface comes to the window? Although I think that's 2 places now. There's a quick shot of Tara terrified, and she's right up against Mason Gooding, right up against Chad. Like they're almost like spooning by standing up. Like she's kind of went into his orbit,
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what that was about.
Oh.
The only thing, there's kind of, and I don't know how much y'all are interested in it, but undoubtedly there is kind of politics, for lack of a better word, involved in these movies,
right?
And who lives and who dies. And there's a lot of opposition to Mindy being killed for political reasons.
Right.
And maybe it's just me, but I don't think that's a good enough reason to keep someone alive in a movie.
course not. But we're still gonna get those bleeding hearts that are gonna scream about it.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Get ready.
Memo boy, what's up, dude? I just woke up. Glad to catch you online. Many congrats on your 8K. Well done, my friend. Thank you so much, Memo boy. Good to see you, man. Glad you're here to start your day as our day is starting to wind down. It's good to see you here starting your day. And one image we didn't talk about earlier that I want to put up here is this image of Sam, someone shoving her off the balcony. I mean, she is lunged out quite a distance from that.
You can kind of see maybe a robe.
Yeah, it looks
Maybe
like, or maybe the
it's a
top of a
silhouette.
mask. Or
And
something.
you literally cannot tell if the person has the mask on or off.
No, you can't. You can see like the shoulder, right? The left side of the chest and shoulder there of the robe.
Damn that.
Maybe I'm just looking at it on something really small, but I kind of see the outline of a mask right there.
I don't see it.
I'm not seeing a mask
at the bottom there.
Like right below her leg.
Yeah, but his head, like the shoulders are above, so maybe he's holding the mask.
I don't know.
I've got the brightened up image here. Yeah, it's not a mask. It is someone who is in probably a robe. It's black, and their face is covered, of course. And it looks like I will say this: it looks like their left hand does not have a glove. Ooh, I better be careful here because this is
I'm not seeing this.
Do you guys see that it looks like their left arm, by their hand is not gloved?
Okay, I can't look at this too long.
I know. It says I'm starting to get into.
Is the spoiler in there?
But you can't see the face. There's no way. I mean, she's covering it up. Her leg is in front of the whole face.
There's also the shot right before that in the trailer with Mason. It's one of the few shots with Mason where it looks like he's punching Ghostface or something.
Oh yeah, he
fast. It's really hard to tell if Ghostface is like throwing him or he like lunged for a punch and missed.
I think he actually does hit him.
He kind of does, or maybe he's like Ghostface misses it, like tries to dodge it.
To me, it looked like he did hit Ghostface, but also like you can tell he's bleeding from his head.
Yeah, and the posters are behind him, and that's great because as the motion goes like that, then it cuts to Sam falling off. It's brilliantly edited, and then cuts to the subway train coming through.
All right, I'm gonna put an image up here. I've brightened up that image because what's on screen right now is the way it's gonna look in the movie. Here it is how it's not supposed to look. Now you see the hand. Look, you can even though it's small, you can see flesh-colored white on right there by her thigh. You see the silhouette of the shoulder, the black robe. Follow it down and go across where the left forearm would be, and it's white. It's flesh.
So I assume it's a stunt double too.
Well, I don't know. Maybe, or it depends. If they're unmasked, then it's going to be.
No, I mean Sam.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah.
It's hard to
tell. I think it shows something slightly different in the Twitter trailer, but because you see it pretty clear that there's no one there.
Yeah, I'm playing it over and over, and as she falls further, it's clear there's no one there.
Oh, yeah. So that's not a silhouette.
No, that's just like I'm looking at it here. I'm going frame by frame.
Yeah,
okay.
There's no one standing there.
I have another question.
Oh, there I got it.
Take a look, guys. Look at what is in her left hand. Is she holding a purse or a boot? You see that? That's below
maybe her arm is wrapped up or something.
But it's way below
it's her
elbow.
Boot. I see it. It's her boot up, and then I guess the color is being weird.
Okay.
Because I have another one where her hand is empty.
Something out.
Yeah, if you keep playing it, you can see that there's nothing in her hand. As she falls, she flails a bit.
That was they did something funny with this in this version.
I'm impressed. They really made sure that there's even if you go frame by frame, there's not much there.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's
I just sent you this is the final frame of her falling, Steven.
okay.
And you can
Yeah.
see there's no one there, and you can also see there's nothing in her hand.
It's like a circle with lights I see at the top. where
Yeah,
her
yeah.
face was.
Kind
'Cause
of just looks
clearly
like
it's a stunt they did, and there was no one there they just did
Yeah.
it carefully,
Okay.
which is good.
Yeah.
I don't want to see Jack standing there.
I know. Seriously. Couldn't even crop his
Could he do
hairline
that?
out.
Could he deliver that? Someone was saying he's too young. He's like 6 foot.
Jack Champion?
yeah, he's only
18 years old.
17.
He was
He's a
17
little
when
kid.
they filmed. But he
He's
was in
little.
Avatar. He shot 4 years. You know, he was the only human where they're doing all these crazy water things and stuff. He could do it. But is his acting up to it? I don't know.
Yeah, I was about to say, I didn't hear. I mean, for the people who love Avatar, I heard good things, but from the people who were just like normal moviegoers, I didn't hear great things about Avatar.
No, I mean specifically his character. Like even people who love the film said that his character sucks. I mean, I love James Cameron, but James Cameron wrote an annoying character, and he apparently does things that go against the plot. So it's one of those characters. But I've heard that the acting, like it would have been better if his acting was better. But he was also he was 13, I think, when he was hired.
Oh, well.
He trained for years.
Yeah.
Then he finally started filming in 2017. It took them 5 years to do it.
Damn.
So this is,
Yeah.
I think, his real first, like where he's going to be on screen and not covered in all this stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I was telling Craven, he went from 9,000 followers on Instagram the
Yeah.
day before Avatar premiered to, at last check, 250,000.
Good goodness.
And he shared the trailer. So
I
Jenna?
love it. Oh, Culp says it's 8:30 in the a.m. here in Ireland. Just having morning coffee and surprised to see y'all on. Well, I'm surprised you're seeing us on. We're about to hit 5 hours, and so we're gonna start moving now to wrapping up, guys.
Yep. Any final
because-
thoughts on things?
I mean, there's so much stuff.
There's so much.
We could go all night and not even cover all of this stuff.
Luckily, we have 2 months to discuss stuff.
That's-
And I'm
that's- Yeah.
TV spots, right? I'll be
Oh,
giving a few more
how many
things.
do we have? I got a timer app on my phone.
Yeah.
48 days, 11 hours, and 23 minutes.
48
Nice.
days. This
Month
is
and a half,
awesome.
roughly. Month and 3 weeks.
Month and a half.
And I'm going to
Great.
see it in the same theater where most of these actors went to go see, like when they had days off, like Jack and Mason went to see, what is it, Minions or something?
Yeah.
Oh,
saw
the
Minion.
Minion movie?
They saw Minion at the theater where I'm going to go see it. And they also saw Top Gun.
Top Gun. That's
I'm going to be
right.
sitting in the theater where like they were sitting watching films while they were on their break from filming the movie I'm watching. You know?
That's so cool, man.
It's crazy.
So
It's
I
gonna
was
be
hoping
even-
they shoot the next one in the U.S. because I'm there.
Right? It's going to be even cooler to be able to go to that theater where they shot this whole shrine
Oh,
scene,
yeah.
you know?
This place is going to become
Oh,
people are going to try and get it. It's so cool. It looks so
Oh,
cool. It's
yeah.
like a hole in the wall, but it's from 1899. It's got so much
Wow.
history, and now they've thrown Scream in. And McGill too. McGill's so historic, has so much crazy history, like where all these sports were invented, and now they're going to also have a Scream film. I hope
really
we didn't see
cool.
it in the trailer. Maybe they cut it all out, but
dude, Memo Boy coming in this morning with a super chat. Thank you so much, man. Says I felt the trailer is an action movie. How come Ghostface opened the closed door at Gail after she shot him with a gun? I wonder. Saw the trailer one time. Okay. Well, you know, it's interesting, Memo Boy, because we talked about this earlier. Be sure you watch the replay when after we get done, which is going to be in just a few minutes, because Eric was especially pointing this out. That sequence of Gail in the apartment is not in the order it's shown, and he details it all out in the video here. But basically, the short version of it is, and help me out here, Eric, because I'm starting to get tired, buddy. So help me out with this. It was she comes in.
She's on the phone and shoots the door first.
Yes,
Then gets attacked. What happens? The thing about it is, and it might. I'm thinking at this point it might be just a continuity error. But
Right.
in the background of that scene when she's getting attacked, it's the same room where you see the person being thrown thrown through the bookshelf, but that hasn't happened yet.
So how does the scene start then, do you think? Because she's cool. She's just walking through the house. Her boyfriend's coming back. She answers the phone. To get attacked at the door where the elevators are. You wouldn't just close the doors and then go back to normal, right? It's got to be two different times.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, what if it happens twice? Like, what if it happens once and then she hires security and then it happens again and security, her security guard gets pulled behind because that's the only thing that would make sense, because how is Ghostface going to come through her front door and surprise her, which clearly happens, but then everything behind her is already cleaned up.
And I'm pretty, it's not Josh. It's definitely not Josh, because Josh's Sagara has been seen with all the core four and stuff. He's not really seen with Gail. So if he's with Gail, we would have at least seen that moment. And I don't think is he at the shrine when they first go in? I don't think so.
He's not, no, he's not there. My only thing saying it was Josh, it was just purely based off of color. Yeah. Purely based off the color that you see in the background and the fact in one of the recently released posters, it like he's wearing a jacket that matches. Right. So that's the only thing I was saying for Josh. But whatever it is, I think there's two separate attacks at two separate times. That
makes sense.
That's the only way it makes sense, because the only thing that's throwing me off is Gail is wearing the exact same shirt in both times.
Right, she is.
I mean, they did it with the
what is going on in that scene? I can't piece it together.
Like I said, if it's a continuity error, that would make sense, because, like I said, the problem is Ghostface throws the person through the bookshelf, and there's scattered stuff all over the floor. When Ghostface is coming in and attacking her, you see that room, and the room is pristine.
Right, that's right. Yeah.
So it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Unless they filmed it out of order and didn't think to fix that continuity error.
Did she shoot through the door, go to the door and open it, and he wasn't there anymore?
And no, she shot through the apartment. She shot through the door. Moment? Oh, that might be it.
And they cut it to make it look like he actually did attack her, which would be a great reveal in the movie, where we're like, oh, the trailer misled us here.
Wait, so
I'm going to shoot you. Boom, boom, boom. She goes to the door, but the door doesn't open. Because if you notice, it looked like they added bullet holes in the door in post, in like really bad VFX. And one shot when the door opens with the elevators, it looks like they just stuck some bullet holes through there, but she didn't actually shoot through those doors.
Well, if you look at I was about to say, watching the trailer in slow-mo, you can tell the bullet holes appearing in the door don't match up with the gun going off at all.
They don't work.
But assuming that's not the case, what it looks like happens is it looks like she shoots through the door and she's walking up to it afterwards, like, I think I got him, and then he bursts through.
Oh, yeah, okay. There's a shot. She's not in her bedroom anymore. She's holding the phone, she's got the gun, and now she's back in the living room when he bursts through the doors, and she's shocked. She's not in her the living room isn't the bedroom isn't behind her anymore.
And that's what I'm saying. Everyone and when she goes into the bedroom, she doesn't have the gun or the phone anymore. And the first time you see her on the phone, when she says, like, you're like the 10th guy to try this, it doesn't appear she has the gun already, but you don't see her left hand. It literally stays out of frame the whole time.
Yeah.
So
they played with that. So I'm excited to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I think it's either it might be, I think it might be just continuity error. I think maybe what happens is I think maybe what happens is Ghostface. Well, no, that wouldn't make sense either, because Ghostface.
I'm pretty good at seeing these things and piecing it together, and there's something off. They're not showing us something.
Yeah,
they're messing with us, I think, to a degree.
They have to be with this scene. It doesn't. The only other thing that could make sense is if when he chases her into her bedroom, right after he throws the person through. Let's assume she does go in her bedroom there. She goes in, and that's where she gets the gun. Ghostface runs away. She shoots through the door,
and there's just no one there anymore.
And like he calls her back or something. She's back on the phone at that point, because she does drop the phone when she's going into the bedroom.
Mhm.
Right.
So like I don't know why he would call. I mean, I guess he is kind of a persistent caller, but why she would get back on the phone with him.
By the way, I saw
Yeah.
like earlier. There was another like little short thing someone was Paramount released. I guess like one
Yeah.
of those where Jenna swears and screams or something. Did you see that? I don't know if I
think
could find it.
so.
I can't remember
think
what she
it's
said, but I think an
I
F
don't
bomb was dropped and she's
yeah.
pissed.
Well, I know
Yeah.
Gail does in the red band as well.
Yeah.
When Gail says I'm going to shoot you in the head, it's
What
actually
does she say dipshit, by the way?
she
Yeah.
does.
In the
It never works out for the dipshit in the mask.
But
Right.
the normal version or the red band?
Both.
Since when can you say shit in a trailer or anything? Is it shit not a bad word anymore?
It is, but I
As far
think
as
it's
I know,
just.
it is. Yeah.
I think it just kind of.
Slipped by?
Well, no, I think the U.S. is just getting a little bit more lenient on things like that.
Like you could never say dick back in the day, and then sitcom Family Guy started doing it and getting away with it, and then now you can totally say it. But the S word I hadn't heard people using really.
Texan Honeybee says tapping out almost 3 a.m. Good night, everyone. Thank you. Good night to you too, my friend. Great to see you here. Appreciate you hanging out. All right. And Mindy Meyer says, I'm going to make frozen pizza at 4 a.m. Probably wake up sick. Oh, well.
Good idea. Good idea, buddy.
Go for it. All right, guys. Well, man, just want to say to everyone here on the stream as we start to close it up is this coming Saturday. That's right. Just 2 days.
Tomorrow.
Well, yeah, that's exactly tomorrow. That's right. I have a couple of guests coming on. You want to make sure and come back to the channel. I've got Nate Reagan, the Scream 4 and 5 on set consultant, will be here to discuss all things Scream. I saw he put a all things Scream 6 trailer video out earlier. I haven't seen it yet. I'll watch it later today. But he'll be here talking about all things Scream. You want to be sure and see this. And Anthony Massey's coming back. They're both going to be on at the same time. And Anthony is, if you're familiar with the Still Screaming documentary,
great.
It is the best one out there for the franchise, in my opinion. He produced it. That's his movie or his documentary. And they're going to talk about 4 hours of unreleased video interview footage with everyone from Wes to the cast members to the behind the scenes folks, producers, casting directors, all these individuals. They're going to be they're releasing it out that have never been seen before, and it's going to be amazing. So we're going to talk all about what they've got going on, and you guys need to come. I'm telling you, wealth of wisdom sitting here with these two guys about Scream.
Oh, they're going to be able to tell you some stuff. Even if they weren't involved with 6, they know how it works.
Yes.
You're going to be able to pick their brain about some stuff.
Yes.
They saw that trailer and they saw things we didn't see.
Well, that's why I'm so excited that the trailer dropped right before they're coming on.
Yeah.
Because now we can talk about it and really get into it. And yeah, I'm very excited about that. So that's coming up. And I also wanted to tell you guys while you're here that on February the 4th, I have the stunt double for Mia Goth in X and Samara Weaving stunt double when she was on Ash versus Evil Dead season 1. And also when Samara Weaving was in the movie Snake Eyes, she was her stunt double. It's Jacqueline Gertz, and she'll be joining me at 9:30 p.m. on February the 4th. We're going to have an amazing time hearing about her experience filming X as Pearl. And look at that. That is her, by the way, in makeup, guys. It's Pearl.
Amazing.
That's her right there. That's who we saw in most of those scenes in the movie where there was a lot of, action, and there was some there in that third act. That's her. So there she is. And anyway, guys, she's going to be here. And I just have to tell you guys, I'm very excited. I finally got confirmation. I've been working on it for quite some time now, but I got confirmation. I don't have a date yet, but I do have confirmation. Just came in yesterday getting my day straight now because it's a new day. And the actress who plays Megan in the film Megan is going to be coming on my channel for an interview in February. Her name is. She is going to be coming. I'm so excited. Got confirmation, and she's only 12 years old. And her mom messaged me today. We talked, or not today, but yeah, we got the confirmation today. And so she said that Amy would love to come on the channel and be a guest. So I'll be having the actual actress who was Megan in the movie.
What?
And
Yeah.
they just confirmed Megan 2.0 coming in 2025.
That's right. I'm doing a video on it tomorrow. Megan 2.0 literally is the name of the movie. In 2025. I'm so excited. So we're going to talk to her about Megan, her experience there with the team, and
That's awesome.
She did her own stunt.
yeah, exactly, man. She's a dancer. She's very, very much into the physical. What's the word? Just fitness,
Performing.
performance. Yeah, like stunt performer. Because these stunt folks, man. I mean, Ashley Ray Riddick, who's Jamie Lee's stunt double I've had a couple times, and then Jacqueline Gertz. They are really performers. They are every bit an actor as the actors in their roles. They are so physically demanding. And I mean, I've seen pictures of them they sent me where they are bruised, solid from legs up everywhere, just bruises. Looks like someone just beat him with a baseball bat. And I'm like, that is. And they do it and they love it. They love doing it. So anyway, guys, those are some things coming up. So once I have a date for when Megan is coming, I will let you guys know and we'll get it done. But it will be sometime in February.
Awesome.
Also, last thing I want to say is that my panel is awesome too. Chris over at Discover Montreal. What a great friend, Chris. I'm so thrilled that we've come to know one another. And it's such a joy when we can hang out and talk screen, man. I love it.
I love it. It's amazing.
I love it. And thank you for all your help in us as this whole thing went down in the summer and all the photos and the scoops that you helped me share with the world here on my channel, at least.
I'm just glad we found each other because,
Me too.
taking these photos for other people in my life, they'd be like, okay, so what? Oh, you're not a screen fan. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll share them with people who actually care.
Yes, dude. Seriously, man. So cool.
I said
And
that
I appreciate it.
I sent the screenshot of Ghostface walking up to that frosted window with the door because that's the pumpkin house. He's not a Scream fan, but he got that photo for me, right? So I sent it to him. I said, "Look at this," and he went, "Oh wow, okay, that's cool." Even him, he was like, "Damn, I got that photo, and it's that place, and now we got Ghostface standing on that stoop. Awesome."
Oh, it's so awesome, dude. So, and that picture, I'm telling you, man. Again, I will always remind everyone that Chris right here is the one that broke that photo to me that morning, and I got that video done, got it out.
Well, you broke it. I just sent it to you.
Well, yeah. There you go. Okay, fair enough. And Chris sent me the photo. I broke it out, sent it out, and now that photo is everywhere. I think it's even on again. HelloCity.com has got it. Everyone's got that picture now, but it started on this channel, and with Chris being the one that was able to secure it for me. So, man, you never know. Stuff breaks on the channel. You never know what's going to happen. And Chris, after we watch the movie, of course, I want to have you back. I want to have you back before March 10th. Goodness, that's a long time. But my point is, after we see the movie, I'm so excited for us to talk about Montreal and the settings.
Just the setting,
yeah.
I want that shot of the establishing shot going up the stoop with the pumpkin and into the house, and we cut inside and what's going on there. By the way, that too, because we see the inside of the house with a big wooden staircase going up, and then we get closer to the door. I'm like, whose house is that? I thought it was maybe like a dorm for them. I don't think it's the dorm anymore. I don't know who lives there.
Yeah, I don't know. Or maybe they're renting.
Because it is a very nice house. Plus, we saw Tara and Sam walking out of 1939 Milton building, remember?
Mm-hmm.
That's where they
right.
live, I think. And then they're going to cut to the other building on the other block where they're crawling between the two windows. So whose house is this pumpkin house with the frosted window?
Bro, I'm very because who was there? Mindy, Devin,
Yeah, they cut
Sam.
between them, but I think they cheated it. I don't think that was the same.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think Ghostface was in the apartment already, and they knew, and they were just trying to get out.
I see. I got you. Real quick, Time Traveler's heading out. Says good night. Thanks for the fun talk in the chat. Thanks to you, Craven, for always having the best streams. And rest of the panel. Y'all are the coolest. Well, thank you, man. That's so kind. And you know what else is kind? Closing out the night with a super chat. What a nice way to end the stream. Memo Boy sending in another super chat. Says, I know you all tired guys. I think it's, I don't know. I'm not sure if it's tired or tried. I know you all tried, guys. Will you think Tara lives? Do we think Tara lives? So let's go around and do what we did earlier for Gail. My brain's slowing down. What's your death and life percentage, Chris?
50-50.
Ooh, I like it. Right in the middle. Okay. And Maverick, what do you think, man?
I am right there with him, 50-50. That's as good as it's gonna get for me right now.
Mm-hmm. All right, Eric, are you towing the line, man?
I'm going to say 60-40 that she dies. I didn't think so going forward, and I don't think it'll be a good idea for them to do it.
Right.
But with the way it's looking, I don't know. With what the revelation about the ledge and Ghostface coming toward, I think she might, or maybe they both live. Maybe they both walk away from this thing. This ledge that they're falling off of. It's not incredibly high, but you don't really have to fall incredibly high if you land the wrong way. So
She
I don't
escaped
know.
death by this much in the first one, right? So many times. So it does feel like, okay, we get rid of her in this one. The script was written long before
that she goes.
I think the script was probably written before she even finished filming Wednesday, because they had wrapped filming well over a year before it was released because of COVID. So Paramount was like, okay, James, guy, start writing. And they didn't know who Jenna was going to be, especially back in they finished in November 2020. They probably started writing right after that. They didn't know who she was going to be.
They hit the lottery was what they did.
But we did hear a rumor. I wanted to say this earlier, I forgot. We did hear a rumor that they filmed one character 2 ways, surviving or dying, and they didn't know until post. That was the rumor.
Okay.
And there was not even a hint of who it was.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Well, it's going to keep us that'll keep us on edge the entire film, as they always do.
Yeah.
Because, it could be any of them.
Especially if we fall in love with her, like really develop that character. Like, people love her already. Now develop the character even more. People will be gaga and then rip our hearts out.
Yes. My boy says, I meant you're all tired after 5 hours. I got you, brother.
It's been a lot more than 5, really, technically. It's been you've been editing, right? You were on streaming for 4 hours this morning, then you edited all day.
Yes, I streamed from 8 a.m. till 12:45, and then I edited all afternoon to get a video out tonight. And that's all I've done. That's it. That's been the whole day. And then I've been here at 9:30, and it's 3 a.m. almost.
And would you change anything?
Nope.
Yeah.
Not a bit. I'm gonna sleep so good tonight.
Your video's already got 1.4 thousand views after 6 hours.
Crazy. 6 hours at 1,400. Wow, that's amazing. Well, it looks like the live stream from this morning is already broken 4,000 views.
Nice.
Holy I got to go back and watch our reaction to it.
Yeah. Definitely check it out. Memo Boy, thank you, man. You're awesome, bro. Much appreciated. What's up, the real Kratos? We're about to head out, but you know what? It's okay, because the replay is going to go up, and you definitely want to watch the replay. We covered so much stuff, and I still feel like I didn't touch on like half of the trailer. It just feels that way.
There was still like half of the shrine that we didn't get to. So.
I know, it's true.
It's a good sign.
Oh yeah, it is.
It is a good sign, man.
Yep.
That's right, Howard. Watch the replay. There you go. Appreciate that.
We could have been ranting for 5 hours about how we saw Jack Champion's hairline or something.
Oh my gosh, right?
How Tara all of a sudden turned 6 feet tall.
Mm-hmm. Nope, not
They're gonna
today.
do it. They're gonna do it.
I
She's gonna die because she's Ghostface. You know.
Oh man, at this point, man, I'm excited to say that almost any theory you can come up with, guys, is still plausible
It's
right
amazing.
now.
There's so many avenues right now, and everyone's throwing out something different. That's what we want. That's what I wanted.
That's right. Eric, closing words. What you got, buddy?
what was the results of the poll?
Good
Oh, yeah.
question. Glad you asked. I forgot.
I saw it at
Let me look.
70-30 last time.
Right now with
68-32.
168 votes, 68% say yes, Stu could be the mastermind to be revealed in 7, and 32% no.
And had
So
you
we
said
got 62% winners, and then
Yes.
32 other people.
he said could
I'm
though.
kidding.
He said could Stu. So if you
Could.
said will, how much would that
Right.
68% come down?
I don't know. I mean,
Mm.
that's why I wanted to say could, because I wanted to pose the question: do you believe he could?
No.
And I wanted to gauge the because it's interesting. Yeah, wording's important, right? Because sometimes we think things could happen, but we don't think they will. But we hope they will. And anyway, still, any way you look at it, I don't think the poll would have changed a whole lot.
Probably not.
Personally, I really don't. But maybe next time I'll change the wording and say, "Will it happen?" And see what they say. But hey, it's all right. Pretty good results there. And the Stu train is. Don't worry, that Stu train. If this poll was 98% no, 2% yes, that Stu train is not affected whatsoever. It is purring like a kitten.
And may I remind you, Matthew Lillard was MIA on social media during filming.
Yes.
So,
I mean, dude.
And he
stay
was
tuned.
conveniently in New York in August.
oh yeah, that's right.
No, he was in Jersey, pretty close to up there, right?
Mhm. Yep.
6-hour
So-
drive, 5-hour drive,
Yeah.
hour flight.
So even if all he had was a cameo, which is all I would want from Stu in 6.
Yeah, I
then-
like your idea. Like unveiling them at the end like that. Like at the end. Not even in the real reveal. At the end.
And then yeah.
That's a day of shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's right.
And honestly, here's the thing: like, you could they wouldn't do it, I don't think, but you could legitimately do that over like Skype or something. Like he could set up a camera himself and just film several takes of him on the phone, like, because it doesn't have to be a specific location or anything like that.
They also
So-
have virtual stuff now. The festival up here, the comedy festival, did it for the first time, where they put you in like a box and you appear. That they put celebrities in a stage in LA. For Bob Odenkirk was here, and they wanted to like congratulate him on surviving his heart attack, and they had all these guests, and they looked like they were on the stage, but they were in LA, and it was
Wow.
being
That's
zapped in.
crazy.
That's amazing. All right, guys. Well, we're going to call it 5 hours and 24 minutes. What an amazing night. What an amazing day. Everyone in the chat, we still got over 90 people here at 4 a.m. It's
Nice.
just amazing.
Y'all go to sleep or go to work,
yeah.
one of the two.
Yeah, some people are just waking up. Exactly, I know. But
go
I
eat
will ask
pizza.
you this. One thing I want to ask of everyone in the chat. If you have not subscribed to everyone on this channel or this page, the Beard Entertainment, Chris at Discover Montreal, and Maverick Media, please do so right now. They make great content. They're great guys. They're awesome to hang out with, as you guys all see. We have a wonderful time hanging out. And so go show them some love from the channel and subscribe. And if you're new here and you're not subscribed yet to my channel, please do so before you leave and hit the bell icon, because I go live at least 3 times a week and sometimes more. And it can be an impromptu, unplanned live stream. You make sure your bell's clicked, because otherwise you won't even get notified. But I appreciate you all. Thanks to everyone who gave your super chats tonight. Much appreciated. And for everyone who became a channel member tonight, thank you so much as well. And Chris just hit 26,000 subs
Nice.
on Discover Montreal. Congratulations, buddy.
Wow, that's
Nice.
awesome.
Congrats, man.
Fantastic. Yes.
Thanks,
So
guys.
you know, the communities are doing well. Thank you guys for helping Chris to get to that 26K. That's awesome. And this was great. This is great. So, on behalf of everyone here, I'm going to say we're going to call it a night. You'll see me tomorrow if you go to the Lethal Collective. I'll be there 5 p.m. Central Time for our Scream 6 trailer talk on the Lethal Collective. So that's going to be fun. Don't miss that. You're going to want to watch that live stream tomorrow. And I'll be back Saturday night with Nate Reagan, rather, and excuse me, Anthony Massey. We're going to talk Scream all night Saturday. Be sure you're here. All right, guys. I'll see you guys backstage. For everyone else, we're going to say good night and watch that trailer one more time before you go to sleep. Maybe it'll give you nightmares. Good night, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
See ya.
Night.